Section 13 of From Pole to Pole by Sven Hedin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 13, Japan, 1908. Nagasaki and Kobe. Marco Polo was also the first European to make Japan known in Western countries. He called it Chipangu and stated that it was a large, rich island in the sea east of China. Accordingly, the Chinese call it the land of the rising sun, and Nippon, as the Japanese themselves call their islands, has the same poetical signification, derived from the rising of the sun out of the waves of the Pacific Ocean. The flag of Japan displays a red sun on a white field, and when it flies from the masts of warships, the sun is surrounded by 16 red rays. We leave Shanghai by the fine steamer Tenyu, which is driven by turbines and makes 18 knots an hour. The Tenyu belongs to a line which plies between Hong Kong and San Francisco, calling at Shanghai, Japan, and the Sandwich Islands on the way. From Shanghai, it is 470 miles over the eastern sea to Nagasaki, a considerable town situated on Kyushu, the southernmost of the 4 islands of Japan proper. As we near Japan, the vessel crosses the great current called the Kuroshiwo, or Black Salt. It comes from the region immediately north of the equator and flows northwards, washing the Japanese coast with its water, over 200 fathoms deep and with a temperature of 72 degrees, just as the Gulf Stream washes the east coast of Europe. Off Japan, the sea is very deep, the lead sinking down to 4,900 fathoms or more. In Nagasaki, the visitor is astonished at the great shipbuilding yards and docks. They are the largest in Asia, and the Tenyu, as well as other ships as big, have been, for the most part at any rate, built here. It is hard to believe that it is only 40 years since the Japanese took to European civilization and the inventions of Western lands. In many respects, they have surpassed their teachers. After a whole day in Nagasaki, we steam out to sea again and make northwards around Kyushu to the beautiful narrow strait at Shimonoseki, which leads to the inland sea. Unfortunately, it is pitch dark when we pass Admiral Togo's fleet. He has just been engaged in maneuvers with 85 of Japan's 200 modern warships. In sea power, Japan is the 5th nation of the world, and is only surpassed by England, Germany, America, and France. A large number of their warships were captured from Russia during the war, and afterwards refitted and rechristened with Japanese names. On a peace footing, the land army of Japan contains 250,000 men and 11,000 officers. In time of war, when all the reservists and landwehr troops are called out, the strength amounts to 1.5 million. 120,000 men yearly are called out for active service. The Japanese make any sacrifice when it is a question of the defense of their fatherland. To them, affection for Nippon is a religion. The area of Japan is about half as large again as that of the British Islands, and the population is roughly a quarter more. But if the recently acquired parts of the mainland, Korea and Kwangtung, be included, 77,000 square miles must be added, and the population increased to 65 millions. Early on the morning of November 9th, we passed through the Strait of Shimonoseki into the inland sea, the Mediterranean of Japan, which lies between the islands of Hondo, Kyushu, and Shikoku. The scenery which unfolds itself on all sides is magnificent and is constantly changing. Close around us, away over open passages and in among the dark islands, is the clear, green salt water, edged with foaming surf and dotted with picturesque fishing boats under full sail. And as a frame to the gently heaving sea, we have the innumerable islands, some large, some small, some wooded, others bare, but all sloping steeply to the shore where the breakers thunder eternally. A pleasant breeze is felt on the promenade deck of the Tenyu. The air is fresh and pure, the day bright and cheerful, and from sea and coast comes a curious mixed odor of salt brine and pine needles. At dusk, we cast anchor in the roadstead of Kobe, where the Tenyomaru has to remain for 24 hours in order to take cargo on board. A launch takes us to the busy town, and we determine to spend the night on shore in a genuine Japanese hotel. At the entrance, we are met by the landlord in a garment like a petticoat and a thin mantle with short hanging sleeves. 2 small waiting maids take off our shoes and put a pair of slippers on our feet. We go up a narrow wooden staircase and along a passage with a brightly polished wooden floor. Outside a sliding door, we take off our slippers and enter in stocking feet. Cleanliness is the first rule in a Japanese house, and it would be thought inexcusable to enter a room in shoes which had lately been in the dust and dirt of the lanes and streets. Our rooms are divided from one another by partitions of paper or the thinnest veneer, which can be partially drawn aside so that the rooms may be thrown into one. Here and there, mottos are inscribed on hanging shields, and we see that they are written in the same singular characters as are used in China. On one wall hangs a kakemono, or long strip of paper with flowers painted in watercolors. On a small carved wooden stool below the painting stands a dwarf tree, scarcely 2 feet in height. It is a cherry tree which has been prevented from growing to its full size, but it is a real, living tree, perhaps 20 years old, and exactly like an ordinary cherry tree, only so small that it might have come from Lilliput. The floor is laid with mats of rice straw with black borders. Each mat is 6 feet long and 3 feet wide, and when a house is built, the areas of the rooms are always calculated in a certain number of mats. Thus, a room of 6 mats is spoken of, or one of 8 mats. Not infrequently, the rooms are so small that 3 or even 2 mats will cover the floor. We take our seats cross-legged or on our heels on small square down cushions, the only furniture to be seen. A young Japanese maiden, also in stocking feet, enters and places a stove in the middle of our circle. There is no fireplace. The stove is shaped like a flower pot, made of thick metal, and is filled with fine white ashes. The young woman builds the ashes up into a cone like the summit of Fujiyama, and lays fresh, glowing charcoal against it. Instead of tongs, she uses a pair of small iron rods. Bedsteads are not used in Japan, and the bedding, which consists of thick padded quilts of rustling silk, is simply spread out on the mats on the floor. All the service and attendance is performed by women. They are dressed in their becoming and tasteful national costume, the kimono, a close-fitting colored garment cut out round the neck, a broad sash of cloth around the waist, and a large rosette like a cushion at the back. Their hair is jet black, smooth and shiny, and is arranged in tresses that look as if they were carved in ebony. Japanese women are always clean, neat, and dainty, and it is vain to look for a speck of dust on a silken cuff. If they did not giggle sometimes, you might think that they were dolls of wax or china. They are treated like princesses and with the greatest politeness and consideration, for such is the custom of the country. They do their work conscientiously and are always cheerful, contented, and friendly. We sit down on our cushions for breakfast. The serving girls bring in a small, red-lacquered table, not larger or higher than a footstool. Every guest has his own table, and on each are 5 cups, bowls, and small dishes of porcelain and lacquer, all of them with lids like teapots. These contain raw fish and boiled fish in various forms, omelets and macaroni, crab soup with asparagus in it, and many other strange viands. When we have partaken of the first 5 dishes, another table is brought in with fresh dishes, and if it is a great banquet, as many as 4 or 5 such tables may be placed before one before the dinner is over. We eat with 2 chopsticks of wood or ivory, not larger than a penholder, drink pale, weak tea without sugar and cream, and a kind of weak rice spirit called sake. When a bowl of steaming rice cooked dry is brought in, it is a sign that the meal is ended. The streets of Kobe are not paved. They are narrow roads, too narrow for the large, clumsy vehicles, which are, however, few in number, and are mostly used for the transport of goods. The people ride in rickshaws, neat, smart, two-wheeled gigs drawn by a running, bare-legged man with a mushroom-shaped hat on his head. The road westwards along the coast runs through a succession of animated and busy villages, past open tea-houses and small country shops, homely, decorated wooden dwellings, temples, fields, and gardens. Everything is small, neat, and well kept. Each peasant cultivates his own property with care and affection, and the harvest from the innumerable small plots constitutes the wealth of Japan. It is impossible to drive fast along the narrow road, for we are always meeting wagons and two-wheeled carts, porters, and travelers. At the Beach of Dancing Girls, we stay a while under some old pine trees. Here people bathe in summer, while the children play among the trees. But now, in November, it is cold rather than warm, and after a pleasant excursion, we return to Kobe. On the way, we look into a Shinto temple erected to the memory of a hero who 600 years ago fell in battle in the neighborhood. In the temple court stands a large Russian cannon taken at Port Arthur, and also a part of the mast shot off the man-of-war Mikasa. Buddhism was introduced into Japan in the 6th century A.D., and more than half the population of the country profess this religion. The old faith of Japan, however, is Shintoism, to which about 1/3 of the people still belong. The sun is worshipped as a principal god, and the powers of nature are adored as divinities. From the solar deity, the imperial house derives its origin, and the emperor is regarded with almost religious reverence. Respect is also paid to the memory of departed heroes, as in China. Of late, Christianity has spread far and wide in Japan, and Christian churches are now numerous. Fujiyama and Tokyo. It is now November the 11th. During the night, the Tenyu-Maru has passed out from Kobe into the Pacific Ocean and is now steering northeast at a good distance from the coast of Hondo. The sky is gloomy, and the desert of water around us is a monotonous, steely gray expanse in every direction. The Mediterranean countries of Europe lie on the same parallel of latitude as Japan, but Japan lies in the domain of the monsoons or periodical winds, and when these blow in summer from the ocean, they bring rain with them, while the winter, when the wind comes from the opposite direction, is fairly dry. On the whole, Japan is colder than the Mediterranean countries, but the difference in climate between the northern and southern parts is very great. On the northern island, Yezo, the winter lasts quite 7 months. At noon, Fujiyama is first seen toward the northeast. Nothing of the coast is visible, only the snowy summit of the mountain floating white above the sea. Our course takes us straight towards it, and the imposing mountain becomes more distinct every quarter of an hour. Now also the coast comes in sight as a dark line, but only the summit of the mountain is visible, a singularly regular flat cone. The top looks as if it were cut off. That is the crater ring, for Fujiyama is a volcano, though it has been quiescent for the past 2 centuries. The snowfields in the gullies stand out more and more clearly, but still only the summit is visible, floating, as it were, free above the earth, a vision among the clouds. An hour later, the whole contour comes into view and becomes sharper and sharper, and when we anchor off the shore, the peak of Fujiyama rises right above us. Fujiyama is the highest mountain in Japan, and the crater ring of the slumbering volcano is 12,395 feet above the surface of the Pacific Ocean. Fujiyama is a holy mountain. The path up it is lined with small temples and shrines, and many pilgrims ascend to the top in summer when the snow has melted away. It is the pride of Japan and the grandest object of natural beauty the country possesses. It would be vain to try to enumerate all the objects on which the cone of Fujiyama has been represented from immemorial times. It is always the same mountain with a truncated top. in silver and gold on the famous lacquered boxes, and on the rare choice silver and bronze caskets, on the valuable vases and cloisonné, on bowls, plaques, and dishes, on screens, parasols, everything. Painters also take a delight in devising various foregrounds to the white cone. I once saw a book of 100 pictures of Fujiyama, each with a new foreground. Now the holy mountain was seen between the boughs of Japanese cedars, now between the tall trunks of trees, and again beneath their crowns. Once more it appeared above a foaming waterfall, or over a quiet lake where the peak was reflected in the water, or above a swinging bridge, a group of playing children, or between the masts of fishing boats. It peeped out through a temple gate, or at the end of one of the streets of Tokyo, between the ripening ears of a rice field, or the raised parasols of dancing girls. Thus, Fujiyama has become the symbol of everything that the name Nippon implies, and its peak is the first point which catches the rays of the rising sun at the dawn of day. Singularly cold and pale, the holy mountain stands out against the dark blue sky as we steer again out to sea in the moonlight night. It is our last night on the long sea voyage from Bombay. Close to starboard, we have Oshima, the great island, an active volcano with thin vapor floating above its flat summit. Japan has more than 100 extinct and a score of still active volcanoes, and the country is also visited by frequent earthquakes. On an average, 1,200 are counted in the year, most of them, however, quite insignificant. Now and then, however, they are very destructive, carrying off thousands of victims, and it is on account of the earthquakes that the Japanese build their houses of wood and make them low. In the early morning, the Tenyo Maru glides into the large inlet on which Yokohama and Tokyo are situated. Yokohama is an important commercial town and is a port of call for a large number of steamboat lines from the 4 continents. Its population is about 400,000, of whom 1,000 are Europeans, merchants, consuls, and missionaries. A few miles southwest of Yokohama is the fishing village of Kamakura, which was for many centuries the capital of the shoguns. It has now little to show for its former greatness. At one time it was said to have over 1 million inhabitants, except the beautiful colossal statue of Buddha, the Daibutsu. The figure, which is about 40 feet high, is cast in bronze and dates from 1252. At the head of the bay lies Tokyo, the capital, with over 2 million inhabitants. Here are many palaces surrounded by fine parks, but the people live in small, neat wooden houses, most of them with garden enclosures. The grounds of the Japanese of rank are small masterpieces of taste and excellence. It is a great relief to come out of the bustle and dust of the roads into these peaceful retreats, where small canals and brooks murmur among blocks of gray stone, and where trees bend their crowns over arched bridges. In Tokyo, the traveler can study both the old and the new Japan. There are museums of all kinds, picture galleries, schools, and a university organized on the European model. There is also a geological institution where very accurate geological maps are compiled of the whole country, and where, in particular, all the phenomena connected with volcanoes and earthquakes are investigated. In scientific inquiries, the Japanese are on a par with Europeans. In the art of war, they perhaps excel white peoples. In industrial undertakings, they have appropriated all the inventions of our age, and in commerce, they threaten to push their Western rivals out of Asia. Not many years ago, for example, some Japanese went to Sweden to study the manufacture of those safety matches which strike only on the box. Now they make the safety matches themselves and supply not only Japan, but practically all the East. At Kobe, one can often see a whole mountain of wooden boxes containing matches waiting for shipment to China and Korea. So it is in all other branches of industry. The Japanese travel to Europe and study the construction of turbines, railway carriages, telephones, and soon they can dispense with Europe and produce all they want themselves. The present Emperor of Japan, Mutsuhito, came to the throne in 1867. His reign is called the Meiji, or the Era of Enlightened Rule. During this period, Japan has developed into a great power of the first rank, and it is in no small measure due to the wisdom and clear-sightedness of the emperor that this great transformation has been accomplished. Formerly, the country was divided into many small principalities under the rule of daimyos or feudal lords, who were often at war with one another, though they were all subject to the suzerainty of the shogun, the nominal ruler of the whole country. Together with the samurais, the daimyos constituted the feudal nobility. It is curious to think that little more than 40 years ago, the Japanese fought with bows and arrows, sword and spear, and that the samurais went to battle in heavy harness with brassards and cuisses, helms and visors over the face. They were skillful archers and wielded their great swords with both hands when they rushed on the foe. Then the new period suddenly began. In 1872, universal service was introduced, and French and German officers were invited to organize the defensive force. Now Japan is so strong that no great power in the world cares to measure its strength with it. Nikko, Nara, and Kyoto. From Tokyo, we traveled northwards by train 2 hours to Nikko. There are several villages, and we put up in one of them. In front of the inn ripples a clear stream, spanned by 2 bridges, one of which is arched and furnished with a red parapet. Only the emperor and his family may step to this bridge. Other mortals must pass over another bridge near at hand. On the farther side, we ascend a tremendously long avenue of grand cryptomerias rising straight up to the sky. It leads to a mausoleum erected to the memory of the first shogun of the famous dynasty of Tokugawa. The first of them died in the year 1616. This mausoleum is considered to be the most remarkable sight in Japan. It is not huge and massive like the Buddhist temple in Kyoto, the old capital of Japan. It is somewhat small, but both outside and inside it displays unusually exquisite artistic skill. Granite steps lead up to it. A torii, or portal, is artistically carved in stone, while another is so perfect that the architect feared the envy of the gods and therefore placed one of the pillars upside down. We see carved in wood 3 apes, one holding his hands before his eyes, another over his ears, and the third over his mouth. That means that they will neither see, hear, nor speak anything evil. A pagoda rises in 5 blood-red stories. At all the projections of the roof hang round bells, which sound melodiously to the movement of the wind. In the interior of the temple, the sightseer is lost in dark passages dimly illuminated by oil lamps carried by the priests. The walls are all covered with the finest paintings in gold and lacquer. A moss-grown stone staircase leads down to the tomb where the shogun sleeps. Nara is situated immediately to the south of Kyoto. Here are many famous temples, pagodas, and torii, and here also is the largest image of Buddha in Japan, 1,200 years old. The finest thing of all, however, is the temple park of Nara, where silence and peace reign in a grove of tall cryptomerias. Along the walks are several rows of stone lamps placed on high pedestals of stone. They stand close together and may number 1,000. Each of these lamps is a gift of some wealthy man to the temple. On great festivals, oil lamps are placed in them. Hundreds of roe deer live in the park of Nara. They are as tame as lambs, and wherever you go they come skipping up with easy, lively jumps. Barley cakes for them to eat are sold along the paths of the park, and you buy a whole basket of these. In a minute you are surrounded by roe deer, stretching out their delicate, pretty heads and gazing at the basket with their lovely brown eyes. Here a wonderful air of peace and happiness prevails. The steps of roe deer and pilgrims are heard on the sands of the paths, but otherwise there is complete silence and quiet. The feeling reminds one of that which is experienced at the Taj Mahal. All Japan is like a museum. You can travel about for years and daily find new gems of natural beauty and of the most perfect art. Everything seems so small and delicate. Even the people are small. The roads are narrow and are chiefly used by rickshaws and foot passengers. The houses are dolls' closets. The railways are of narrow gauge, and the carriages like our tramcars. But if you wish to see something large, you can visit the Buddhist temple in Kyoto. There we are received with boundless hospitality by the high priest, Count Totani, who leads us round and shows us the huge halls where Buddha sits dreaming, and in his own palace, which is one of the most richly and expensively adorned in all Japan. If you wish to see something else which does not exactly belong to the small things of Japan, you should visit a temple in Osaka, the chief manufacturing town of Japan. There hangs a bell which is 25 feet high and weighs 220 tons. In a frame inside the bell is suspended a beam, a regular battering ram, which is set in motion up and down when the bell is sounded. And when the bell emits its heavy, deafening ring, it sounds like thunder. Kyoto is much handsomer than Tokyo, for it has been less affected by the influence of Western lands and lies amidst hills and gardens. Kyoto is the genuine old Japan, with attractive bazaars and bright streets. Shall we look into a couple of shops? Here is an art dealer's. We enter from the street, straight into a large room full of interesting things, but the dealer takes us into quite a small room where he invites us to sit at a table. And now he brings out one costly article after another. First he shows us some gold lacquered boxes on which are depicted trees and houses and the sun in gold, and golden boats sailing over water. One tiny box containing several compartments and drawers, and covered all over with the finest gold inlaying, costs only 3,000 yen, or about 300 pounds. Then he shows us an old man in ivory lying on a carpet of ivory and reading a book, while a small boy in ivory has climbed onto his back. From a whole elephant tusk, a number of small elephants have been carved, becoming smaller towards the point of the tusk, but all cut out in the same piece. You are tired of looking at them, they are so many, and they are all executed with such exact faithfulness to nature that you would hardly be surprised if they began to move. Then he sets on the table a dozen metal boxes, exquisitely adorned with colored lacquer. On the lid of a silver box, an adventure of a monkey is represented in raised work. Pursued by a snake, the monkey has taken refuge in a cranny beneath a projecting rock. The snake sits on the top. He cannot see the monkey, but he catches sight of his reflection in the water below the stone. The monkey, too, sees the image of the snake, and each is now waiting for the other. Now the shopman comes with 2 tortoises in bronze. The Japanese are experts in metalwork, and there is almost life and movement in these creatures. Now he throws on the table a snake 3 feet long. It is composed of numberless small, movable rings of iron fastened together, and looks marvelously lifelike. Just at the door stands a heavy copper bowl on a lacquered tripod, a gong that sounds like a temple bell when its edge is struck with a skin-covered stick. It is beaten out of a single piece, not cast, and therefore it has such a wonderful, vibrating, and long-continuing ring. Let us also go into one of the famous large silk shops. Shining white silk with white embroidered chrysanthemum flowers on it, women's kimonos with clusters of blue flowers on the sleeves and skirt, landscapes, fishing boats, ducks and pigeons, monkeys and tigers, all painted or embroidered on silk. Herons and cranes in thick raised needlework on screens in black frames, everything is good and tasteful. Among the most exquisite, however, are the cloths of cut velvet. This is a wonderful art not found in any other country than Japan. The finest white silken threads are tightly woven over straight copper wires laid close together, making a white cloth of perhaps 10 feet square, interwoven with copper wires. An artist paints in bright colors on the cloth a landscape, a rushing brook amid red maples, a bridge, a mill wheel, and a hut on the bank. When he is done, he cuts with a sharp knife along each of the numberless copper wires. Every time he cuts, the point of the knife follows one of the copper wires, and he cuts only over the colored parts. The fine silk threads are thus severed, and their ends stand up like a brush. Then the copper wires are drawn out, and there stand the red trees, hut, and bridge in close velvet on a foundation of silk. In all kinds of handicrafts and mechanical work, the Japanese are experts. A workman will sit with inexhaustible patience and diligence for days, and even months and years, executing in ivory a boy carrying a fruit basket on his back. He strikes and cuts with his small hammers and knives, his chisels and files, and gives himself no rest until the boy is finished. Perhaps it may cost him a year's work, but the price is so high that all his expenses for the year are covered when the boy is sold to an art dealer. End of section 13. Section 14 of From Pole to Pole by Sven Hedin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 14, Back to Europe. Korea. Our journey eastward ends with Japan, and we turn westwards on our way back to Europe. The portion of the mainland of Asia which lies nearest to Japan is Korea, and the passage across the straits from Shimonoseki to Fusan takes only about 10 hours. The steamer sails in the morning, and late in the afternoon we see to larboard the Tsushima Islands rising out of the water like huge dolphins. Our course takes us almost over the exact place where, on May 27, 1905, Admiral Togo annihilated the squadron of the Russian Admiral Rojdestvensky. The Russian fleet had sailed around Asia and steamed up east of Formosa to the Strait of Korea. The admiral hoped to be able to reach Vladivostok on the Russian side of the Sea of Japan without being attacked, and on May 27th his fleet was approaching the Tsushima Islands. But Admiral Togo, with the Japanese fleet, lay waiting off the southern coast of Korea. He had divided the straits into squares on a map, and his scouting boats were constantly on the lookout. They could always communicate with Togo's flagship by wireless telegraphy. And now, currents passing through the air announced that the Russian fleet was in sight and was in the square numbered 203. This number was considered a good omen by the Japanese, for the fate of the fortress of Port Arthur was sealed when the Japanese took a fort called 203-meter Hill. Port Arthur, which lies on the coast of the Chinese mainland, had fallen into the hands of the Japanese on January 1st, 1905. When the news came, Togo knew what to do. With his large ships and 60 torpedo boats, he fell upon the Russian fleet, and the battle was decided within an hour. The Russian admiral's flagship sank just on the spot where we are now on the way to Fusan. The admiral himself was rescued, sorely wounded, by the Japanese. His fleet was dispersed, and its various divisions were pursued, sunk, or captured. The Russians lost 34 ships and 10,000 men. It was a bloody encounter which took place on these usually so peaceful waters. The Japanese became masters of the sea and could, unhindered, transport troops, provisions, and war material over to the mainland, where the war with Russia still raged in Manchuria. From Fusan, which for 200 years has been a Japanese town, the railway takes us northwards through the Korean peninsula. We ascend the beautiful valley of the Nak-Tonggang River. Side valleys opening here and there afford interesting views, and between them dark hills descend steeply to the river, which often spreads out and flows so gently that the surface of the water forms a smooth mirror. The sky is clear and turquoise blue in color, and spans its vault over grayish-brown bare mountains. Where the ground on the valley bottom is level, it is occupied by rice and wheat fields. Every now and then we pass a busy village of gray thatched houses where groups of women and children in colored garments are seen outside the cabins. The men wear long white coats, and on the head a thin black hat with the form of a stunted cone with a flat brim. Seldom are the eyes caught by a clump of trees. As a rule, the country is bare. Innumerable small mounds are often seen on the slopes. These are Korean graves. The signs of Japan's peaceful conquest of Korea are everywhere apparent. Japanese guards, policemen, soldiers, and officials are seen at the stations. The country now contains more than 200,000 Japanese. Settlers from Japan, however, take up their residence only for a time in the foreign country. For example, a landowner in Japan will sell half his property there, and with the proceeds buy land in Korea 3 or 4 times as large as all his estate in the home country, and in fertility at least as good. There he farms for some years, and then returns home with the profits he has earned. Numbers of Japanese fishermen also come yearly to the coasts of Korea with their boats, and return home to Japan with their catch. Thus, Korea is deluged with Japanese of all kinds. The army is Japanese. Japanese fortresses are erected along the northern frontier. The government and officials are Japanese, and soon Korea will become simply a part of the land of the rising sun. We cross the range of mountains which runs like a backbone all through Korea from north to south, and late in the evening we come to the capital, Seoul, which has 280,000 inhabitants, a fifth of whom are Japanese. The town is confined in a valley between bare cliffs, and from the heights all that can be seen is confusion of gray and white houses with gabled roofs covered with gray tiles. In the Japanese quarter, life goes on exactly as in Japan. Rows of colored paper lanterns hang now at night before the open shops, and trade is brisk and lively. In the Korean quarters, the lanes are narrow and dismal, but the principal streets are wider, with tramcars rattling amidst the varied Asiatic scenes. Here are sedan chairs, caravans of big oxen laden with firewood, heavy carts with goods, men carrying unusually heavy loads on a framework of wooden ribs on their backs, women sailing past in white garments and a veil over their smooth-plaited hair. A row of grown men and boys pass through the streets, carrying boards with Korean inscriptions in red and white. Those are advertisements. Before them marches a drum and a flute band, filling the streets with a hideous noise. Korea has 13 million inhabitants, and in area is just about as large as Great Britain. It is now subject to Japan and is administered by a Japanese resident general, whose headquarters are at Seoul. Manchuria. From Seoul we traveled northwards by rail to Wuzhou, a small place on the left bank of the Yalu River, which forms the boundary between Korea and Manchuria. Opposite, on the right or north bank of the Yalu, stands Antong, a town of 5,000 Japanese and 40,000 Chinese inhabitants. The river had just begun to freeze over, and the ice was still so thin that it could be seen bending in great waves under the weight of our sledge, which a Chinaman pushed along at great speed with a long iron-shod pole. However, we reached the other side in safety. From Antong to Mudkin is only 200 miles, but the journey takes 2 whole days. The little narrow-gauge railway was laid down during the Russo-Japanese War to enable the Japanese to transport provisions and material to the front. The small track goes up and down over the mountains in the most capricious curves and loops, and the train seldom accomplishes the whole journey without a mishap. The Japanese consul at Antong, who has made the journey 8 times, had been in 4 railway accidents, and 2 days previously the train had rolled down a declivity with a general and his staff. The view through the carriage windows is magnificent. This part of Manchuria is mountainous, but in the depths of the valleys lie farms and fields. Manchus in long blue coats and black vests wind along the road tracks, some on foot, others mounted, while others again drive two-wheeled carts drawn by a horse and a pair of mules. All the watercourses are frozen, but there is no snow. It is sunny, clear, and calm in these days, where the thunder of battle has long died away among the mountains. Halfway to Mudkin, we halt for the night, and start next morning before daybreak in biting cold. Some Chinese merchants join the train, attended by servants bearing paper lanterns. A small party of Japanese soldiers also is here. They are in thick yellow coats with high collars, bashliks, red shoulder knots, caps with a red border, leather-covered felt boots, and are armed with cutlasses and rifles. They are sinewy and sturdy fellows, neat and clean, and always seem cheerful. At length the Christmas sun rises glowing red, and the ice flowers vanish from the windows. Here, where the winter cold is so piercing, it is oppressively hot in summer. Our little toy train crosses a river several times on fragile bridges of beams, which seem as though they might at any moment collapse like a house of cards. Small strips of tilled land, creaking ox carts on the deeply rutted roads, tiny Buddhist oratories, primitive stations with long rows of trucks of fuel, a country house or two, that is all that is to be seen the whole day, until late in the evening we arrive at Mudkin. Manchuria is one of the dependencies of China. The Russians constructed a railway through the country to the fortress of Port Arthur, but, as is well known, the Japanese succeeded in capturing the fortress during the war. By the Peace of Portsmouth, concluded in September 1905, the Japanese acquired Port Arthur, the adjacent commercial port of Dalny, with the surrounding district, the southern half of the large island Sakhalin, the supremacy over Korea, together with the South Manchurian Railway, so that the Russians had, unknowingly, built this railway for the benefit of their enemies. Round Mudkin was fought the greatest battle of the whole Russo-Japanese War. The contest lasted 20 days. More than 850,000 men and 2,500 guns were engaged, and 120,000 were left dead on the field. On March 1, 1905, the whole Japanese army began to move, and formed at last a ring around the Russians in Mudkin. Thus the Japanese became, for the time being, the masters of Manchuria, but on the conclusion of peace, the country was handed back to China. The life in the singular streets of Mudkin is varied and attractive. The Manchus seem a vigorous and self-confident people. They are taller than the Chinese, but wear Chinese dress with fur caps on their heads. The women seldom appear out of doors. They wear their hair gathered up in a high knot on the crown, and, in contrast to the Chinese women, do not deform their feet. Among the swarming crowds, one sees Chinamen, merchants, officers, and soldiers in semi-European, fur-lined uniforms, policemen in smart costumes with bright buttons, Japanese, Mongols, and sometimes a European. Tramcars drawn by horses jingle through the broader streets. The houses are fine and solidly built, with carved dragons and painted sculpture, paper lanterns, and advertisements, and a confusion of black Chinese characters on vertically hanging signs. At the 4 points of the compass there are great town gates in the noble Chinese architecture, but outside stretches a bare and dreary plain full of grave mounds. In Peiling, or Northern Tomb, rests the first Chinese emperor of the Manchu dynasty and his son, the great Kang He, who reigned over the Middle Kingdom for 61 years. Peiling consists of several temple-like buildings. The visitor first enters a hall containing an enormous tortoise of stone, which supports a stone tablet inscribed with an epitaph extolling the deceased emperor. At the farthest extremity of the wall park is the tomb itself, a huge mass of stone with a curved roof. In a pavilion just in front of this building, the Emperor of China is wont to perform his devotions when he visits the graves of his fathers. Solemn peace reigns in the park, and under the pine trees stone elephants, horses, and camels gaze solemnly at one another. From Mudkin, Port Arthur is an easy 8 hours railway journey southwestwards. and it is only an hour and a half more to Dalny, which in Japanese hands has grown to a large and important commercial town. The Trans-Siberian Railway. On December 28, 1908, we stepped into the train in Dalny and commenced a railway journey which lasted without a break for 11 days. First, we have to go back to Mutkin, and then a somewhat shorter journey to the last Japanese station. At the next, the station master is a Russian, and Russian guards replace the Japanese. In the afternoon, the train draws up at Khartoum on the Sungari River, a tributary of the Great Amur. It was towards Khartoum that the Russians slowly retired after their defeat, and on this very platform, Prince Ito, the first Japanese resident general of Korea, was murdered barely a year later. At Khartoum, we have to wait 2 hours for the International Express, which runs twice a week from Vladivostok to Moscow. Next morning, we stay for 2 hours at a station in Manchuria, on the boundary between Manchuria and Siberia, between China and Russia, and here our luggage is examined by the Russian customs officers. We put our watches back 1.5 hours. That is the difference of time between Khartoum and Irkutsk. We are now traveling from east to west in the same direction as the sun. If the train went as fast as the sun, we should enjoy perpetual day. But the train lags behind, and we only gain an hour in the 24. The Trans-Siberian Railway is the longest in the world, the distance from Dalny to Moscow being 5,400 miles. The railway was completed just in time for the war, but as it had only one track, it taxed all the energy of the Russians to transport troops and war material to the battlefields in Manchuria. A second track is now being laid. By using this railway, a traveler can go from London to Shanghai in 14 days, the route being to Dover, across the Channel to Calais, by rail to Moscow, from Moscow to Vladivostok by the Trans-Siberian Railway, and from Vladivostok to Shanghai by sea. The sea voyage from London by the P&O, calling at Gibraltar, Marseille, Port Said, Aden, Colombo, Penang, Singapore, and Hong Kong, takes about 6 weeks, which can be reduced to a month by traveling by train across Europe to Brindisi at the southeastern corner of Italy, and thence by steamer to Port Said, where the liner is joined. There is still a third route to cross the Atlantic to the United States or Canada, by rail to San Francisco or Vancouver, and then by steamer to Shanghai via Japan. This journey can also be accomplished within a month. On the last day of the year, we passed through the Yabloni Mountains and entered the region called Transbaikalia, because it lies on the farther, that is, the eastern side of Lake Baikal. Here dwelled Buryats, a Mongolian people, in winter in wooden huts surrounded by enclosures for domestic animals, in summer in tents. When we awoke on the morning of New Year's Day, the train was passing along the southern shore of Lake Baikal, and one of the most enchanting scenes in the world was displayed to the eyes of the passengers. On the eastern shore, the mountains stood clearly defined in the pure morning air, while the ranges to the west were lit up by the clear sunshine. Here and there the slopes were covered with northern pine and fir trees. The line runs all the way along the lake shore, sometimes only a couple of yards from the water. This part of the Trans-Siberian Railway was the most difficult and costly to make, and the last to be completed. During its construction, traffic between the extremities of the line was provided for by great ferry boats across the lake. The line winds in and out, following all the promontories and bays of the lake, and the train rolls on through narrow galleries where columns of rock are left to support a whole roof of mountain. Sometimes we run along a ledge blasted out of the side of the mountain, above a precipitous slope which falls headlong to the lake. We rush through an endless succession of tunnels, and on emerging from each, are surprised by a new view of the mountainous shore. Baikal, or the Rich Lake, is the third inland sea of Asia, only the Caspian and the Sea of Aral being larger. Its height above sea level is 1,560 feet. The water is light green in color, sweet and crystal clear, and abounds in fish, among them 5 species of salmon. There is also a kind of seal, and in general, many of the animal forms of the Baikal are allied to those of the salt sea. Baikal is the deepest lake in the world, soundings having been taken down to 5,618 feet. Steamers cross the lake in various directions, and in winter, sleighs are driven over the ice from shore to shore. At the beginning of January, the whole of the deep lake is so cooled down that ice begins to form, and the lake is usually frozen over to the middle of April. We stop an hour at Irkutsk to change trains. Irkutsk is the largest town in Siberia and has 100,000 inhabitants. It stands on the bank of the river Angara, which flows out of Lake Baikal, and thus forms the outlet of all the rivers and streams which empty themselves into the lake, the largest of which is the Selenga. Although the Angara is 5 times as large as the Annise, it is called a tributary of the latter. The Annise rises in Chinese territory, and running northwards right through Siberia, falls into the Arctic Ocean. It receives a large number of affluents, most of them from the east. Its banks are clothed with forest, and from Minusingsk downward the river is navigable. The Lena, the great river which passes through eastern Siberia northeast of Baikal, is not much smaller than the Yenisei. There stands the town of Yakutsk, where the temperature falls in winter down to minus 80 degrees and rises in summer to 95 degrees. North of Yakutsk, on the river Yana, lies Verkhoyansk, the coldest place in the world, the center of low temperature or pole of cold. In area, Siberia is larger than the whole of Europe, but the population in this immense country is no greater than that of Greater London, that is, about 7 millions. Of these, 60% are Russians, 20% Kyrgyz, and the remainder is made up of Buryats, Yakuts, Caucasus, Manchus, Samoyeds, Ostiaks, Tatars, Chukchis, etc. No small part of the Russian population consists of convicts transported to Siberia, whose hard lot is to work under strict supervision in the gold mines. Their number is estimated at 150,000. Before the railway was made, they had to travel tremendous distances on foot. They marched 10 miles a day in rain and sunshine, storm and snow, through the terribly cold and gloomy Siberia. Before and behind them rode Cossacks, who would not let them rest as they dragged their chains through the mud and mire of the road. Frequently, women and children followed of their own free will to share their husbands' and fathers' fates during their forced labor in the mines. Now there is a great improvement. The labor, indeed, is just as hard, but the journey out is less trying. The unfortunate people are now forwarded in special prison vans with gratings for windows. They are like traveling cells, and can often be seen on sidetracks at a station. In the neighborhood of the Lena River dwell Yakuts of the Turkish Tatar race. They number only 230,000 men, are nominally Christians, and pursue agriculture and trade. East of the Yenisei are the Tunguses, a small people divided into settled, horse, reindeer, and dog Tunguses, according to the domestic animal of most importance to their mode of life. In western Siberia, the governments of Tobolsk and Tomsk, live Ostiaks, a small Finnish tribe of 26,000 persons, who are poor fisher folk, hunters, and nomads with reindeer. This tribe is rapidly dying out. North of them, in the northern parts of western Siberia and in northeastern Europe, live the Samoyeds of Ural-Altai origin, who are still fewer in number than the preceding tribe, and live by reindeer breeding and fishing. All these Siberian tribes and many others are shamanists, and are so called after their priests, shamans. They believe in an intimate connection between living men and their long-deceased forefathers. They entertain a great dread of the dead, and do everything they can to exorcise and appease their souls, bringing them offerings. All this business is attended to with much black magic and witchcraft by the shamans, who are also doctors. When anyone dies, the spirit of the dead must be driven out of the tent, so the shaman is summoned. He comes decked out in a costly and curious dress, and with religious enthusiasm performs a dance which soon degenerates into a kind of ecstasy. He throws himself about, reels and groans, and is beside himself. And when he is carried on long enough, he catches hold of a magic drum, whose soothing sounds calm him and bring him back to his senses. When he has finished his performance, the soul is gone. Over white plains, over hills, and through valleys, the train bears us on farther northwestwards through the government of Irkutsk. At Krasnoyarsk, we crossed the Annise by a fine bridge nearly 2/3 of a mile long. In summer, vessels can ascend as far as Minusingsk, in a district of southern Siberia, rich in gold and iron and productive soil. In general, Siberia is a rich country. Gold, silver and copper, lead, graphite, and coal occur, besides many other valuable minerals and stones in the mountains. The country has also good prospects of future development, owing to its remarkably excellent agricultural land. Most of this is situated near the railway, and all Siberia is intersected by a net of waterways. From one of the tributaries of the Obi, steamers can pass by canal to the Yenisei and thence on to the Lena. Omsk, the third town of Siberia with 89,000 inhabitants, is the center of this water system. More than 6,000 miles of river can be navigated by large steamers, and nearly 30,000 by smaller boats. In western Siberia, around Tomsk and Omsk, the agricultural produce increases year by year, and the time will certainly come when these regions will support a population many times as large as at present, and export large quantities of corn in addition. This is the only thing which will make this enormously long railway pay, for it cost somewhere about £11 million to build. We have passed Tomsk and crossed the Obi by a fine massive bridge of stone and iron. The Obi is the largest river of Asia. In length it is equal to the Yenisei and the Blue River, but its drainage basin is larger than that of either of the others. Where the great affluent, the Irtysh, runs in from the west, the Obi has a breadth of nearly 2 miles, and at its mouth, in the Gulf of Obi on the Arctic Ocean, the breadth has increased to 12 miles. The Irtysh also receives from the west a large tributary, the Tobol, and at the confluence stands the town of Tobolsk. One day passes after another, and one night after another rises up blue and cold from the east. We have left every mountain and hill behind us, and the boundless plains, like a frozen sea, lie buried under deep snow. Sometimes we travel for a whole hour without seeing a farm or a village. Only occasionally do we see to the north a small patch of taiga, or the Siberian coniferous forest, silent and dark. A clump of birch trees is a rare sight. The country is open, flat, monotonous, and dead white as far as the horizon. Thus we travel on by degrees through Siberia, this immense country bounded on the south by the Altai, Sayan, the Yablani, and Stanovi mountains, and on the north by the Arctic Ocean. Huge areas of northern Siberia are occupied by tundras, moss-grown, marshy steppes, with little animal life, frozen hard as stone in winter and thawed during the short summer into dangerous swamps. In the frozen ground of northern Siberia, and particularly in the old floodplains, have been found complete specimens of the mammoth. This animal is an extinct species of elephant, which, during the diluvial period, was distributed all over northern Asia, Europe, and North America. The mammoth was larger than the elephant to the present day, had tusks as much as 13 feet long, a thick fur suitable for a cold climate, and quite a luxuriant mane on the back of the head and neck. That prehistoric man was a contemporary of the mammoth is proved by ancient rude drawings of this animal. Larches, pine and spruce, birch and willow compose the forests of Siberia. The larch manages to exist even round the pole of cold. The polar bear, the Arctic fox, the glutton, the lemming, the snow hare, and the reindeer are the animals in the cold north. In the central parts of the country are to be found red deer, roe deer, wild swine, beaver, wolf, and lynx. Far away to the east, on the great Amur River, which is the boundary between the Amur province and Manchuria, as well as in the coast province of Ussuri, on the coast of the Sea of Japan, occur tigers and panthers. The most valuable animals, the furs of which constitute one of the great resources of Siberia, are the sable, the ermine, and the gray squirrel. The southeastern parts of this great country are a transitional region to the steppes of Central Asia, and there are to be found antelopes, gazelles, and wild asses. At length, on January 5th, we are up in the Ural Mountains, and the line winds among hills and valleys. Near the station of Zlatust stands a granite column to mark the boundary between Asia and Europe. The Volga and Moscow. From the boundary between Europe and Asia, the train takes us onward past Ufa to Samara. The hills of the Urals become lower, and the country flattens out again. Snow lies everywhere in a continuous sheet, and peasants are seen on the roads with sledges laden with hay, fuel, or provisions. At Petraki we pass over the Volga by a bridge nearly a mile long. The Volga is the largest river in Europe. It is 2,300 miles long and has its source in the Valda Hills between St. Petersburg and Moscow at a height of only 750 feet above sea level. It flows, therefore, through most of Russia and Europe, traversing 20 governments. The right bank is high and steep, the left flat, and at its mouth in the Caspian Sea it forms a very extensive delta. The Volga is navigable almost throughout its length, and has also 40 navigable tributaries. The river is frozen over for about 5 months in the year, and when the ice breaks up in the spring with thundering cracks, it often causes great damage along the banks. Crowds of vessels, boats, and rafts pass up and down the sluggish stream, as well as passenger steamers built after the pattern of the American riverboats. By the Volga and its canals, one can travel by steamer from the Baltic to the Caspian Sea, and from the Caspian Sea by the Volga into the Dwina and out to the White Sea. The Volga is not only an important highway for goods and passengers, but also an inexhaustible fish preserve. Indeed, the sturgeon and sterlet fisheries constitute its greatest wealth. When the train is rattled heavily and slowly over the Volga, it proceeds west-northwest into the very heart of Holy Russia, and late on January 7, 1909, we roll into the station of Moscow, the old capital of Russia. Moscow is a type of the old, unadulterated Russia, a home of the simple, honest manners and customs of olden days, of faith and honor, and of a childlike, pure-hearted belief in the religion of the country, the Catholic Greek Church. In its crooked, winding, badly paved streets swarm Tatars, Persians, and Caucasians. Among Slav citizens and countrymen, those inexterminable Russian peasants who suffer and toil like slaves, look too deep into the vodka cup on Saturday, and yet are always contented, good-tempered, and jovial. The town stands on both sides of the small Moskva River, which falls into the Oka, a tributary of the Volga, and is inhabited by more than 1 million souls. The Kremlin is the oldest part and the heart of Moscow. Its walls were erected at the end of the 15th century. They are 60 feet high, crenellated, and provided with 18 towers and 5 gates. Within this irregular pentagon, 1.25 miles in circumference, are churches, palaces, museums, and other public buildings. There stands the bell tower of Ivan Veliki, 270 feet high with 5 stories. From the uppermost, you can command the whole horizon, with Moscow beneath your feet, the streets diverging in every direction from the Kremlin like the spokes of a wheel, and crossed again by circular roads. Between the streets lie conglomerations of heavy stone houses, and from this sea of buildings emerge bulb-shaped cupolas with green roofs surmounted by golden Greek crosses. Large barracks, hospitals, palaces, and public buildings crop up here and there. Right through the town winds the Moskva in the figure of an S, and the walls of the Kremlin with their towers are reflected in the water. In the tower of Ivan Veliki hang 33 bells of various sizes. At its foot stands the fallen Tsar bell, which weighs 197 tons and is 65 feet in circumference. In its fall, a piece was broken out of the side, and it is therefore useless as a bell, but it is set up on a platform as an ornament. Within the walls of the Kremlin is also the Church of the Ascension of the Virgin, which is crowned by a dome 138 feet high, with smaller cupolas at the four corners. Standing in the center of the Kremlin, this church is the heart not only of Moscow, but of all Russia, for here the Tsars are crowned, while the bells of Ivan Veliki peal over the city. The interior of the cathedral presents an indescribable effect. The light from the narrow windows high up is very dim, and is further dulled by the gilded banners with pictures of saints and crosses. The temple nave is crammed with religious objects, iconostases and icons, sacred portraits of solid gold with only the hands and faces colored. Wax candles burn before them, from which the smoke rises up to the vaulted roof, floating about the banners in a grayish-blue mist. To the Orthodox Russians, the Kremlin is almost a holy place. They make pilgrimages to its temples and cloisters with the same reverence as Tibetans to the sanctuaries of Buddha. Moscow is surpassed only by the Kremlin, and the Kremlin only by heaven, they say. Perhaps no year in the history of Moscow is so famous as the year 1812. Then the city was taken by Napoleon and the Grand Army. The Russian army abandoned the city, and the citizens left their homes. Napoleon entered on September 14th, and next day the city began to burn. The Russians had set fire to it themselves in several places. 3/4 of the city lay in ashes when the French evacuated Moscow after an occupation of 5 weeks and the loss of 30,000 men. The remembrance of this dreadful time still survives among the populace. St. Petersburg and home. From Moscow, an express train takes us in 11 hours to the capital of Peter the Great, St. Petersburg, at the mouth of the Neva in the Gulf of Finland. Here we are in the midst of very different scenes from those in Moscow. Here is no longer genuine, uncontaminated Russia, but Western civilization, which has come and washed away the Slavonic. The churches and monasteries, indeed, are built in the same style as in Moscow, and the eyes meet with the same types and costumes, and the same heavily laden wagons and carts rumble over the Neva bridges, but one feels and sees only too plainly that one is in Europe. The Neva is 40 miles long and 1/3 of a mile broad, and comes from Lake Lagoda. It is spanned by 4 fine bridges, always crowded with carriages and foot passengers, and in summer numerous small steamboats ply up and down. In winter, thick ice lies on the river during 4 months. St. Petersburg has nearly 2 million inhabitants, which is rather more than 100th part of the population of the whole Russian Empire. The appearance of the town shows that it is new, for the streets are straight and broad. The climate is very raw, damp, and disagreeable, and it rains or snows on 200 days in the year. A walk through the streets of St. Petersburg shows the traveler much that is strange. Tiny chapels are found everywhere, in the middle of a bridge or at a street corner. They contain only a picture of a saint with candles burning before it. Many persons stop as they pass by, uncover their heads, fall on their knees, cross themselves and murmur a prayer, and then vanish among the crowd in the streets. It is also noticeable that this city is full of uniforms. Not only do the soldiers of the large garrison wear uniforms, but civil officials, schoolboys, students, and many others are dressed in special costumes with bright buttons of brass or silver. But what especially attracts the stranger's attention are the vehicles. Persons of the upper classes drive in open sleighs and cover themselves with bearskins lined with blue, and are drawn by tall, dark, handsome trotters. Sometimes also a troika, or team of 3 horses abreast, is seen, one of the horses in the middle under the arch which keeps the shafts apart, while the other 2 on either side go at a gallop. The hackney sleighs are also common, so small that 2 persons can hardly find room to sit, and as there is no support or guard of any kind, they must cling to each other's waists in order not to be thrown off at sharp corners. These small sledges have no fixed stands, but they are drawn up in long rows outside hotels, banks, theaters, railway stations, and other much frequented places, and may be found singly almost anywhere in the streets. The drivers are always merry and cheerful, and keep up a running conversation with their passengers or their horse, which they call "my little dove." All drive at the same reckless pace, as if they were running races through the streets. St. Petersburg is rich in art collections, museums, picture galleries, churches, and fine palaces. The finest building in the city, however, is the Isaac Cathedral, with its high gilded dome, surrounded by 4 similar but smaller gilded cupolas. The cross at the top is 330 feet above the ground, and the great dome is the first thing in St. Petersburg to be seen on coming by steamer from the Gulf of Finland. When the cathedral was built, it cost more than £2.75 million. It was finished 50 years ago, but has never been in really sound condition and is always undergoing extensive repairs. The last stage of our journey is now at hand. One evening we drive in a troika with much ringing of sleigh bells to the station of the Finland Railway, whence the train takes us through Viborg to Abo, the old capital of Finland. Here a steamer is waiting to take us over to Stockholm, which was the starting point of our long journey. End of section 14. Section 15 of From Pole to Pole by Sven Hedin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 15. Stockholm to Egypt. To London and Paris. Again we set out from Stockholm in the evening by train, and the next morning we reached Malmo, a port on the west coast of Sweden, not many miles north of Trelleborg, from which we started our journey eastwards across Asia. From Malmo, a steamer soon takes us across the narrow sound to Copenhagen, the beautiful capital of Denmark, and then we take the train across the large, rich, and fertile inland of Zealand. There, farms are crowded close together among the tilled fields. There, thriving cattle graze on the meadows, yielding Denmark a superfluity of milk and butter. There, the productive soil spreads everywhere, leaving no room for unprofitable sandy downs and heaths, as on the west coast of Jutland. The Danes are a small people, but they make a brave struggle for existence. Their country is one of the smallest in Europe, but the first in utilizing all its possibilities of opening profitable commerce with foreign lands. Much larger are its possessions in the Arctic Ocean, Greenland, and Iceland, but there the population is very scanty, and the real masters of the islands are cold and ice. At Korsor, on the Great Belt, we again go on board a steamer, which in a few hours takes us between Langeland and Laaland to Kiel, the principal naval port of Germany. Here we are on soil which was formerly Danish, for it was only during her last unfortunate war that Denmark lost the 2 duchies of Schleswig and Holstein. We travel by train from Kiel through the fertile Holstein southwards to the free Hansa town of Hamburg on the Elbe, the greatest commercial emporium on the mainland of Europe, and after London and New York, the 3rd in the world. From Hamburg the train goes on through Hanover and Westphalia, across the majestic Rhine, through South Holland, not far north of the Belgian frontier, to the port of Flushing, which is situated on one of the islands in the delta of the Scheldt. Here another steamer is ready for us, and after a passage of a few hours, we glide into the broad, trumpet-shaped mouth of the Thames and land at Queenborough. There again we take a train which carries us through the thickly peopled, well-cultivated country of Kent into the heart of London, the greatest city of the world. After a few days' stay in London, we go on to Paris, by train to Dover, across the Channel at its narrowest part in a swift turbine steamer, and again by rail from Calais to Paris, through one of the most fruitful districts of France, vying with the valleys of the Rhone and Garonne in fertility. In a little over 7 hours after leaving London, we arrive at the great city, where the Seine, crossed by 30 bridges, describes a bend, afterwards continuing in the most capricious meanderings to Rouen and Havre. The first thing the stranger notices in Paris is the boulevards, broad, handsome streets with alleys of leafy trees between rows of large palatial houses, theaters, cafes, and shops. The oldest, the boulevards proper, were formerly the fortifications of the town, with towers and walls. Boulevard is, then, the same word as the English bulwark. Louis XIII, who enlarged and beautified Paris, had these bulwarks pulled down and the first boulevards laid out on their site. They are situated on the north side of the Seine and form a continuous line under different names: Madeleine, des Capucines, des Italiens, and Montmartre. This line of boulevards is one of the sights of Paris. In later times, boulevards were also laid out where there had been no fortifications before. Under Louis XIV and his successors, Paris grew and increased in splendor and greatness. Then it was the scene of the Great Revolution and its horrors. Then, under Napoleon, it became the heart of the mightiest empire of that time. With the fall of Napoleon, Paris was twice entered by the forces of the Allies, and in 1871 it was besieged and captured by the Prussians. Since then, Paris has been spared from disastrous misfortunes, and is, as it has been for many centuries, the gayest and most animated city in Europe. Let us take a rapid walk through the town, starting at the Place de la Bastille on the north bank of the Seine, where formerly stood the fortress and prison of the Bastille. The prison was stormed and destroyed at the commencement of the Great Revolution on July 14, 1789, and since that year, July 14th has been the chief national festival day. In the middle of the square stands the July column, and from its summit a wonderful view of Paris can be obtained. We now follow the Rue de Rivoli, the largest and handsomest street in Paris. On the left hand is the Hôtel de Ville, a fine public building where the city authorities meet, where brilliant entertainments are given, and where galleries are adorned with canvases of famous masters. Farther along, on the same side, is the largest public building of the city, the Palace of the Louvre. Like the British Museum, it would require months and years to see it properly. Here are stored colossal collections, not only of objects of art and relics from great ancient kingdoms in Asia and Europe, but also the finest works of European sculptors and painters of all periods. We walk on northwestwards through the luxuriant gardens of the Tuileries, and stop a moment at the Place de la Concorde to enjoy the charming views presented on all sides. The river with its quays and bridges, the parks and avenues, the huge buildings decorated with exquisite taste, the wide open spaces adorned with glorious monuments, and the never-ending coming and going of pleasure-loving Parisians and Parisian ladies in costumes of the latest fashion. From the Place de la Concorde we direct our steps to the Champs-Élysées, a magnificent park with a broad carriageway along which the fashionable world rides, walks, or drives in smart carriages and motor cars. At the northern side of the park lives the President of the Republic in the Palace of the Élysée. If we now follow the double row of broad avenues northward, we come to the Place de l'Étoile, a circus where 12 avenues of large streets meet. One of them, a prolongation of the Champs-Élysées, is named after the grand army of Napoleon and leads to the extensive Bois de Boulogne. In the middle of the Place de l'Étoile is erected a stately triumphal arch, 160 feet high, in memory of Napoleon's victories. From here we follow a busy street as far as the Bridge of Jena, and on the opposite bank of the Seine rises the Eiffel Tower, dominating Paris with its immense pillar 1,000 feet high. The Eiffel Tower is the highest structure ever reared by human hands, twice as high as the Cathedral of Cologne and the tallest of the Egyptian pyramids. At the first platform we are more than 330 feet above the vast city, but the hills outside Paris close in the horizon. When the cage rises up to the third platform, we are at a height of 864 feet above the ground, and see below us the Seine with its many bridges, and the city with its innumerable streets and its 140 squares. A staircase leads up to the highest balcony, and at the very top a beacon is lighted at night, visible 50 miles away. From the parapet we hardly dare allow our eyes to look down the perpendicular tower to the 4 sloping iron piers at its base, especially when it blows hard and the whole tower perceptibly swings. There is no need to go up in a balloon to obtain a bird's-eye view of Paris. From the top of the Eiffel Tower we have the town spread out before us like a map. Napoleon's tomb. When we have safely descended from the giddy height, we make our way across the Champ de Mars to the Hôtel d'Invalides. Formerly, several thousand pensioners from the great French armies found a refuge in this huge building, but now it is used as a museum for military historic relics. We pass in under the glittering gilded dome, visible all over the city, and find ourselves in a round hall, the center of which is occupied by a crypt, likewise round and several feet deep and open above. On the floor in mosaic letters are glorious names: Rivoli, Pyramids, Marengo, Austerlitz, Jena, Friedland, Wagram, and Moscow. 12 marble statues representing as many victories and 60 captured colors keep guard round the great sarcophagus of red porphyry from Finland, which contains the remains of Napoleon. No one speaks in here. The deepest silence surrounds the ashes of the man who, in his lifetime, filled the world with the roar of his cannon and the thunder of his legions, and who, within the space of a few years, completely changed the map of Europe. Pale and subdued, the light falls over the crypt where the red porphyry speaks of irresistible power, and the white goddesses of victory are illuminated, as it were, with the reflection of the years of glory. Unconsciously, we listen for an echo of the clash of arms and the words of command. We seem to see a blue-eyed boy playing at his mother's knee at Ajaccio in Corsica. We seem to hear a youthful revolutionist, burning with enthusiasm, making fiery speeches at secret clubs in Paris. Pale and solemn, the shade of the 26-year-old general floats before our mind's eye as he returns from a series of victories in northern Italy, where he rushed like a storm over the plains of Lombardy, made a triumphal entry into Milan, and forever removed the ancient Republic of Venice from the list of independent states. We recall the campaign of the French army against Egypt and the Holy Land. Napoleon takes his fleet out from the harbor of Toulon, escapes Nelson's ships of the line and frigates, seizes Malta, sails to the north of Crete and west of Cyprus, and lands 40,000 men at Alexandria. The soldiers languish in the desert sands on the way to Cairo. They approach the Nile to give battle to the Egyptian army, and at the foot of the pyramids, the east is defeated by the west. The march is continued eastwards to Syria. 5 centuries have passed since the Crusaders attempted to wrest the Holy Sepulchre from the hands of unbelievers. Now again the weapons of western lands clash in the valley of the Jordan and at the foot of Mount Tabor, and now the French general obtains a victory over the Turks outside Nazareth. In the meantime, however, Nelson has annihilated his fleet. The flower of the Republican army is doomed to perish, and Napoleon's dream of an oriental dominion has vanished with the smoke of the last campfire. He leaves Egypt with 2 frigates, sails along the coasts of Tripoli and Tunis, and passes at night with extinguished lights through the channel between Africa and Sicily. Again our eyes turn to the dim light under the cupola of the Invalides, and the marble columns and statues look white as snow. Then our thoughts wander off to the Alps, the great St. Bernard, the St. Gothard, Mount Cenis, and the Simplon, where the first consul, like Hannibal before him, with 4 army corps bids defiance to the loftiest mountains of Europe. We seem to see the soldiers dragging the cannon through the frozen drifts and collecting together again on the Italian side. At Marengo, south of the Po, a new victory is added to the French laurels, and the most powerful man in France has the fate of Europe in his hands. Then various episodes of his marvelous career pass before us. Our eyes fall on the name of Austerlitz down in the mosaic of the crypt. The Emperor of France has marched into Moravia and drawn up his legions under the golden eagles. A distant echo seems to sound round the crypt. It is Napoleon's cavalry riding down the Russian guards. It is the Grand Army annihilating the Austrian and Russian forces. It is the French artillery pounding the ice on the lake and drowning the fugitives, their guns and horses. A murmur passes through the crypt, an echo from the Battle of Jena, where Prussia was crushed, its territory devastated from the Elbe to the Oder, and its fortresses surrendered. Erfurt, Magdeburg, Stettin, Lübeck, while the victor made his entry into Frederick the Great's capital, Berlin. We hear the tread of the columns and the tramp of horses through the mud on the roads in Poland, and we see the bloody battlefields of Pultusk east of the Vistula, and Eylau in West Prussia, where heaps of bodies lie scattered over the deep snow. We see Napoleon on his white horse after the Battle of Friedland in East Prussia, where the Russians were defeated. The guards and hussars rode through them with drawn swords. Their enthusiastic cry of "Long live the Emperor" still vibrates under the standard round the sarcophagus, and above the shouts of victory, the beat of horses' hoofs is heard on the roads of Europe. It is the courier between the headquarters of the army and Paris. The conqueror marches to Vienna and threatens to crush Austria. He gains the bloody battle of Wagram, northeast of Vienna. He wipes out states and makes them dependencies of France and the rulers his obedient vassals, and he gives away royal crowns to his relations and generals. His dominion extends from Danzig to Cadiz, from the mouth of the Elbe to the Tiber. He has risen to a height of power and glory never attained since the golden age of Rome. Bayonets and sabers, cuirasses and helmets flash in the sunlight as the invincible army camps with a band and music and song above the Niemen. 500,000 of soldiers are on their way to the old capital of Russia, Moscow. The Russian roads from Vilna to Vitebsk are full of endless lines of troops, squadrons of cavalry in close formation, and enormous baggage trains. The Russians know that their freedom is in danger. They burn their own towns and villages, devastate their own provinces, and retire little by little, as they did 100 years earlier when Charles XII invaded Russia. At length there is a battle at Moscow, and the French army enters the town. We see in imagination the September nights lighted up far and wide by a blazing flame. Moscow is on fire. On the terrace of the Kremlin stands a little man in a gray military coat and a black cocked hat, watching the flame. Within a week, the old holy city of the Muscovites lies in ashes. The early twilight of the winter falls over Paris, and we see the shadows deepen round Napoleon's tomb. We fancy we see among them human figures fighting against hunger, cold, and weariness. The time of misfortune has come. The great army is retreating, the roads are lined with corpses and fragments. The cannon are left in the snow. The soldiers fall in regiments like a ripe crop. Packs of wolves follow in their tracks. They are contented with the dead, but the Cossack squadrons cut down the living. At the bridge over Beresina, a tributary of the Dnieper, 30,000 men are drowned and perish. All discipline is relaxed. The soldiers throw away their guns and knapsacks. Clothed in furs and with a birchen staff in his hand, the defeated emperor marches like a simple soldier in the front. Thanks to the severe climate of their country and its great extent, and thanks also to their own cautious conduct of the war, the Russians practically annihilated Napoleon's army. The darkness deepens. At Leipzig, Russians, Austrians, Prussians, and Swedes oppose Napoleon. There his proud empire falls to pieces. Even Paris is captured, and he loses his crown. He is carried off a prisoner down the Rhone Valley through Lyon and shipped off to the island of Elba. Once more he fills the world with tumult. With a brig and 7 small vessels, he sails back to the coast of France. He has a force of only 1,100 men, but in his hands it is sufficient to reconquer France. He marches over the western offshoots of the Alps. At Grenoble, his force is increased to 7,000 men. At Lyon, he is saluted as emperor, and Paris opens its gates. He is ready to stake everything on a single throw. In Belgium is to be the decisive battle. Hostile armies gather round the frontiers of France, for Europe is tired of continual war. At Waterloo, Napoleon fights his last battle, and his fate is sealed forever. He leaves Paris for the last time. At the port of Rochefort, between the mouth of the Loire and the Garonne, he goes on board an English frigate. After 70 days' sail, he is landed on the small basaltic island of St. Helena in the southern Atlantic, where he is doomed to pass the last 6 years of his eventful life. Here also his grave is digged under the willows in the valley. 19 years after Napoleon's death, the simple grave under the willows was uncovered. The coffins of wood, lead, and sheet iron were opened in the presence of several who had shared his long imprisonment. The remains were taken on board a French frigate amid the roar of guns and flags waving half-mast high. The coffin was landed at Cherbourg in Normandy, and the conqueror of Europe once more made his entry into Paris with military pomp and ceremony, in which all France took part. Drawn by 16 horses in funereal trappings and followed by veterans of Napoleon's campaigns, the hearse, adorned with imperial splendor, was escorted by soldiers under the triumphal arch of the Place de l'Étoile and through the Champs-Élysées to the Hôtel des Invalides, where the coffin was deposited in the finished sarcophagus. Thus was fulfilled the last wish of the conqueror of the world. I desire that my remains may rest on the banks of the Seine. Paris to Rome. The stranger leaves Paris with regret, and is consoled only by the thought that he is on his way to sunny Italy. The train carries him eastwards, and he looks through the window at the hills and plains of Champagne, the home of sparkling wine. Around him spread tilled fields, villages, and farmhouses. Where the soil is not suitable for vine, wheat, or beet, it provides pasture for large flocks. Men are seen at work everywhere, and the traveler realizes that France is so prosperous because all of its small proprietors, peasants, and townspeople are so industrious and so thrifty. Now the frontier is reached. The great fortress of Belfort is the last French town passed, and a little later we are in Alsace. Another frontier is crossed, that between Germany and Switzerland, and the train halts at the fine town of Bâle, traversed by the mighty Rhine. Coming from the Lake of Constance, the clear waters of the river glide under the bridges of Bâle and turn at right angles northwards between the Vosges and the Black Forest. From Bâle we go on southwestwards to Geneva. Along a narrow valley, the railway follows the river Birs, which falls into the Rhine, and winds and curves along the mountain flanks, sometimes high above the foot of the valley, and sometimes by the river's bank. It is toward the end of January, and snow has been falling for several days on end. All the country is quite white, and the small villages in the valley are almost hidden. Now we come to 3 lakes in a row, the Lake of Vienna, the Lake of Neuchatel, and the Great Lake of Geneva, which we reach at the town of Lausanne. Here the snow has ceased to fall, and the beautiful Alps of Savoy are visible to the south. The sun is hidden behind clouds, but its rays are reflected by the clear mirror of the lake. This view is one of the finest in the world, and our eyes are glued to the carriage window as the train follows the shore of Geneva. In outline, the lake is like a dolphin just about to dive. At the dolphin's snout lies Geneva, and here the river Rhone flows out of the lake to run to Lyon and debouch into the Mediterranean immediately to the west of the great port of Marseille. Geneva is one of the finest, cleanest, and most charming towns in the world. Between its northern and southern halves, the water of the lake, deep blue and clear as crystal, is drawn off into the Rhone as into a funnel. There the current is strong, and the river is divided in two by a long island. The finest sight, however, is the view southeastwards when the weather is clear. There stand the mighty summits and crests of the Alps of Savoy, now covered with snow and glittering in white, light blue, and steely gray tints. There also Mont Blanc is enthroned above the other mountains, nay, above all Europe, awesome and grand, the crown of the Alps, the frontier pillar between Switzerland, France, and Italy. From Geneva we go eastwards along the northern shore of the lake. The air is hazy, and the Alps of Savoy look like a light veil beneath the sun. In this light, the water is of a bright green, like malachite. Beyond Lausanne, the mist disappears, and the Alps again appear dazzling white and steep as pyramids and towers. Towns, villages, and villas cast reflections of their white or colored house fronts and their light balconies on the lake. The shore is lined by a row of hotels surrounded by gardens and promenades. Travelers come hither from all countries in summer to feast their eyes on the Alps and strengthen their lungs by inhaling the fresh air. We leave the lake and mount gently up the Rhone Valley between wild rocks. It becomes narrower as we ascend. The Rhone, a tumultuous stream, roars in its bed, now quite insignificant compared to the majestic river at Geneva. In the valley, tilled fields are laid out. Dark green spruces peep out of the snow on the slopes, while above all the snow-white summits of the Alps are enthroned. A few minutes beyond Brig, the train rushes at full speed straight into the mountain. The electric lamps are lighted and all the windows closed. The tunnel is filled with smoke, and a continuous reverberation dins our ears. The Simplon tunnel is the longest in the world, being 12.5 miles long. It is only a few years since it was completed. Work was begun from both sides of the mountains at the same time, and when the excavations met in the middle and a blasting charge burst the last sheet of rock, it was found that the calculations had not been an inch out. After fully 20 minutes, it begins to grow light, and when the train rolls out of the tunnel, we are on Italian ground. The train now descends a lovely valley to the shore of Lago Maggiore. Framed in steep mountains, the dark blue lake contains a small group of islands, full of white houses, palaces, and gardens. One of these is well known by the name of Isola Bella, or the Beautiful Island. Night hides from our eyes the plains of Lombardy, Milan and its famous cathedral, the bridge over the Po, and then a number of famous old towns, including Bologna with its university, about 1,500 years old. Next morning, however, we see to the southwest something like a flaming beacon. It is the gilded dome of St. Peter's Church, which, caught by the rays of the rising sun, shines like a fire above the Eternal City. The Eternal City. The King of Italy has 35 million subjects, but in Rome lives another mighty prince, the Pope, though his kingdom is not of this world. His throne is the chair of St. Peter, his arms the triple tiara and the crossed keys which open and close the gates of the kingdom of heaven. He has 270 million subjects, the Roman Catholics. For political reasons, he is a voluntary prisoner in the Vatican, a collection of great palaces containing more than 10,000 halls and apartments. There also are installed museums, libraries, and collections of manuscripts of vast extent and value. The Vatican Museum of Sculpture is the richest in the world. In the Sistine Chapel, a sanctuary 450 years old, Michelangelo adorned the roof with great pictures of the creation of the world and man, of the fall and the flood, and at the end wall an immense picture of the Last Judgment. To the west of the palace stands the Pope's garden and park, and to the south the Church of St. Peter, the largest temple in Christendom. The whole forms a small town of itself, and this town is one of the greatest in the world, a seat of art and learning, and above all, the focus of a great religion. For from here the Pope sends forth his bulls of excommunication against heretics and sinners, and from here he watches over his flock, the Catholics, in accordance with the Saviour's thrice repeated injunctions to Peter, "Feed my sheep." A drive through Rome is intensely interesting. The streets are mostly narrow and crooked, and we are always turning corners, driving across small triangular open places and in lanes where it is ticklish work to pass a vehicle coming in the opposite direction. Yet no boulevards, no great streets in the world can rival in beauty the streets of Rome. They are skirted by old gray palaces built thousands of years ago, rather than centuries, decorated with the most splendid window frames, friezes, and colonnades. Every portal is a work of art. Round every corner comes a new surprise, a fountain with seahorses and deities, a medieval well, a moss-grown ruin of imperial times, or a church with a tower whence the bells have rung for centuries over Rome. And what a commotion there is in all these narrow streets! Here comes a peasant driving his asses weighted down with baskets of melons and grapes. There a boy draws a handcart piled up with apricots, oranges, and nuts. Here we see men and women from the Campana outside Rome, clad in their national costume, in which dirty white and red predominate, the men with black slouched hats, the women with white kerchiefs over their hair. They are of dark complexion, but on the cheeks of the younger ones the roses appear through the bronze. The patricians, the noble Romans who roll by lazily in fine carriages, are much fairer, and indeed the ladies are often as pale as if they had just left the cloister or were ready for the beer. Boys run begging after the carriage, and poor mothers with small infants in their arms beseech only a small coin. There are many in Rome who live from hand to mouth, but all are cheerful, and all are comely. Now we reach the bridge of St. Angelo over the muddy Tiber, and before us stands the massive round tower of the castle of St. Angelo, which the Emperor Hadrian built 1800 years ago as a mausoleum for himself. On the left is the Piazza of St. Peter, which, with its surrounding buildings, its curved arcades, St. Peter's Church in the Vatican, is one of the grandest in the world. Between its constantly playing fountains has stood for 300 years an obelisk which the Emperor Caligula brought from Egypt to adorn Rome. It witnessed wonderful events long before the time of Moses. At its foot, the children of Israel sang the melodies of their country during their servitude. It was a decoration of Nero's circus, and saw thousands of Christian martyrs torn to pieces by Gallic hounds and African lions, and it still lifts itself 80 feet into the air in a single block, untouched by time and the strife of men. At the north of the piazza is the gate of the Vatican, where the Swiss guards keep watch in antique red and yellow uniforms. Before us are the great steps of St. Peter's Church. We enter the grand portico and pass through one of the bronze doors into the church. All the dimensions are so immensely great that we stop in astonishment. Now our eyes lose themselves in sky-high vaulting, glittering with color, and now we admire the columns and their capitals, pictures in mosaic or monuments in marble. Rome was not built in a day, says the proverb, and St. Peter's Church alone was the work of 120 years and 20 popes. Italy's foremost artists, including Raphael and Michelangelo, put the best of their energies into building of this temple, where is the tomb of the Apostle Peter. The great church contains a bronze statue of the Apostle Peter in a sitting position, and the right foot is worn and polished by the kisses of the faithful. High above in the vaulting over his head is to be seen the following inscription in Latin: "Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and I will give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven." Paul also has a worthy memorial church in Rome, St. Paul's, which stands outside the walls. On the way thither we pass a small chapel where, it is said, Peter and Paul took leave of each other before they went to suffer martyrdom. On the facade the final words are inscribed. Paul said, "Peace be with you, thou foundation of the church and shepherd of Christ's lambs." And Peter, "Go forth in peace, thou preacher of the gospel, righteous guide to salvation." Paul's tomb is under the high altar of St. Paul's Church. In the interior of the church we notice portraits in mosaic of all the popes from St. Peter to Leo XIII. Rome is inexhaustible. It has grown up during 2,600 years, and each age has built on the ruins of the preceding. The city is piled up in strata like a geological deposit. What lies hidden at the bottom is scarcely known at all, that is, from the time of the early kings of Rome. Then follows the city of the Republic, and upon it the Rome of the emperors, the cosmopolitan city where Caesars from their palace on the Palatine stretched their scepter over all the known world, from foggy Britain and the dark forests of Germany to the burning deserts of Africa, from the mountains of Spain to Galilee and Judea. Many stately remains of this time of greatness are still preserved among the modern streets and houses. Vandals, Goths, and other barbarians have sacked Rome. Monsters of the imperial house have devastated the city to wipe out the remembrance of their predecessors and glorify themselves. But if Rome was not built in a day, so 2,000 years have not sufficed to blot out its magnificence. Then follow new strata, the Christian age, the Middle Ages, and modern times, with their innumerable churches, monasteries, and massive solemn palaces. Christianity built on the ruins of paganism. Ancient and modern times are inextricably mixed. Up there on the Capitoline Hill rides a Roman emperor, Marcus Aurelius, in bronze. Look around, and there on the farther bank of the Tiber, another horseman looks over the eternal city, the brave champion of young Italy's liberty, Garibaldi. You ride through a street lined with grand shops and new buildings, and in a couple of minutes you are at the Forum Romanum, the Roman marketplace, the heart of the world empire, the square for markets, popular assemblies, and judicial courts, a marble hall in the open air. Over its flags, victors accompanied by their comrades in arms and prisoners marched up to the Capitol to sacrifice in the temple of Jupiter, where now only a few pillars and ruins remain of all the splendor Julius Caesar and Augustus have lavished on it. At one time we are like pilgrims in the fine church of St. Peter. At another we are strolling under the triumphal arch of Titus, erected in remembrance of the destruction of Jerusalem in the year AD 70. The largest and grandest ruin in Rome is the Colosseum, an amphitheater which was built by the two emperors, Vespasian and Titus, and which was finished 80 years after the birth of Christ. The outside walls are nearly 160 feet high. The tiers of benches, which could accommodate 85,000 spectators, were divided into 4 blocks, of which the outermost and highest was set apart for freedmen and slaves with their women. The tickets were of ivory and indicated the different places so clearly that everyone could easily find his way in the huge passages, colonnades, and staircases. The benches were covered with marble, and many statues of the same material adorned the upper walls of the amphitheater. The spectacles were usually held in daytime, and to abate the heat of the sun, immense silken awnings were stretched over the arena and the auditorium. When the theater was full, it presented a scene of dazzling splendor. In the best places sat senators in purple-bordered togas, the priests of the various temples, the Vestal virgins in black veils, warriors in gold-embroidered uniforms. There sat Roman citizens in white or colored togas, bareheaded, beardless, and closely cropped, eagerly talking in a language as euphonious as French and Italian. All strangers who were staying in Rome were there, ambassadors from all the known countries of the world, statesmen, merchants, and travelers from Germany and Gaul, from Syria, Greece, and Egypt. A circus or theater of our day is a toy compared to the Colosseum. The old Romans were masters in the arrangement of spectacles to satisfy the rude cravings of the masses. Woods and rocks were set up in which bloody contests were fought, and where gladiators hunted lions and tigers with spears. The immense showground could be quickly filled with water, and on the artificial lake deadly sea battles were fought, and the bodies of the slain and drowned, lying on the bottom, were invisible when the water was dyed red with blood. The arena could be drained at once by ingenious channels. Slaves dragged out the corpses through the gate of the goddess of death, and the theater was made ready for the night performance. Then the arena was lighted up with huge torches and fires, and troops of Christians were crucified in long rows or thrown to the lions and bears. When a Roman emperor celebrated the 1000th anniversary of the founding of Rome, 2,000 gladiators appeared in the Colosseum, 32 elephants, and a number of wild animals. Not far from the Colosseum begins one of the oldest and most famous roads ever trodden by the foot of man, the Appian Way. Here emperors and generals marched into Rome after successful wars. Here their remains were carried out to be burned on pyres and deposited in urns and mausoleums and tombs. Here the Christians came out at night in silent ranks to consign the remains of their co-religionists, torn to pieces in the arena, to the catacombs of underground Rome. Here also St. Paul made his entry into Rome, escorted by troops of Christians, as recorded in the last chapter of the Acts of the Apostles. And today we find on this road a small chapel which is called Whither Goest Thou, Quo Vadis, at the point in the road where Peter saw his vision. Pompeii. From Rome we go on to Naples, where to the east the regular volcanic cone of Vesuvius rears itself like a fire-breathing dragon over the bay, and where towns, villages, and white villas stand as thick upon the shore as beads on a rosary. Our time is short. We drive rapidly through the lava-paved streets of Naples, and cannot feast our eyes long enough with the sight of these fine, dark men in their motley, dirty garments, and cannot hear enough of their melodious songs in honor of delightful Naples. Their warm affection for the famous city is quite natural, and one of their sayings, "See Naples and die," implies that life is worthless to anyone who has not been there. During our wanderings we come to the National Museum, and there we are lost to everything outside. There we forget the bustling life of the streets, the blue bay, and the green gardens, for here we are in the presence of antiquity, an immense collection of artistic objects, statues, and paintings from Pompeii. In the 6th century BC, Pompeii was founded at the southern foot of Vesuvius, not far from the shore of the bay. About 80 years before our era, Pompeii came under the rule of Rome, and during the succeeding 150 years it was changed into a genuine Roman town in all respects, in style of building, language, trade, and manner of life. A wall with towers enclosed this collection of streets and houses, and at night the 8 town gates were closed and shut in 20,000 inhabitants. In its principal square, a place of popular assemblies and festivals, stood the Temple of Jupiter among porticos, arcades, and rows of marble statues. In another square, theaters were erected, and there also stood an old Greek temple. Many rich and eminent Romans loved Pompeii and built costly villas in the town or its beautiful environs. One of these was the famous orator and author Cicero, whose villa was situated near the northeastern town gate. Again and again he went to Pompeii to rest after the noise and tumult of Rome, and the last time he is certainly known to have sojourned there was in the year 44 BC, shortly after the murder of the great Caesar. From the vicinity of Cicero's villa ran northwest the Street of Tombs, bordered with innumerable monuments like the Appian Way outside Rome. Some were quite simple, others resembled costly altars and temples, and all contained urns with the bones and ashes of the dead. Some streets were lined entirely with shops and stores. Most of the streets were straight and regular, some broad, others quite small. They were paved with flags of lava and had raised footpaths. Here and there stones were laid in a row across the street, whereon foot passengers could cross over dry shod after the heavy torrential rains, which then, as now, repeatedly converted these lanes into rivers and canals. Pompeii had several bathhouses, luxuriously and comfortably furnished, built of stone, dark and cool, and very attractive during the warm, sultry summer. In the Apoditerium, the visitor took off his clothes and then repaired to the various rooms for warm air, warm baths, and cold baths. The walls in the Frigidarium were decorated with paintings representing shady groves and dark forests. The vaulted roof was painted blue and strewn with stars, and through a small round opening the sunlight poured in. The basin itself was therefore like a small forest pool under open sky. The bather was thoroughly scraped and shampooed by the attendants, and last of all, smeared with odorous oils. The houses of wealthy citizens were decorated with exquisite taste and artistic skill. Towards the street, the houses showed little besides bare plain walls, for the old Romans did not like the private sanctity of their homes to be disturbed at all by the noise of the streets and the inquisitiveness of the people on the public roads. So it is still, if not in Italy and Greece, at any rate all over the Asiatic East. Pomp and state were only displayed in the interior. There were seen statues and busts, flourishing flower beds under open colonnades, and in the midst of the principal apartment, called the atrium, was a marble basin sunk into the mosaic pavement, and through a quadrangular opening in the roof above, the sun and the moon looked in, and the rain often mingled its drops with the jets of the constantly playing fountain. When the master of the house gave an entertainment, tables were carried in by slaves, and guests took their luxurious meal lying on long couches. They ate, drank, and jested, listening from time to time to the tones of flutes, harps, and cymbals, and watched the lithe movements of dancers with eyes dull and heavy with wine. Happy days were spent in Pompeii in undisturbed peacefulness. People enjoyed the treasures of the forests, gardens, and sea, transacted their business or the duties of their posts, and assembled for discussion in the Forum, where the columns cast cool shadows over the stone flags. No one thought of Vesuvius. The volcano was supposed to have become forever extinct ages ago. On the ancient lava streams old trees grew, the most luscious grapes ripened on the flanks of the mountain, and from their descendants is pressed out at the present day a wine called Lacrima Christi. A legend relates that when the Savior once went up Vesuvius and stood in mute astonishment at the beautiful landscape surrounding the Bay of Naples, he also wept from grief over this home of sin and vanity, and where his tears moistened the ground, there grew up a tendril which has not its like on earth. The year before the burning of Rome, Pompeii was devastated by a fearful earthquake. The inhabitants soon took heart again, however, and built up their town better and more beautiful than ever. 16 years passed, and then the blow came, the most crushing and annihilating blow that ever befell any town since Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed by fire from heaven. The elder Pliny, who left to the world an immortal work, was then in command of a Roman fleet anchored in the Bay of Naples, and lived with his family in a place not far from Pompeii. His adopted son, the younger Pliny, a youth of 18, spirited, quick, and talented, was also with him. Vesuvius broke into eruption on August 24th in the year 79, and in a few hours Pompeii and 2 other towns were buried under a downpour of pumice and ashes and streams of lava and mud. Among the victims was the elder Pliny. Several years afterwards, the Roman historian Tacitus wrote to the younger Pliny and asked him for information about the manner of his uncle's death. The 2 letters containing answers to this question are still extant. Pliny describes how his uncle was suffocated by ashes and sulphurous vapor on the shore. He had himself seen flames of fire shoot up out of the crater, which also vomited forth a black cloud spreading out above like the crown of a pine tree. He went out with his mother to the forecourt of the house, but when the ground trembled and the air became full of ashes, they hurried off, followed by a crowd of people. His mother, who was old, begged him to save himself by rapid flight, but he would not desert her, and he writes, "I looked round. A thick, smoky darkness rolled threateningly over us from behind. It spread over the earth like an advancing flood and followed us. 'Let us move to one side while we could see,' I said, 'so that we may not fall down on the road and be trampled down in the darkness by those behind.' We had scarcely got out of the crowd when we were involved in darkness, not such as when there is no moon or the sky is overcast, but such as prevails in a closed room when the lights are out." And he tells how the fugitives tied cushions over their head so as not to be bruised by falling stones, and how they had repeatedly to shake off the ashes lest they should be weighted down by them. He was quite composed himself, and thought that the whole world was passing away. By this eruption, Pompeii was buried under a layer of pumice and ashes 20 feet thick. For a long period of years, the inhabitants of the neighborhood came hither and digged up with their spades one thing or another. But then Pompeii sank into the night of oblivion and slumbered under the earth for 1,500 years. At last the town was discovered again, and excavations were commenced. Country houses, fields, and clumps of mulberry trees had sprung up on the deep bed of ashes. Not till 50 years ago did modern investigation take Pompeii seriously in hand, and now more than half the town is laid bare. Strangers can ride unhindered through the streets, look into the shops and baths, and admire the fine wall paintings in the palaces of the great. The column of Jupiter's temple, so long buried in complete darkness, are again lighted by the sun and cast their shadows as of old over the stone flags of the Forum. The Street of Tombs is exposed, and young cypresses grow up among the monuments. The dead, which were already buried when Vesuvius scattered its ashes over them, listen now to strange footsteps on the road. But the unfortunates who were buried alive under the shower of ashes have decayed and turned to dust. And yet they may still be seen in the museums with distorted limbs and their faces to the ground. We see them in the position they assumed when they fell and the ashes were bedded close to their sides. Thus they remained lying for 1,800 years, embedded as in a mold. Their bodies returned to the earth, but the empty space remained. By pouring plaster into these forms, lifelike figures of persons have been reproduced just as they were when death overtook them. Here lies a woman who fell outside her house and grasped with convulsive fingers a bag full of gold and silver. Here is a man resting his heavy head on his elbow, and here a dog which has curled itself up before it was at last suffocated. So the sleeping town has wakened to life again, and the dead have returned from the kingdom of the shadows. The excavated pictures, sculptures, and art treasures of Pompeii, together with the whole arrangement of the town, the style of building, and the inscriptions, have thrown an unexpected light on the life of antiquity. We can even read the passing conceits scribbled on the walls. At one corner, a house is offered for hire from July 1st, intending tenant should apply to the slave Primus. On another, a jester advises an acquaintance, "Go and hang thyself." A citizen writes of a friend, "I have heard with sorrow that thou art dead, so adieu." Another wall bears the following warning, "This is no place for idlers. Go away, good for nothing." It is curious to read the names of Sodom and Gomorrah, evidently scribbled by a Jew. Low down on the walls, small schoolboys have practiced writing the Greek alphabet, showing that Greek was included in their curriculum. And once were found written in charcoal and only partly legible the words, "Enjoy the fire, Christian," a scoff at the martyrs who, soaked in tar, were burned as torches in Nero's garden. From Naples we take a steamer to Egypt. After crossing the Bay of Naples, we have to starboard the charming island of Capri. On its northern side, you may swim or row in a shallow boat, under an arch of rock 3 feet high, into the Blue Grotto. Inside is a quiet, crystal-clear sheet of water which extends more than 50 yards into the hill. The roof over its mirror is more than 160 feet high. The only light comes in through the small entrance. Owing to the reflections of the sky and water, everything in the grotto is blue, and stalactites hang like icicles from the roof and walls. If you dip an oar or your hand into the water, it shines white as silver, owing to the reflection from the sandy bottom. It is possible to enter only in calm weather, or the boat would be stoved in against the rocky archway. On a promontory to larboard appear the white houses and olive gardens of beautiful Sorrento, and then we steer out into the turquoise blue waters of the Tyrrhenian Sea. To the south, the rocky island of Stromboli rises from the waves with its ever-burning volcano like a beacon. In the Straits of Messina, we skirt the shores of Sicily and Calabria, which have so frequently suffered from terrible earthquakes. At last, we are out in the wide, open Mediterranean. Italy sinks below the horizon behind us, and we steam eastward to Alexandria, the port of the land of the Pharaohs. End of section 15. Section 16 of From Pole to Pole by Sven Hedin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 16, Africa, Part 1. General Gordon. Seldom has the whole civilized world been so convulsed, so overwhelmed with sorrow at the death of one man as it was when, in January 1885, the news flashed along the telegraph wires that Khartoum had fallen and that Gordon was dead. Gordon was of Scottish extraction, but was born in one of the suburbs of London in the year 1833, and as a young lieutenant of engineers heard the thunders of war below the walls of Sebastopol. As a major of 30 years of age, he commanded the imperial army in China and suppressed the furious insurrection which raged in the provinces around the Blue River. The ever-victorious army would have come to grief without a strong and practical leader, but in Gordon's hands it soon deserved its name. He made his plans quickly and clearly, brought his troops with wonderful rapidity to the most vulnerable points in the enemy's position, and dealt his blows with crushing force. In a year and a half, he had cleared China of insurgents and restored peace. After several years of service at home and other wanderings in eastern lands, Gordon accepted in 1874 an invitation to enter into the service of the Khedive of Egypt. The Khedive, Ismail, was a strong man with far-reaching projects. He wished to extend his dominion as far as the Great Lakes, where the Nile takes its rise, and Gordon was to rule over a province named after the equator. Immediately to the south of Cairo begins a plateau which stretches from north to south through almost the whole continent. In Abyssinia, it attains to a considerable height, and near the equator rises into the loftiest summits of Africa. These mountains screen off the rain from Egypt and large areas of the Sudan. The masses of vapor which are carried over Abyssinia in summer by the monsoon are precipitated as rain in these mountain tracts, and consequently the wind is dry when it reaches Nubia and Egypt, while the moisture which rises from the warm ocean on the east and is borne northwestwards by the constant trade wind is converted into water during 8 months of the year among the mountains of the equator. The rain which falls on the mountains of Abyssinia gives rise to the Atbara and Blue Nile, which produce abundant floods in the Nile during autumn, and during the rest of the year, the White Nile, which comes from the Great Lakes on the equator, provides for the irrigation of Egypt. Thus, the country is able to dispense with rain, and innumerable canals convey water to all parts of the Nile Valley. Many kinds of grain are cultivated. Wheat, maize, barley, rice, and durra, a kind of millet, vegetables, beans, and peas thrive. Numerous date palms suck up their sap from the heavy, sodden silt on the river's banks, and sugar cane and cotton are spreading more and more. Seen at height from a balloon, the fields, palms, and fruit trees would appear as a green belt along the river, while the rest of the country would look yellow and gray, for it is nothing but a dry, sandy desert. The Nile, then, is everything to Egypt, the condition of its existence, its father and mother, the source of the wealth by which the country has subsisted since the most remote antiquity. Now that we are about to follow Gordon along the Nile to the equator, we must not forget that we are passing through an ancient land. The first king of which there are records lived 3,200 years before the Christian era, and the largest of the great pyramids at Giza is 4,600 years old. Its funeral crypt is cut out of the solid rock, and in it still stands the red granite sarcophagus of Cheops. 2,300,000 dressed blocks, each measuring 40 cubic feet, were used in the construction of this memorial over a perishable king, and the pyramid is reckoned to be the largest edifice ever built by human hands. The buildings and works of the present time are nothing compared to it. Only the Great Wall of China can vie with it, and this is ruined and to a large extent obliterated, while the Pyramid of Cheops still stands, scorched by the sun or sharply defined in the moonlight, or dimly visible as a mysterious apparition in the dark, warm night. 1,200 miles south of the capital of modern Egypt, the desert comes to an end, and the surface is covered by vast marshes and beds of waving reeds. This is the Sudan, the land of the blacks. At the point where the White and Blue Niles mingle their waters lay the only town in the Sudan, Khartoum, whither trade routes converged from all directions and where goods changed hands. Here were brought wares which never failed to find purchasers. The valuable feathers plucked from the swift-footed ostrich were needed to decorate the hats of European ladies. The wild elephants, larger and more powerful than their Indian congeners, were shot or caught in pitfalls in the wood for the sake of their precious ivory. But the most esteemed of all the wares that passed through Khartoum were slaves, black ivory as they were called by their heartless Arab torturers. Elephants' tusks are heavy and cannot be transported on horses or oxen from the depths of the forest, for draft animals are killed by the sting of the poisonous tsetse fly. Therefore, the tusks had to be carried by men, and when these had finished their task, they were themselves sold into Egypt, Syria, and Turkey. The forests and deserts were not inexhaustible. Ivory and ostrich feathers might be worked out, but there would always be Negroes. When the Khedive Ismail invited Gordon to enter his service as governor of the new province not far from the sources of the Nile, Gordon accepted the post in the hope that he would be able to suppress slave trading, or at least to check the hunting of black men and women. He left Cairo and traveled by the Red Sea to Suakin, rode to Berber on the Nile, and was received with much pomp and ceremony by the governor-general at Khartoum. Here he heard that the Nile was navigable for 900 miles southwards, and therefore he could continue his journey without delay. The Nile afforded an excellent passage for Gordon's small steamboat, but the Nile can also place an insurmountable obstacle in the traveler's way. After the rainy season, the White Nile overflows its banks, forming an inextricable labyrinth of side branches, lakes, and marshes. The country lies under water for miles around. The waterway between impenetrable beds of reeds and papyrus is often as narrow as a lane. The roots of large plants are loosened from the mud at the bottom and are compacted with stems and mud into large sheets which are driven northward by the rushing water. They are caught fast in small openings and sudden bends, and other islets of vegetation are piled up against them. Thus the river course is blocked, and above these natural dams the water forms lakes. Such banks of drifting or arrested and decaying vegetation are called sud, and the more it rains, the greater the quantities that come down. At length, the sud becomes soft and yields to the pressure of the water, and then the Nile is navigable again. Gordon's small steamer glides gently up the river. He advances deeper and deeper into a world unknown to him, and around him seethes tropical Africa. On the banks, papyrus stems wave their plumes above the reeds. It was from the pith of papyrus stems that the old Egyptians made a kind of paper on which they wrote their chronicles. Here and there swarthy natives are seen between reed beds, and sometimes noisy troops of wandering monkeys gaze at the boat. The hippopotami look like floating islands, but show themselves only at night, wallowing in the shallow water. A little beyond the luxuriant vegetation of the banks extends the boundless grassland, with its abundant animal life and thin, scattered clumps of trees. After a journey of 4 days, the steamer glided past an island. There dwelt in a grotto a dervish or mendicant monk named Mohammed Ahmed, who 10 years later was to be Gordon's murderer. In the middle of April, Gordon and his companions were in Gondokoro, a small place which now stands on the boundary between the Sudan and British East Africa, and here he took charge of his equatorial province. He forced the Egyptian soldiers, who garrisoned this and 1 or 2 other posts on the Nile and robbed on their own account, to plow and plant. He arrested all slave hunters within reach and freed the slaves. He succored the poor, protected the helpless, and sent dura to the hungry. The heat was excessive, and Gordon and his staff were pestered by crowds of gnats. It was still worse in September, when the rain poured down and large tracts were converted into swamp, from which dangerous miasma was exhaled. In a month, 7 of Gordon's 8 officers had died of fever, but he himself continued his work undismayed, and wrote in his diary, "God willing, I shall do much in this country." He soon perceived that the best districts of his province lay around the large lakes in the south. But the equatorial province was too far away from Egypt. It hung, as it were, on a long string, the Nile, and from the largest lake, the Victoria Nyanza, the distance to Cairo in a straight line was nearly 2,200 miles. Much shorter was the route to Mombasa on the east coast, so Gordon advised the Khedive to occupy Mombasa and open a road to the Victoria Nyanza. Then it would be easier to contend against the slave trade. He described the condition of the Sudan in forcible letters, and into the Khedive's ears were dinned truths such as he had never heard from his servile pashas. He would first establish steam communication with the lakes, and a number of boats which could be taken to pieces were on the way to his province. The boats came up at a time when the Nile began to rise after rain, and then his plan was to advance farther southwards. The natives were opposed to this progress and feared the supremacy of Egypt, and therefore they tried to prevent the advance of the White Pasha, who was loath to employ arms against them. All they wanted was to be left in peace in their grasslands and forests, and when now an intruder, whose aims they did not understand, penetrated into their country, they endeavored whenever they could to bar his way, so that he was obliged, much against his will, to resort to force. After all kinds of troubles and difficulties, he reached at last the northernmost of the Nile lakes, the Albert Nyanza, and it was a great feat to have brought a steamer even thus far. He did not succeed in reaching the Victoria Nyanza, for the ruler of the country between the lakes had resolved to oppose with all his power any intruder, were he white man or Arab. For 3 years Gordon was at work on the upper Nile in the neighborhood of the equator. During the next 3 years we find him in the deserts of the Sudan farther north. He was governor-general of the whole of the Egyptian Sudan, and Khartoum was his capital. His province was 1,200 miles broad, from the Red Sea to the Sahara, and as long from north to south. The whole country was in a state of unrest. The Khedive had carried on an unsuccessful war against the Christian king of Abyssinia, and the Mohammedan states of Kordofan and Darfur were in revolt against Egypt. Their half-savage Bedouin tribes were scattered about over the deserts, and there some of the worst slave dealers had their haunts. In May 1877, Gordon mounted his swift dromedary to set out on a journey of 2,000 miles. He wished to visit the villages and camps of the slave dealers in distant Darfur. The hot season had set in. When the sun stood at its meridian altitude, the shadows of the dromedary disappeared beneath the animal. A dreary desert extended on all sides, grayish-yellow, dusty, and dry. The white pasha skims over the desert mile after mile. He has the finest dromedary in all the land, an animal that became famous throughout the Sudan. Some hundreds of Egyptian troopers follow him, but he leaves them all far behind, and only a guide keeps up with him. He rushes over the desert like the wind, and suddenly and unexpectedly draws rein at the gates of an oasis before the guard can shoulder their arms. After giving his orders in the name of the Khedive, he disappears as mysteriously, no one knows whither. At another oasis, perhaps 300 miles away, the chief has been warned of his coming and has therefore posted watchmen to look out for him. Round about lies the desert, sandy and yellow, with a surface as level as a sea, where the approach of the white pasha can be seen from a long distance. The watchman announces that 2 black specks are visible in the distance, which, it is supposed, are the pasha's outriders, and some hours must pass before he arrives with his troops. The 2 specks grow larger and come rapidly nearer. The dromedaries swing their long legs over the ground, seeming to fly on invisible wings. Now the men have come to the margin of the oasis. The watchers can hardly believe their eyes. One of the riders wears the gold-embroidered uniform of an Egyptian pasha. Never had the Sudan seen a governor-general traveling in this way, without flags and noisy music, and stripped of all the display appropriate to his rank. And as he came, so he flew away again, mysteriously and incomprehensibly. Again and again he lost his armed force. In some districts he closed the paths leading to wells in order to bring the refractory tribes into submission. With inflexible severity, he broke the power of the chiefs who still carried on trade in slaves. He freed numbers of black captives and drilled them as soldiers, for his own fighting men were the scum of Egypt and Syria. With a handful of men, he dealt his blows at the weakest points of the enemy's defense, and thus always gained the victory. In 4 months, he suppressed the revolt and checked the power of the slave dealers. Gordon had now cleared all the west of the Sudan, and only Dara and southern Darfur remained to be dealt with. There the most powerful slave dealers had collected to offer resistance. He came down one day like lightning into their camp. They might easily have killed him. It was he who had ruined their trade in black ivory. He went unconcernedly among the tents, and they did not dare to touch him. And when his own troops arrived, he summoned all the chiefs to his tent and laid his conditions before them. They were to lay down their arms and be off, each to his own home. And one by one they obeyed and went away without a word. But the slave trade was a weed too deeply rooted in the soil to be eradicated in a single day, and the revolt and troubles which constantly arose out of this horrific traffic gave Gordon no peace. He left the Sudan at the end of 1879, and the next 2 years were occupied with work in India, China, Mauritius, and South Africa. Meanwhile, remarkable events had occurred in Egypt. Great Britain had sent vessels and troops to the land of the Khedive and had taken over the command and the responsibility. The chief of the dervishes, Muhammad Ahmed, whom we remember on a small island in the Nile, proclaimed that he was chosen by God to relieve the oppressed, that he was the Mahdi or Messiah of Islam. Discontent prevailed among the Mohammedans throughout the Sudan, for Egypt had at length prohibited the slave trade, and the Mahdi collected all the discontented people and tribes under his banner. His aim was to throw off the yoke of Egypt. Proud and arrogant, he sent dispatches through the whole of Sudan, and his summons to a holy war flew like prairie fire over North Africa. The British government, which was now responsible for Egypt, was in a difficulty. The Sudan must either be conquered or evacuated, for the Egyptian garrisons were still at Khartoum and at several places even down to the equator. The government decided on evacuation, and Gordon was sent to perform the task of withdrawing all the garrisons. He accepted the mission and set out immediately for Cairo. Thus Gordon began his last journey up the Nile. At Korosko, just at the northern end of the great S-shaped bend of the Nile, he mounted his dromedary and followed the narrow, winding path which had been worn out during thousands of years through the dry hollows of the Nubian desert, over scorched and weathered volcanic knolls, and through dunes of suffocating sand. On February 18, 1884, Gordon, for the second time Governor-General of the Sudan, made his entry into Khartoum, where he took up his quarters in his old palace. Cruelty and injustice had again sprung up during the years he had been absent. He opened the gates of the overcrowded jails, and the prisoners were released and their fetters removed. All accounts of unpaid taxes were burned in front of the palace. All implements of punishment and torture were broken to pieces and thrown into the Nile. Then began the evacuation of the town. As many as 3,000 women and children were sent to Abu Hamad and through the desert to Korosko. They got through without danger and were saved. Where women and children could travel, it would have been easy to lead troops from Egypt. Instead of this, however, England dispatched an expedition to Suakin to secure an outlet to the Red Sea, whereupon the rebellious tribes of the Sudan were roused to fury, believing that the white man intended to come and take their country. Consequently, they rallied all the more resolutely around the Mahdi, and their hatred extended to the dreaded Gordon and the few Europeans with him in Khartoum. As long as the telegraph line was still available to Cairo, Gordon kept the authorities informed of the state of affairs and pointed out what should be done to ensure success. He asked especially that the road from Berber to Suakin should be held, for from this line also the Sudan could be controlled. But his advice was not attended to, and Berber was eventually surrounded by the Mahdi's troops and captured. Several chiefs north and northeast of Khartoum, who had previously been friendly disposed, now joined the Mahdi. News of fresh desertions came constantly to Khartoum, and even in the town itself, Gordon was surrounded by traitors. On March 10th, the telegraph line was cut, and then followed 6 months of silence, during which the world learned little or nothing of the brave soldier in the heart of Africa. On March 11th, Arab war parties appeared on the bank of the Blue Nile, for the Mahdi was drawing his net ever closer round the unfortunate town. During the preceding years, the Egyptian government had caused Khartoum to be fortified after a fashion, and during the earlier months of the siege, Gordon worked day and night to strengthen his defenses. The soldiers threw up earthen ramparts around the town, a network of wire entanglements was set up, and mines were laid at places where an assault might be expected. At the end of April, the town was entirely blockaded, and only the river route to the north was still open. At the beginning of May, the Arabs crossed the Blue Nile, suffered great losses from exploding mines and the guns of the town. In the early part of September, there were still provisions for 3 months, and the Arabs, perceiving that they could not take the town by storm from the White Pasha, resolved to starve it out. The Nile was now at its highest, and huge, gray, turbid volumes of water hurried northward. Now was the only chance for a small steamer to try to get to Dongola, where it would be in safety. On the night of September 9th, a small steamer was made ready for starting, and Gordon's only English comrades, Colonel Stewart and Mr. Power, went on board, together with the French consul, a number of Greeks, and 50 soldiers. They took with them accounts of the siege, correspondence, lists and details about provisions, ammunition, arms, men, plans of defense, and everything else of particular value. Silently the steamer moved off from the bank, and when day dawned, Gordon was alone. Alas, the little steamer never reached Dongola, for it was wrecked immediately below Abu Hamad. Every soul on board was murdered, and all papers of value fell into the hands of the Mahdi. On the other hand, Gordon's diary from September 10th to December 14th, 1884, is still extant, and it is wonderful reading. By this time, the British government had at last decided to send an expedition to relieve Khartoum. Riverboats were built in great numbers, troops were equipped for the field, the famous General Lord Wolseley was in command, and by the middle of September the 1st Infantry Battalion was up at Dongola on the northern half of the great S of the Nile. But then the steamers had only just arrived at Alexandria and had to be taken up the Nile and tediously dragged through the cataracts, while the Desert Column, which was to make the final advance on Khartoum, had not yet left England. A long time would be required to get everything ready. In Khartoum, comparative quiet as yet prevailed. The dervishes bided their time patiently, encamping barely 6 miles from the outworks. Shots were exchanged only at a distance. On September 21st, Gordon learned by a messenger that the relief expedition was on the way, and 10 days later he sent his steamboats northwards to meet it and to hasten the forwarding of troops. But thereby he lost half of his own power of resistance. On October 21st, the Mahdi himself arrived in the camp outside Khartoum, and on the following day sent Gordon convincing proofs that Stuart's steamboat had sunk and that all on board had been slain. He added a list of all the journals and documents found on board. From these the Mahdi had learned almost to a day how long Khartoum could hold out, the strength of the garrison, the scheme of defense, where the batteries stood, and how long the ammunition would last. This was a terrible blow to the lonely soldier, but it did not break down his courage. The death of Stuart and his companions grieved him inexpressibly, but he sent an answer to the Mahdi that if 20,000 boats had been taken, it would be all the same to him. I am here like iron. In the relief expedition was a major named Kitchener, who was afterwards to become very famous. He tried to get to Khartoum in disguise to carry information to Gordon, and he did succeed in sending him a letter with the news that the relieving force would set out from Dongola on November 1st. When the letter reached Gordon, the corps had been 2 days on the march, but the distance from Dongola to Khartoum is 280 miles in a straight line. By November 22nd, Gordon had lost nearly 1,900 of his fighting men, but his diary shows that he was still hopeful. On December 10th, there were still provisions for 15 days. The entries in the diary now become shorter and repeatedly speak of fugitives and deserters and of the diminishing store of provisions. On December 14th, Gordon had a last opportunity of sending news from Khartoum, and the diary, which the messenger took with him, closes with these words: "I have done the best for the honor of our country. Goodbye." After the sending off the diary, impenetrable darkness hides the occurrences of the last weeks in Khartoum. 1 or 2 circumstances, however, were made known by deserters. During the 40 days during which the town held out after December 14th, 15,000 townspeople were sent over to the Mahdi's camp, and only 14,000 civilians and soldiers were left in the doomed city. Omdurman fell, and the Mahdi's troops pressed every day more closely on all sides. Actual starvation began, and rats and mice, hides and leather were eaten, and palms were stripped to obtain the soft fibers inside. But the White Pasha rejected all proposals to surrender. Meanwhile, the relief column struggled southward, and on January 20th, 1885, reached Metemna, only 100 miles from Khartoum. There they fell in with Gordon's boats, which had lain waiting in vain for 4 months, and 4 days later 2 of the boats started for Khartoum. Halfway they had to pass up the 6th cataract, there losing 2 days more, and not till the 28th had they left the rapids behind them. The noonday sun was shining brightly when the English soldiers and their officers saw Khartoum straight in front of them on the point between the White and Blue Niles. All glasses were turned on the tall palace. Everyone was in the greatest excitement, and dared hardly breathe, much less speak. There stood Gordon's palace, but no flag waved from the roof. The boats go on, but no shouts of gladness greet the crews as long-looked-for rescuers. When they are within range, the dervishes open fire, and wild troops, intoxicated with victory, gather on the bank. Khartoum is in the hands of the Mahdi, and help has come 48 hours too late. 2 days before, January 26th, the dervishes, furious at their continual losses and the obstinate resistance of the town, had flocked together for a final assault. The attack was made during the darkest hour of the night, after the moon had set. The defenders were worn out and rendered indifferent by the pangs of hunger. The dervishes rushed into the town, filling the streets and lanes with their savage howling. It was then that Gordon gathered together his 20 remaining faithful soldiers and servants and dashed sword in hand out of the palace. It was growing light in the east, and the outlines of bushes and thickets on the Blue Nile were becoming clear. The small party took their way across an open square to the Austrian mission church, which had previously been put in order for a last refuge. On the way they were met by a crowd of dervishes and were killed to the last man. Foremost among the slain was Gordon. The conquest of the Sudan. The Mahdi did not long enjoy the fruits of his victory, for he died 5 months to the day after the fall of Khartoum. His successor, Abdullah, bore the title of Khalifa, and for 13 years was a scourge to the unfortunate land. The tribes of the Sudan, tired of the oppression of Egypt, had welcomed the Mahdi as a deliverer, but they only exchanged Turkish pashas for a tyrant unmatched in cruelty and shamelessness. Abdullah plundered and exhausted the country, but with the money and agricultural produce he extorted from the people, he was able to maintain a splendid army always ready for the field. His capital was Omdurman, where the Mahdi was buried under a dome. But he did not fortify the town, for long before any Christian dogs could advance so far, their bones would whiten in the sands of Nubia. Yet, after many years, the hour of vengeance was at hand. The British government had taken the pacification of the Sudan in hand, and in 1898 an army composed of British and Egyptian troops was advancing quietly and surely up the Nile. There was no need to hurry, and every step was made with prudence and consideration. The leader, General Kitchener, the last man to send a letter to Gordon, made his plans with such foresight and skill that he could calculate 2 years in advance almost the very day when Khartoum and Omdurman would be in his hands. At the Atbara, the great tributary of the Nile which flows down from the mountains of Abyssinia, Kitchener inflicted his first great defeat on the Khalifa's army in a bloody battle. From Atbara the troops pushed on to Metemna without further fighting, and on August 28th they were only 4 days' march from Khartoum. The green of acacia and mimosa is now conspicuous on the banks of the river, which is very high. The gray gunboats pass slowly up the Nile in the blazing sun, and the troops push on as steadily and as surely as they have from the start of the expedition. Small parties of mounted dervishes are seen in the far distance. The country becomes more diversified, and the route runs through clumps of bushes and between hillocks. A short distance in front are seen white tents, flags, and horsemen, and the roll of drums is heard. It is the Khalifa calling his men to fight, but at the last moment the position is abandoned, the dervishes retire, and Kitchener's army continues its march. At length the vaulted dome over the Mahdi's grave beside the Nile bank rises above the southern horizon, and around it are perceived the mud houses and walls of Omdurman. Between the town and the attacking army stretches a level, sandy plain scantily clothed with yellow grass, and here took place a battle which will not be forgotten for centuries throughout the Sudan. On the morning of September the 2nd, Kitchener's forces are drawn up in order of battle. Single horsemen emerge from the dust on the hillocks, increase in number, and then come in clouds like locusts, an army of 50,000 dervishes. Their fanatical war cry rises up to heaven, gathers strength, grows louder, and rolls along like a storm wind coming in from the sea. They charge at a furious pace in an unbroken line, and it looks as though they would ride like a crushing avalanche right over the enemy. But the moment they come within range, fire issues from thousands of rifles, and the dervishes find themselves in a perfect hail of bullets. Their ranks are thinned, but they check their course only for a moment and ride on in blind fury and with a bravery which only religious conviction can inspire. The English machine guns scatter their death bolts so rapidly that a continuous roll of thunder is heard, and the dervishes fall in heaps like ripe corn before the scythe. The fallen ranks are constantly replenished by fresh reinforcements, but at last the dervishes have had enough and beat a retreat. At once Kitchener pressed on to Omdurman, but the bloody day is not yet at an end. The dervish horsemen rally yet once more. The Khalifa's standard is planted in the ground on a mound, and beside it the Prophet's green banner calls the faithful together for a last desperate struggle. The English and their Egyptian allies fight with admirable courage, and the dervishes strike with a bravery and contempt of death which no words can do justice. Under the holy banner, a detachment advances into the fire, wavers, is mown down, and falls, and almost before the smoke of the powder is cleared away, another presses forward on the track of the slain, only to meet the same fate and join their comrades in the happy hunting grounds of eternity. At length the day was ended, and the Khalifa's army annihilated, 11,000 killed, 16,000 wounded, and 4,000 prisoners. The Khalifa himself escaped, his harem and servants deserted him, and he who in the morning had been absolute ruler over an immense kingdom wandered about in the woods like an outlaw. He fled to the southwest and succeeded in collecting another army, which was completely cut to pieces the following year in a battle in which he himself also perished. When all was quiet in Omdurman, the victors had a solemn duty to fulfill. 13.5 years had passed since the death of Gordon, and at last the obsequies of the hero were to be celebrated in a fitting manner. In the court in front of Gordon's palace, the troops are drawn up on 3 sides of a square, and on the 4th stands the victor, surrounded by generals of divisions and brigades and by his staff. Kitchener raises his hand, and in a moment the Union Jack rises to the top of the flagstaff on the palace, while a thundering salute from the gunboats greets the new colors, and the Guards band plays the national anthem. Another sign, and the flag of Egypt goes up beside the Union Jack, and the Khedive's hymn is played. Then the belated funeral service is impressively conducted by 4 clergymen of different Christian denominations. The Sudanese band plays a hymn which Gordon loved, and lastly, Kitchener is saluted with the greatest enthusiasm by the officers and men under his command. Ostriches. Now all is changed in the Sudan. A railway runs from the Nile Delta up to Khartoum, and another connects Berber with the Red Sea. In Khartoum there are schools, hospitals, churches, and other public buildings, and one can travel safely by steamboat up to the Great Lakes. Gordon's scheme to connect the Victoria Nyanza with Mombasa on the coast has been carried out, and a railway has been constructed through British East Africa. White men have advanced from all sides deeper and deeper into the Black Continent, and have made themselves masters of almost all Africa. Wild animals have suffered by this intrusion into their formerly peaceful domain, and their numbers have been diminished by the chase. In some districts, game has quite disappeared, the animals having sought remoter regions where they can live undisturbed. In the Sahara and the Libyan desert, on the open grasslands along the upper Nile, on the veldt of South Africa, wherever the country is open and free, lives the ostrich. But it does not occur in the worst desert tracts, which it crosses only in the case of necessity, for it likes to have water always near at hand. The appearance of the ostrich is no doubt familiar. It is powerfully built. Its long, bare neck supports a small, flattened head with large, bright eyes. The long legs rest on 2 toes, and the wings are so small that the animal is always restricted to the surface of the ground, where, however, it can move with remarkable swiftness. The valuable feathers grow on the wings. The ostrich attains a height of 8 feet, and when full grown may weigh as much as 165 pounds. Ostriches live in small flocks of only 5 or 6 birds. They feed in the morning, chiefly on plants, but they also devour small animals and reptiles. By midday their stomachs are full, and they rest or play, leaping in circles over the sand, regardless of the blazing sun or the heated ground. Then they drink and wander about, eating in the afternoon. In the evening they seek their roosting places. Sight is the ostrich's acutest sense, but its scent and hearing are also sharp. When it is pursued, it darts off with fluttering wings, taking steps 10 or 12 feet long. It is always on the lookout for danger, and the zebra likes to keep near it to avail itself of the bird's watchfulness. In North Africa, the Arabs hunt the ostrich on swift horses or running dromedaries. 2 or 3 horsemen follow a male, which after an hour's course is tired out and gradually relaxes its pace. The horses are also tired after such a chase, but one of the riders urges on his steed to a last spurt, rushes past the ostrich, and hits it on the head so that it falls to the ground. The bird is then skinned, the skin being turned inside out so as to form a bag for the feathers. The feathers of the wild ostrich are much finer and more valuable than those of the tame. A full-grown ostrich has only 14 of the largest white feathers. The hens lay their eggs in a shallow hollow in loamy or sandy soil, and it is the male bird which sits on the eggs. In the daytime the nest may be left for hours, but then the ostriches cover the eggs with sand. The young ones leave their shells after 6 weeks and go out into the desert. They are already as large as fowls, but then an ostrich egg weighs as much as 24 hen's eggs and measures 6 inches along its greatest diameter. The ostrich is remarkably greedy and turns away from nothing. The great zoologist Brehm, who had tame ostriches under his care, reports that they ate rats and chickens and swallowed small stones and potsherds, and once or twice his bunch of keys disappeared down the stomach of an ostrich. In one ostrich's stomach was found 9 pounds of ballast, stones, rags, buttons, bits of metal, coins, keys, etc. Some say that the ostrich is inconceivably stupid, but others will not accept such a severe condemnation. The traveler Schillings, who is noted for his photographs of big game in Africa taken at night by flashlight, once followed the spoor of some lions for several hours. Suddenly he came upon an ostrich's nest with newly hatched chickens, and he wondered where the parents were. To his astonishment, he found that the lion had not touched the defenseless creatures, and he soon discovered the reason. In the moonlit night, the ostriches had perceived the danger in time and sprang up to lure the lion away from the nest. Their stratagem succeeded, for it was evident from the spoor that the lion had pursued the flying ostriches farther and farther from the nest. And when the pair of ostriches thought that they had enticed the king of animals far enough off, they returned home. Baboons. Baboons are monkeys which resemble dogs rather than human beings, and almost always remain on the ground, seldom climbing trees. They are cruel, malicious, and cunning. Their expression is fierce and savage, and their eyes wicked. Among their allies, they are surpassed in strength only by the gorilla, and they are bold and spirited, and do not shun a deadly struggle with the leopard. They have sharp and powerful teeth with which to defend themselves, and their tusks are very formidable. The old Egyptians paid deep homage to the sacred apes, which belonged to the baboon tribe, and had them represented on their monuments as judges in the kingdom of death. They live in large companies among the cliffs of the Red Sea coast of Nubia and Abyssinia, but they also occur in the interior on high mountains. Roots, fruits, worms, and snails are their chief food. They are afraid of snakes, but they catch scorpions, carefully pinching off the poison gland before eating the reptiles. When doura fields are in the neighborhood of the baboons' haunts, watchmen must be posted, or the animals work great havoc among the grain. And when they are out on a raid, they too have sentinels on the lookout in every direction. During the night, and when it rains, they sit huddled up among inaccessible rocks, whither they climb with wonderful activity. They sally forth in the morning to satisfy their hunger, returning to the high rocks at noon. Afterwards they go to the nearest brook or spring to drink, and after another meal retire for the night. If a party of such baboons, consisting perhaps of 100 individuals, is sitting in a row near the edge of a cliff, and suddenly becomes aware of a threatening danger, as for instance a prowling leopard, they all utter the most singular noises, grunting, shrieking, barking, and growling. The old males go to the edge and look down into the valley, fuss about and show their ugly tusks and strike their forepaws against the sides of the rock with a loud smack. The younger ones seek their mother's protection and keep behind them. Brehm once surprised such a party huddled together on the margin of a cliff. The first shot that echoed through the valley roused the greatest commotion and displeasure, and the monkeys howled and bellowed in a chorus. Then they began to move with astonishing activity and sure-footedness. 2 more shots thundered through the valley, doing no damage but increasing their panic and fury. At every fresh shot they halted a moment, beat their paws against the rocks, and yelled abuse at their disturbers. The front of the cliff seemed in places to be vertical, but the baboons climbed about everywhere. At the next bend of the road, the whole troop came down into the valley, intending to continue their flight among the rocks on the opposite side. 2 sporting dogs in Brehm's caravan flew off like arrows after the troop of baboons, but before they could come up with it, the old baboons halted, turned around, and presented such a terrible front to the dogs that these quickly turned back. When the dogs were hounded on to the baboons a second time, most of the latter were already safe among the rocks, only a few remaining in the valley, among them a small young one. Frightened at the onslaught of the dogs, the little creature fled shrieking up a boulder, while the dogs stood around its base. Brehm wished to catch the young one alive, but just then an old male came calmly to the boulder, taking no heed of the danger. He turned his fierce eyes on the dogs, controlling them with his gaze, jumped up onto the block, whispered some calming sound into the ear of the young one, and set out on his return with his protege. The dogs were so cowed that they never attacked, and both the young baboon and his rescuer were able to retire unmolested to their friends. The hippopotamus. In the lakes and rivers of all Central Africa lives the large, clumsy, and ugly hippopotamus. In former times it occurred also in Lower Egypt, where it was called a river hog, but at the present day it is necessary to go a good distance south of Nubia in order to find it. In many rivers it migrates with the seasons. It descends the river as this falls in the dry season and moves up again when the bed is filled by rain. The body of the hippopotamus is round and clumsy and is supported by 4 short, shapeless legs with 4 hoofed toes on each foot. The singular head is nearly quadrangular, the eyes and ears are small, the snout enormously broad, and the nostrils wide. The hairless hide, 3/4 of an inch thick, changes from gray to dark brown and dirty red, according as it is dry or wet. The animal is 13 feet long, without the small short tail, and weighs as much as 30 full-grown men. The hippopotamus spends most of his time in the water, but goes on land at night, especially in those districts where the rivers do not afford much food. Stealing carefully along a quiet river, the traveler may often take him by surprise and see 2 small jets of water rise from his nostrils when he comes up to breathe, snorting and puffing noisily. Then he dives again and can remain under water 3 or 4 minutes. When he lies near the surface, only 6 small knobs are seen above the water: the ears, the eyes, and nostrils. If he is not quite sure of the neighborhood, he thrusts only his nostrils above water and breathes as noiselessly as possible. Hippopotami often lie splashing in shallow water or climb up onto the bank to sun themselves and have a quiet, lazy time. Very frequently they are heard to make a grunting noise of satisfaction. When evening comes, they seek the deeper parts of the river, where they swim up and down, chase one another, and roll about in the water with great nimbleness and activity. They swim with great speed, throwing themselves forward in jerks and filling the air with their gurgling, bellowing cry. Yet, if they like, they can swim so quietly that not the least ripple is heard. A wounded hippopotamus stirs up the water so that a small canoe may capsize in the swell from his forequarters. When several old males are bellowing together, the din is heard for miles through the forest and rolls like thunder over the water. No other animal can make such a noise. Even the lion stops to listen. On the upper Nile, above Khartoum, where the most luxuriant vegetation struggles for room on the banks, and the river often loses itself in lakes and swamps, the hippopotamus, like the crocodile, seldom goes ashore. Here he lives under lotus plants and papyrus leaves, soft reeds, and all the other juicy vegetation that thrives in waterlogged ground. He dives and rummages for a couple of minutes, stirring up the water far around. When he has his huge mouth full of stems and leaves, he comes up to the surface again, and the water streams in cataracts off his rounded body. In districts where he goes on land to graze, he often works great damage among the corn and green crops, and may even attack the villagers. And he is not always to be trifled with if a canoe disturbs his repose. The most dangerous is a mother when her young ones are small. She carries them on her back as she swims and dives, sometimes to the bottom of the river. A gun must be heavily loaded if a shot is to have any effect on such a monster and penetrate such a cuirass of hide. If the animal puffs and dives, he is lost to the hunter, but if he raises himself high out of the water and then falls again with a heavy thud, the wound is mortal and the hippopotamus sinks to the bottom. After an hour or two, the body rises to the surface again. Some Negro tribes on the White Nile dig pitfalls for hippopotami, and on the rivers which enter Lake Ngami on its northern shore, the natives hunt them with harpoons, much in the same way as whales are killed in the northern and southern oceans. The harpoons have a sharp, barbed blade of iron, and this point is secured by a strong string to a stout shaft of wood, the end of which is attached to a line by a float. 2 canoes are dragged onto a raft of bundles of reed tied together, and between them the black hunters crouch with harpoons and light javelins in their hand. When all is ready, the raft is pushed out into the current and drifts noiselessly down the river. The huge animals can be heard rolling and splashing in the water in the distance, but they are still hidden behind a bed of reeds. The raft glides gently past the point, but the hippopotami suspect no danger. One of them comes up close beside the raft. The harpooner stands up like a flash of lightning and drives his sharp weapon with all his strength into the animal's flank. The wounded hippopotamus dives immediately to the bottom, and the line runs out. The float follows the hippopotamus wherever he takes his flight, and the canoes, now in the water, follow. When the brute comes up again, he is received with a shower of javelins and dives again, leaving a blood-red streak behind him. He may be irritated when he is attacked time after time by spears, and it may happen that he turns on his persecutors and crushes a too venturesome canoe with his great tusks, or gives it a blow underneath with his head. Sometimes the animal is not content with the canoes, but attacks the men, and many too daring hunters have lost their lives in this way. When the hippopotamus has been sufficiently tired out, the hunters pick up the float and take the line ashore to wind it around a tree, and then they pull with all their might to draw the creature up out of the water. The flesh is eaten everywhere, especially that of the young animals, and the tongue and the fat of the older ones are considered delicacies. Riding whips, shields, and many other articles are made out of the hide, and the large tusks are valuable. Hippopotami may be seen in some of the zoological gardens in Europe, but they do not thrive well in the care of man. Man-eating lions. A terrible tale of man-eating lions is told by Colonel Patterson in his book, The Man-Eaters of Tsavo. Colonel Patterson had been ordered for service on the Uganda Railway, which runs from Mombasa northwestwards through British East Africa to the great lake Victoria Nyanza, the largest source lake of the Nile. But in 1898, when the colonel arrived, the railway had not been carried farther than the Tsavo, a tributary of the Sabaki, which enters the sea north of Mombasa. Here at Tsavo, the colonel had his headquarters, and in the neighborhood were camped some thousands of railway coolies from India. A temporary wooden bridge crossed the Tsavo, and the colonel was to build a permanent iron bridge over the river, and had besides the supervision of the railway works for 30 miles in each direction. Some days after his arrival at Tsavo, the colonel heard of 2 lions which made the country unsafe. He paid little heed to these reports until a couple of weeks later, when one of his own servants was carried off by a lion. A comrade who had a bed in the same tent had seen the lion steal noiselessly into the camp in the middle of the night, go straight to the tent and seize the man by the throat. The poor fellow cried out, "Let go!" and threw his arms around the beast's neck, and then the silence of the night fell again over the surroundings. Next morning the colonel was able to follow the lion's spoor easily, for the victim's heels had scraped along the sand all the way. At the place where the lion had stopped to make his meal, only the clothes and head of the unfortunate man were found, with the eyes fixed in a stare of terror. Disturbed by this sight and the sorrowful occurrence, the colonel made a solemn oath that he would give himself no rest until both the lions were dead. Gun in hand, he climbed up into a tree close by his servant's tent and waited. The night was quiet and dark. In the distance was heard a roar, which came nearer as the two man-eaters stole up in search of another victim. Then there was silence again, for lions always attack in silence, though when they start on their night prowl, they utter their hoarse, awful cry, as though to give warning to the men and animals in the neighborhood. The colonel waited. Then he heard a cry of terror and despair from another camp 100 yards away, and after that all was still again. A man had been seized and dragged away. Now the colonel chose a waiting place where the last man had been carried off, but here, too, he was disappointed. A heart-rending shriek rang through the night at still another part of the camp, and another workman was missing. The Indian workmen lay in several scattered camps, and evidently the lions chose a fresh camp every night to mislead the men. When they found that they could carry off a man with impunity every night or every other night, they grew bolder and showed not the least fear of the campfires, which were always kept alight. They paid no heed to the noise and tumult they caused, or even to the gunshots fired at them in the darkness. A tall, thick fence of tough, thorny bushes was erected around each camp as a protection, but the lions always jumped over or broke through it when they wanted a man. In the daytime the colonel followed their tracks, which were plainly visible through the thickets, but of course could not be perceived on stony ground. Things became still worse when the rails were laid farther up the country, and only a few hundred workmen remained with Colonel Patterson at the Tsavo Bridge. He had unusually high and strong fences built up around his camp, and the fires were enlarged to blazing pyres, watchmen kept guard, guns were always ready, and within the enclosure empty oil tins were banged together to scare the beasts, if possible. But it was all no use. Still more victims disappeared. The Indian workmen became so panic-stricken that they could not shoot, though the lion was often just in front of them. A patient was taken from the hospital tent, and the next victim was a water carrier from another part of the camp. He had been lying with his head toward the middle of the tent and his legs outward. The lion had sprung over the fence, seized the man by the foot, and dragged him out. In his despair, he had grabbed at a box standing by the tent canvas, and instead had caught hold of a tent rope, which gave way. Then the lion, with his prey in his mouth, had run along the fence looking for a weak spot, and when he had found one, he dashed right through the fence. Next morning, fragments of clothing and flesh were found on the paths. The other lion had waited outside, and they had consumed their prey together. Then followed an interval of quiet, during which the lions were engaged elsewhere. It was hoped that the tranquility would continue, and the workmen began to sleep outside because of the heat. One night they were sitting around a fire, when a lion suddenly jumped noiselessly over the fence and stood gazing at them. They started up and threw stones, pieces of wood, and firebrands at the beast, but the lion sprang forward, seized his man, and dashed through the fence. His companion was waiting outside, and they were so impudent that they ate their victim only 30 yards off. The colonel sat up at night for a whole week at the camp where a visit was expected. He says that nothing can be more trying to the nerves than such a watch, time after time, in vain. He always heard the warning roar in the distance, and he knew that it meant, "Look out, we are coming." The hungry cry sounded hoarser and stronger, and the colonel knew that one of his men, or perhaps he himself, would never again see the sunrise over the jungle in the east, and there was always silence when the brutes were near. Then the watchmen in the various camps would call out, "Look out, brothers, the devil is coming!" And shortly afterwards, a wild scream of distress and the groans of a victim would proclaim that the lion's stratagem had been successful again. At last the lions became so daring that both cleared the fence at once to seize a man apiece. Once one lion did not succeed in dragging his man through the fence and had to leave him and content himself with a share of his comrade's booty. The man left behind was so badly mauled that he died before he could be carried to the hospital tent. No wonder that the poor workmen, wearied and worn by sleeplessness, excitement, and fear of death, decided that this state of affairs must come to an end. They struck. They said that they had come to Africa to work at the railway, not to supply food for lions. One fine day they took a train by storm, put all their belongings into the carriages, took their seats themselves, and went off to the coast. The courageous men who remained with the colonel passed the night in trees, in the station water tank, or in covered holes digged down within their tents. On one occasion, the colonel had invited a friend to come up to Savo and help him against the lions. The train was late, and it was dark when the guest followed the path through the wood to the camp. He had a servant with him who carried a lantern. Halfway, the lion rushed down on them from a rise, tore 4 deep gashes in the Englishman's back, and would have carried him off if he had not fired his carbine. Dazed with the report, the lion loosed his hold and pounced on the servant. Next moment he had vanished in the darkness with his prey. A few days later, a Swahili came and said that the lion had seized an ass and was engaged in his meal not far away. Guided by the Swahili, the colonel hastened up and could see from a distance the back of the lion above the bushes. Unfortunately, the guide stepped on a twig, and the lion immediately vanished into impenetrable brushwood. Then the colonel ran back and called out all his men. Provided with drums, sheets of metal, and tin cans, they surrounded the thicket and closed in with a great noise, while the colonel kept watch at the place where the animal would probably come out. Quite right. There he came, huge and fierce, angry at being disturbed. He came forward slowly, halting frequently and looking around. His attention was so taken up by the noise that he did not notice the sportsman. When he was about 13 yards off, the colonel raised his double-barreled rifle. The lion heard the movement, stuck his front claws into the ground, drew back on his hind paws as though to gather himself for a spring, snarled wickedly, showing his murderous fangs. Then the colonel took aim at the head, pressed the trigger, and the rifle missed fire. Fortunately, the lion turned at that moment to go back into the thicket, and the other shot had no effect but to call forth a furious roar and hasten his flight. The untrustworthy gun had been borrowed for the occasion, and after this the colonel determined to rely on his own weapon. The ass lay still untouched. A platform 12 feet high was erected on poles close to the carcass, and on this the colonel took up his position at sunset. The twilight is very short on the equator, and the night soon grows dark when there is no moon. The nights in Africa's jungles are silent, with an evil foreboding and awesome silence which conceals so many ambushes and costs so many lives. The inhabitants of the jungle may expect an ambush at any moment. The lonely colonel waited, gripping his rifle hard. He relates himself that he felt more and more anxious as time went on. He knew that the lion would come to feed on the ass, for no cry of distress was heard from the adjacent camps. That sounds like a small twig breaking under a weight. Now it sounds like a large body crushing through the bushes. Then all is quiet again. No, a deep breath, a sure sign of hunger, betrays the proximity of the monster. A terrible roar breaks the stillness of the night. The lion has perceived the presence of a man. Will he fly? No, far from it. He scorns the ass and makes for the colonel. For 2 hours he prowls around the platform in gradually diminishing circles. Now the lion has matured his plan of attack and goes straight towards the platform for the decisive spring. The animal is just perceptible against the sandy ground. When he is quite close, the first shot thunders through the night. The lion utters a frightened roar and plunges into the nearest bushes. He writhes and bellows and moans, but the sounds grow weaker, till, after a few long-drawn breaths, all is quiet again. The first man-eater has met his fate. Before the dawn of day, the workmen came out with trumpets and drums and with shouts of rejoicing carried the lion killer round the dead animal. The other lion continued his visits, and when he too bit the dust a short time after, the men could quietly resume their work on the railway, and the colonel, who had freed the neighborhood from a scourge that had troubled it for 9 months, became a general hero. The foreman composed a grand song in his honor and presented a valuable testimonial from all the men. One day he dined with the postmaster Rial in a railway carriage, little suspecting the fate that was to befall the latter in the same carriage a few months later. A man-eating lion had chosen a small station for his hunting ground, and had carried off one man after another without distinction of rank and worth. Rial traveled with 2 other Europeans up to the place to try and rid it of the lion. On their arrival, they were told that the animal could not be far away, for it had been quite recently in the neighborhood of the station. The 3 Europeans resolved to watch all night. Rial's carriage was taken off the train and drawn into a siding. Here the ground had not been leveled, so that the carriage was tilted a little to one side. After dinner they were to keep watch in turns, and Rial took the first watch. There was a sofa on either side of the carriage, one of them higher above the floor than the other. Rial offered these to his guests, but one of them preferred to lie on the floor between the sofas. And when Rial thought he had watched long enough without seeing the lion, he lay down to rest on the lower sofa. The carriage had a sliding door, which slipped easily in its grooves and was unfastened. When all was quiet, the lion crept out of the bush, jumped onto the rear platform of the carriage, opened the door with his paws, and slipped in. But scarcely had he entered, when the door, in consequence of the slope of the carriage, slid to again and latched itself. And thus the man-eater was shut in with 3 sleeping men. The sleeper on the higher sofa, awakened by a sharp cry of distress, saw the lion, which filled up most of the small space, standing with hind legs on the man lying on the floor, and his forepaws on Rial on the lower sofa on the opposite side. He jumped down in a fright to try to reach the opposite door, but he could not get past without putting his foot on the back of the lion. To his horror, he found that the servant, who had been alarmed by the noise, was leaning against the door outside. But, putting forth all his strength, he burst open the door and slipped out, whereupon it banged to again. At the same moment a loud crash was heard. The lion had sprung through the window with Rial in his mouth, and as the aperture was too small, he had splintered the woodwork like paper. The remains of the man were found next day and buried. Shortly after, the lion was caught in a trap, and he was exhibited for several days before being shot. End of section 16. Section 17 of From Pole to Pole by Sven Hedin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 17, Africa, Part 2. David Livingstone. In a poor but respectable workman's home in Blantyre, near Glasgow, was born 100 years ago a little lad named David Livingstone, who was to make himself a great and famous name, not only as the discoverer of lakes and rivers, but also as one of the noblest men who ever offered their lives for the welfare of mankind. In the national school of the town, he quickly learned to read and write. His parents could not afford to let him continue his studies, but sent him at 10 years of age to a cotton mill, where he had to work from 6 o'clock in the morning till 8 in the evening. The hard work did not break his spirit, but while the machines hummed around him and the thread jumped on the bobbins, his thoughts and desires flew far beyond the close walls of the factory to life and nature outside. He did his work so well that his wages were raised, and he spent his gains in buying books, which kept him awake far into the night. To add to his knowledge, he attended a night school, and on holidays he made long excursions with his brothers. Years fled, and the boy David grew up to manhood. One day he told his parents that he wished to be a medical missionary and go to the people in the East and South, tend the sick, and preach to any who would listen. In order to procure means for his studies, he had to save up his earnings at the factory, and when the time was come, he went with his father to Glasgow, hired a room for £0.50 a week, and read medicine. At the end of the session, he went back to the factory to obtain money for the next winter course. Finally, he passed his examination with distinction, and then came the last evening in the old home and the last morning dawned. His father went with him to Glasgow, took a long farewell of his son, and returned home sad and lonely. Livingstone sailed from England to the Cape and betook himself to the northernmost mission station, Kuruman in Bechuanaland. Even at this time he heard of a freshwater lake far to the north. It was called Nagami, and he hoped to see it one day. From Kuruman he made several journeys in different directions to gain a knowledge of the tribes and their languages, to minister to their sick and win their confidence. Once, when he was returning home from a journey and still had 150 miles to trek, a little black girl was found crouching under his wagon. She had run away from her owner because she knew that he intended to sell her as a slave as soon as she was full grown, and as she did not wish to be sold, she determined to follow the missionary's wagon on foot to Kuruman. The good doctor took up the frightened little creature and provided her with food and drink. Suddenly he heard her cry out. She had caught sight of a man with a gun who had been sent out to fetch her, and who now came angrily to the wagon. It never occurred to Livingstone to leave the defenseless child in the hands of the wretch. He took the girl under his protection and told her that no danger would befall her henceforth. She was a symbol of Africa, the home of the slave trade, and Africa's slaves needed the help of a great and strong man. Livingstone understood the call and worked to his last hour for the liberation of the slaves, as Gordon did many years later. He strove against the cruel and barbarous customs of the natives and their dark superstitions, and hoped in time to be able to train pupils who would be sent out to preach all over the country. In one tribe, the medicine men were also rainmakers. Livingstone pointed out to the people of the tribe that the rainmakers' jugglery was only a fraud and of no use, but offered, if they liked, himself to procure water for the irrigation of their fields, not by witchcraft, but by conducting it along a canal from the neighboring river. Some rough tools were first hewn out, and he had soon a whole tribe at work, and the canal and conduits were laid out among the crops. And there stood the witch doctors, put to shame as they heard the water purling and filtering into the soil. In 1843, Livingstone started off to found a new mission station named Mabotsa. The chief of the place was quite willing to sell land, and he received glass beads and other choice wares in payment. Mabotsa lay not far from the present Mafeking, but 70 years ago the whole region was a wild. On one occasion a lion broke into the village and worried the sheep. The natives turned out with their weapons, and Livingstone took the lead. The disturber of the peace was badly wounded and retired to the bush, but suddenly he rushed out again, threw himself on Livingstone, buried his teeth in his shoulder, and crushed his left arm. The lion had his paw already on the missionary's head when a Christian native ran up and struck and slashed at the brute. The lion loosed his hold in order to fly at his new assailant, who was badly hurt. Fortunately, the animal was so sorely wounded that its strength was now exhausted, and it fell dead on the ground. Livingstone felt the effects of the lion's bite for 30 years after, and he could never lift his arm higher than the shoulder. And when his course was run, his body was identified by the broken and reunited arm bone. He had to keep quiet for a long time until his wound was healed. Then he built a new station house with his own hands, and when all was ready, he brought to it his young bride, the daughter of a missionary at Kuruman. Another missionary lived at Mabotsa and did all he could to render Livingstone's life miserable. The good doctor hated all quarreling and did not wish that white men should set a bad example to the blacks, so he gladly gave way and moved, with his wife, 40 miles northwards. The house in Mabotsa had been built with his own savings, and as the London Missionary Society gave him a salary of only £100 a year, there could not be much left over to build a house. When he left, the natives round Mabotsa were in despair. Even when the oxen were yoked to the wagon, they begged him to remain and promised to build him another house. It was in vain, however. They lost their friend and saw him drive off to the village of Chanawana, which was subject to the chief Seitel. From the new station, Livingstone made a missionary journey eastwards to the country whither the Dutch Boers had trekked from the Cape. They had left the Cape because they were dissatisfied with an English administration of the country, for the English would not allow slavery and proclaimed the freedom of the Hottentots. The Boers then founded a republic of their own, the Transvaal, so named because it lay on the other side of the Vaal, a tributary of the Orange River. Here they thought they could compel the blacks to work as bondmen in their service without being interfered with. They took possession of all the springs, and the natives lived on sufferance in their own country. The Boers hated Livingstone because they knew that he was an enemy of the slave trade and a friend to the natives. Livingstone had plenty of work at the station. He built his house, he cultivated his garden, visited the sick, looked after his guns and wagons, made mats and shoes, preached, taught in his children's school, lectured on medicine, and instructed the natives who wished to become missionaries. In his leisure hours, he collected natural history specimens, which he sent home, studied the poisonous tsetse fly and the deadly fever, and was always searching for remedies. He was never idle. His new place of abode had one serious defect. It was badly situated as regarded rain and irrigation, and therefore Livingstone decided to move again 40 miles farther to the north to Kolobeng, where for the third time he built himself a house. As before, his black friends were much disturbed at his departure, and when they could not induce him to remain, the whole tribe packed up their belongings and went with him. Then clearing, building, and planting went on again. At Kolobeng, Livingstone had a fixed abode for quite 5 years, but this was his longest and last sojourn in one place, for his afterlife was a continuous pilgrimage without rest and repose. As usual, he gained the confidence and friendship of the natives. The worst trouble was the vicinity of the Boers. They accused him of providing Seitele's tribe with weapons and exciting them against the Boers. They threatened to kill all black missionaries who ventured into the Transvaal and devised plans for getting rid of Livingstone. Under such conditions, his work could not be successful, and he longed to go farther north to countries where he could labor in peace without hindrance from white men who were nominally Christians, but treated the natives like beasts. Besides, hard times and famine now came to Kolobeng. The crops suffered from severe drought, and even the river failed. The natives went off to hunt, and the women gathered locusts for food. No child came to school, and the church was empty on Sunday. Then Livingstone resolved to move still farther northwards, and on June 1st, 1849, the party set out. An Englishman named Oswell, who was Livingstone's friend, went with them and bore all the expenses of the journey. He was a man of means, and so several wagons, 80 oxen, 20 horses, and 25 servants were provided. After 2 months' march, they came to the shores of Lake Ngami, which was now seen for the first time by Europeans. The king, Lutula proved less friendly than was expected. When he heard that Livingstone intended to continue his journey northwards to the great chief Sebetuani, he feared that the latter would obtain firearms from the white men and would come down slaying and pillaging to the country round the lake. Finally, the expedition was obliged to turn back to Kolobeng. Livingstone, however, was not the man to give in, and he went twice more to the lake, taking his wife and children with him. On one of these journeys he came into the kingdom of the great and powerful Sebetuani, and was received with the most generous hospitality. The chief gave him all the information he wished, and promised to help him in every way. A few days later, however, Sebetuani fell ill of inflammation of the lungs and died. Livingstone then continued his journey northeastward with Oswell to the large village of Linyanti, and shortly after discovered a river so large and mighty that it resembled one of the firths of Scotland. The river was called the Zambesi. Its lower course had long been known to Europeans, but no one knew whence it came. The climate was unhealthy and was not suitable for the new mission station that Livingstone intended to establish. The Makalolo people, the tribe of the deceased chief, promised to give him land, huts, and oxen if he would stay with them, but his mind was now occupied with great schemes, and he gave up all thoughts of a station. Honest, legitimate trade must first be made to flourish. The Makalolo had begun to sell slaves simply to be able to buy firearms and other coveted wares from Europe. If they could be induced to sell ivory and ostrich feathers instead, they would be able to procure by barter all that they wanted from European traders, and need not sell any more human beings. But to start such a trade, a convenient route must first be found to the coast of either the Atlantic or Indian Ocean. A country in which the black tribes were in continual war with one another simply for the purpose of obtaining slaves was not ripe for Christianity. Accordingly, Livingstone's plan was clear. First, to find a way to the coast, and then to foster an honest trade, which would make the slave trade unnecessary. Having sent his wife and children to England, Livingstone made his preparations, and in the year 1853 he was at Linyanti in the country of the Makalolo. Here he began his remarkable journey to Luanda on the west coast, not far south of the mouth of the Congo. No European had ever traveled this way. His companions were 27 Makalolos, and his baggage was as light as possible, chiefly cloth and glass beads, which serve as currency in Africa. He took no provisions, as he thought he could live on what the country afforded. The journey was difficult and troublesome, through a multitude of savage tribes. First, the Zambezi was followed upwards, and then the route ran along other rivers. In consequence of heavy rain, swollen watercourses and treacherous swamps had to be crossed continually. Livingstone rode an ox which carried him through the water, after a small portable boat had been wrecked and abandoned. Swarms of mosquitoes buzzed over the moist ground, and Livingstone repeatedly caught fever from the damp, close exhalations, and was so often ill that he could not even sit on his ox. But amidst all the difficulties and hardships, he never omitted to observe the natural objects around him and to work at his map of the route. His diary was a big volume in stout boards with lock and key, and he wrote as small and as neatly as print. Step by step he came nearer the sea. Most opportunely they met a Portuguese, and in his company the small troop entered the Portuguese territory on the west coast. The Portuguese received Livingstone with great hospitality, supplied him with everything he wanted, and rigged him out from top to toe. Some English cruisers were lying off Luanda, having come to try to put down the slave trade, and Livingstone enjoyed a delightful rest with his countrymen and slept in a proper bed after having lain for half a year on wet ground. It would have been pleasant to have a thorough holiday on a comfortable vessel on a voyage to England after so many years' wanderings in Africa, but Livingstone resisted the temptation. He could not send his faithful Makalolos adrift. Besides, he had found that the route to the west coast was not suitable for trade, and was now wondering whether the Zambezi might serve as a channel of communication between the interior and the east coast. So he decided to turn back, in spite of fever and danger, bade goodbye to the English and Portuguese, and again entered the great solitude. Before Livingstone left Luanda, he put together a large mass of correspondence, notes, maps, and descriptions of the newly discovered countries. But the English vessel which carried his letters sank at Madeira with all on board, and only one passenger was saved. News of the misfortune reached Livingstone when he was still near the coast, and he had to write and draw all his work again, a task that took him months. If he had left the Makalolo men to their fate, he would have traveled in that unfortunate vessel. Rain and sickness often delayed him, but on the whole his return journey was easier. He took with him from Luanda a large stock of presents for the chiefs, and they were no longer strangers. And when he came among the villages of the Makalolo, the whole tribe turned out to welcome him, and the good missionary held a thanksgiving service in the presence of all the people. Oxen were killed round the fires at night, drums were beaten, and with dance and song the people filled the air far above the crowns of the breadfruit trees with sounds of gladness. Shackleton was still friendly and was given a discarded colonel's uniform from Luanda. In this, he appeared at church on Sunday and attracted more attention than the preacher and the service. His gratitude was so great that when Livingstone set out to the east coast, he presented his white friend with 10 slaughter oxen, 3 of his best riding oxen, and provisions for the way. And more than that, he ordered 120 warriors to escort him, and gave directions that, as far as his power extended over the forests and fields, all hunters and tillers of the ground should provide the white man and his retinue with everything they wanted. Not the least remarkable circumstance connected with Livingstone's travels was that he was able to carry them out without any material help from home. He was the friend of the natives and traveled for long distances as their guest. Now his route ran along the bank of the Zambezi, an unknown road. During his earlier visit to Linyanti, he had heard of a mighty waterfall on the river, and now he discovered this African Niagara, which he named the Victoria Falls. Above the falls, the river is 1,800 yards broad, and huge volumes of water dash down foaming and roaring over a barrier of basalt 390 feet high to the depth beneath. The water boils and bubbles as in a kettle, and is confined in a rocky chasm in some places barely 50 yards broad. Clouds of spray and vapor hover constantly above the fall, and the natives call it the smoking water. Among the general public in Europe, Livingstone's description of the Victoria Falls made a deeper impression than any of his other discoveries. So thoroughly unexpected was the discovery in Africa of a waterfall which could match, nay, in many respects surpass, Niagara in wild beauty and imposing power. Now a railway passes over the falls, and a place has grown up, which bears the name of Livingstone. The deafening roar of the water died away in the distance, and the party followed the forest paths from the territory of one tribe to that of the next. Steadfast as always, Livingstone met all danger and treachery with courage and a contempt of death, a titan among geographical explorers as well as among Christian missionaries. He drew the main outlines of this southern part of darkest Africa and laid down the course of the Zambezi on his map. For a year he had been an explorer rather than a missionary, but the dominating thought in his dream of the future was always that the end of geographical exploration was only the beginning of missionary enterprise. At the first Portuguese station, he left his Makalolo men, promising to return and lead them back to their own villages. He then traveled down the Zambezi to Quilimane on the sea. He had, therefore, crossed Africa from coast to coast, and was the first scientifically educated European to do so. After 15 years in Africa, he had earned a right to go home. An English ship carried him to Mauritius, and at the end of 1856 he reached England. He was received everywhere with boundless enthusiasm, and never was an explorer feted as he was. He traveled from town to town, always welcomed as a hero. He always spoke of the slave trade and the responsibility that rested on the white men to rescue the blacks. Africa, lying forgotten and misty beneath its moving rain belts, became at once the object of attention of all the educated world. Detraction was not silent at the homecoming of the victor. The missionary society gave him to understand that he had not labored sufficiently for the spread of the gospel, and that he had been too much of an explorer and too little of a missionary. He therefore left the society, and when, after a sojourn of more than a year at home, he returned to Africa, it was in the capacity of English consul in Quilimane and leader of an expedition for the exploration of the interior of Africa. We have no time to accompany Livingstone on his 6 years' journeys in East Africa. Among the most important discoveries he made was that of the great Lake Nyassa, from the neighborhood of which 19,000 slaves were carried annually to Zanzibar, to say nothing of the far greater numbers who died on the way to the coast. One day Livingstone went down to the mouth of the Zambezi to meet an English ship. On board were his wife and a small, specially built steamer called the Lady Nyassa, designed for voyages on rivers and lakes. Shortly afterwards his wife fell ill and died, and was buried under the leafy branches of a breadfruit tree. In spite of his grief, he went on with his work as diligently as before, and when the time came for him to sail home, he thought of selling the Lady Nyassa to the Portuguese, but when he heard that the boat was to be used to transport slaves, he kept it, steered a course for Zanzibar, and then resolved to cross the Indian Ocean in the small open boat by the use of both sails and steam. This was one of Livingstone's most daring exploits, for the distance to Bombay was 2,500 miles across open sea, and in the beginning of January the southwest monsoon might be expected with its rough, stormy seas. He hoped, however, to reach Bombay before the monsoon broke, so with 3 white sailors and 9 Africans, and only 14 tons of coal, he steamed out of the harbor of Zanzibar, saw the coast of Africa fade away, and the dreary waste of water close around him on all sides. 2 of the white sailors fell ill and were unfit for work, and the bold missionary had to depend almost entirely on himself. Ocean currents hindered the progress of the Lady Nyassa, and for 25 days she was becalmed, for the coal had to be used sparingly, and when the sails hung limp from the mast, there was nothing to be done but exercise patience. Fortunately, there was sufficient food and drinking water, and Livingstone was accustomed to opposition and useless waiting. He had to ride out 2 violent storms, and the Lady Nyassa was within a hair's breadth of turning broadside to the high seas. In view of the immense watery waste that still lay before him, he meditated making for the Arabian coast, but as a favorable wind got up and the sailing was good, he kept on his course. At length the coast of India rose up out of the sea, and after a voyage of 6 weeks the Lady Nyassa glided into the grand harbor of Bombay. The air was hazy, and no one noticed the small boat, but when it was known that Livingstone was in the city, everyone made haste to pay him homage. In the year 1866, Livingstone was again in Africa. We find him at the mouth of the Rovuma, a river which enters the sea to the east of Lake Nyassa. He had 37 servants, many of them from India, and one of his men, Musa, had been with him before. He crossed the country to Lake Nyassa, but when he wished to pass over the eastern shore in native boats, he was stopped by the Arabs, who knew that he was the most formidable opponent of the slave trade. He had no choice but to go round the lake on foot, and little by little he made contributions to human knowledge, drew maps, and made notes and collections. He came to districts he already knew, where black women were carried off by crocodiles on the bank of the Shire River, where he lost his wife, and where all the missionaries sent out on his recommendation had died of fever. His staff of servants proved to be a worthless lot. The Indians were dismissed, and few of the others could be depended upon. The best were Susi and Chuma, who by their faithfulness gained a great reputation both in Africa and Europe. Musa, on the contrary, was a scoundrel. He heard from an Arab slave dealer that all the country through which Livingstone was about to travel was inhabited by a warlike tribe who had lately fallen upon a party of 44 Arabs and killed all but the narrator himself. Musa and most of his comrades were so frightened that they ran away. On his arrival at Zanzibar, Musa informed the British consul that Livingstone had been attacked and murdered and all his goods plundered. The false account was so cleverly concocted and so thoroughly rehearsed that Musa could not be convicted of deceit. Everyone believed him, and the English newspapers contained whole columns of reminiscences of the deceased. Only one friend of Livingstone, who had accompanied him on one of his journeys and knew Musa, had any doubts. He went himself to Africa, followed Livingstone's trail, and learned from the natives that the missionary had never been attacked as reported, and that he was on his way to Lake Tanganyika. The road thither was long and troublesome, and the great explorer suffered severe losses. Provisions ran short, and a hired porter ran away with a medicine chest. From this time, Livingstone had no drugs to allay fever, and his health broke down. But he came to the southern extremity of Tanganyika, and the following year he discovered Lake Bangweolo. He rode out to the islands in the lake, and very much astonished the natives who had never seen a white man before. Extensive swamps lay around the lake, and Livingstone believed that the southernmost sources of the Nile must be looked for in this region. This problem of the watershed of the Nile so fascinated him that he tarried year after year in Africa, but he never succeeded in solving it, and never knew that the river running out of the Bangweolo is a tributary of the Lualaba, or Upper Congo. Most of his men mutinied on the shore of Bangweolo. They complained of the hardships they endured, and were tired of munching ears of maize, and demanded that their master should lead them to a country where they could get sufficient food. Mild and gentle as always, Livingstone spoke to them kindly. He admitted that they were right, and confessed that he was himself tired of struggling on in want and hardship. They were so astonished at his gentleness that they begged to remain with him. Livingstone was dangerously ill on this journey, and had to be carried on a litter. There he lay unconscious and delirious with fever, and lost entirely his count of time. The troop moved again towards Tanganyika, and was to cross the lake in canoes to the Ujiji country on the eastern shore. If he could only get so far, he could rest there, and receive new supplies and letters from home. Worn out and exhausted, he at length reached Ujiji, a rendezvous for the Arab slave dealers. But his fresh supplies had disappeared entirely. He wrote for more from the coast, and urged the Sultan of Zanzibar to see that nothing went astray. He wrote heaps of letters which never reached their destination. A packet of 42 were sent off at one time, not one of which arrived, for at that time the tribes to the east of the lake were at war with one another. Livingstone did not allow his courage to fail. No difficulties were great enough to crush this man. With Susi and Chuma and a party of newly enlisted porters, he set out westwards across the lake, his aim being to visit the Manyuema country, through the outskirts of which flows the Lualaba. If Livingstone could prove in which direction this mighty river ran, whether to the Mediterranean or the Atlantic, he could then return home with a good conscience. He had determined in his own mind that he would not leave the dark continent until he had solved the problem, and for this he sacrificed his life without result. The canoe sped over the lake, and on the western shore he continued his journey on foot to the land of the Maniumas. He marched on westwards. When the rainy season came on, he lost several months, and when he set out again on his next march, he had only 3 companions, 2 of them being the faithful Susi and Chuma. In the dark thickets of the tropical forests, he wounded his feet, dragged himself over fallen trunks and decaying rubbish, and waded across swollen rivers. And among the crowns of the lofty trees and in the dense undergrowth lurked malaria, an invisible miasma. He fell ill again, and had to rest a long time in his miserable hut, where he lay on his bed of grass, reading his tattered Bible, or listening to the natives' tales of combats with men and apes, for gorillas lived in the forests. Thus, year after year passed by, and not the faintest whisper from the noisy world reached his ears. The only thing that retained him was the Lualaba. Did its waters run in an inexhaustible stream to the western ocean, or did they flow gently through forests, swamps, and deserts to Egypt? If he could only answer that question, he would go by the nearest way to Zanzibar and thence home. He had heard nothing of his children and friends for years. The soil of Africa held him prisoner in a network of forests and lianas. In February 1871, he left Maniuma and came to Nyangwe on the bank of the Lualaba, one of the principal resorts of slave dealers. The natives were hostile, believing that he was a slave trader, and the slave traders, who knew him by sight, hated him. He tried in vain to procure canoes for a voyage down the great river. He offered a chief, Dugombe, a liberal reward if he would help him to prepare for this expedition. While Dugombe was considering the offer, Livingstone witnessed an episode which surpassed in horror all that he had previously met with in Africa. It was a fine day in July on the bank of the Lualaba, and 1,500 natives, mostly women, had flocked to market at a village on the bank. Livingstone was out for a stroll when he saw 2 small cannon pointed at the crowd and fired. Many of the unfortunate people, doomed to death or the fetters of slavery, rushed to their canoes, but were met by a band of slave hunters and surprised by a shower of arrows. 50 canoes lay at the bank, but they were so closely packed that they could not be put out. The wounded shrieked and threw themselves on one another in wild despair. A number of blackheads on the surface of the water showed that many swimmers were trying to reach an island about a mile away. The current was against them, and their case was hopeless. Shot after shot was fired at them. Some sank quietly without a struggle, while others uttered cries of terror and raised their arms to heaven before they went down to the dark crystal halls of the crocodiles. Fugitives who had succeeded in getting their canoes afloat forgot their paddles and had to paddle with their hands. 3 canoes, the crews of which tried to rescue their unfortunate friends, filled and sank, and all on board were drowned. The heads in the water became gradually fewer, and only a few men were still struggling for life when Dugombe took pity on them and allowed 21 to be saved. One brave woman refused to receive help, preferring the mercy of the crocodiles to that of the slave king. The Arabs themselves estimated the dead at 400. The spectacle made Livingstone ill and depressed. The description of the scene, which afterwards appeared in all the English journals, awakened such a feeling of horror that a commission was appointed and set out to Zanzibar to inquire into the slave trade on the spot, and with the Sultan's help devise a means of suppressing it. But we know that in Gordon's time the slave trade still flourished in the Sudan, and several decades more passed before the power of the slave dealers was broken. As for Livingstone, it was fortunate that he did not accompany Dugombe, for the natives combined for defense, attacked the chief's party, and slew 200 of the slave-dealing rabble. Thus the question of the Lualaba remained unsolved, but Livingstone began to suspect that his theory of the Nile sources was wrong. He heard a doubtful tale of the Lualaba bending off to the west, but he still hoped that it flowed northwards, and that, therefore, the ultimate source of the Nile was to be found among the feeders of Lake Bangweolo. When difficulty sprang up around him, his determination not to give in was only strengthened, but he could do nothing without a large and well-ordered caravan, and therefore he had to return to Ujiji, whither fresh supplies ought to have arrived from the coast, and amidst 1,000 dangers and lurking treachery he effected his return through the disturbed country. Half dead of fever and in great destitution, he arrived at Ujiji in October. There a fresh disappointment awaited him. His supplies had indeed come, but the Arabian scoundrel to whose care the goods had been consigned had sold them, including 2,000 yards of cloth and several sacks of glass beads, the only current medium of exchange. The Arab coolly said that he thought the missionary was dead. We read in Livingstone's journal that in his helplessness he felt like the man who went down to Jericho and fell among thieves. 5 days after his arrival at Ujiji, he writes as follows: "But when my spirits were at their lowest ebb, the Good Samaritan was close at hand. For one morning, Susi came running at the top of his speed and gasped out, 'An Englishman! I see him!' and off he darted to meet him. The American flag at the head of a caravan told of the nationality of the stranger. Bales of goods, baths of tin, huge kettles, cooking pots, tents, etc., made me think this must be a luxurious traveler, and not one at his wits' end like me." How Stanley Found Livingstone. Now we must go back a little and turn to another story. Henry Stanley was a young journalist who, in October, happened to be in Madrid. He was on the staff of the great newspaper, the New York Herald, which was owned by the wealthy Gordon Bennett. One morning, Stanley was awakened by his servant with a telegram containing only the words, "Come to Paris on important business." Stanley traveled to Paris by the first train, and at once went to Bennett's hotel. Bennett asked him, "Where do you think Livingstone is?" "I really do not know, sir." "Do you think he is still alive?" "He may be, and he may not be." "Well, I think he is alive," said Bennett, "and I am going to send you to find him." "What?" cried Stanley. "Do you mean me to go to Central Africa?" "Yes, I mean that you shall go and find him. The old man may be in want. Take enough with you to help him should he require it. Do what you think best, but find Livingstone." In great surprise, Stanley suggested that such a journey would be very expensive, but Bennett answered, "Draw £1,000 now, And when you have gone through that, draw another 1,000, and when that is spent, draw another 1,000, and when you have finished that, draw another 1,000, and so on. But find Livingstone." "Well," thought Stanley, "I will do my best, God helping me." And so he went off to Africa. He had, however, been charged by his employer to fulfill other missions on the way. He made a journey up the Nile, visited Jerusalem, traveled to Trebizond and Tehran, and right through Persia to Bushehr, and consequently he did not arrive at Zanzibar until the beginning of January, 1871. Here he made thorough preparations. He had never been before in the Africa of the blacks, but he was a clever, energetic man with a genius for organization. He bought cloth enough for 100 men for 2 years, glass beads, brass wire, and other goods in request among the natives. He bought saddles and tents, guns and cartridges, boats, medicine, tools, provisions, and asses. 2 English sailors volunteered for the expedition, and he took them into his service, but both died in the fever country. Black porters were engaged, and 20 men he called his soldiers carried guns. After he had crossed over from Zanzibar to the African mainland, the equipment of the expedition was completed at Bagamoyo, and Stanley made haste to get away before the rainy season commenced. The great and well-found caravan of 192 men in all trooped westwards in 5 detachments. Stanley himself led the last detachment, and before them lay the wilderness, the interior of Africa with its dark recesses. At the first camping grounds, tall maize was growing, and manioc plants were cultivated in extensive fields. The latter is a plant with large root bulbs, chiefly composed of starch, but also containing a poisonous milky juice which is deadly if the roots be eaten without preparation. When the sap has been removed by proper treatment, however, the roots are crushed into flour, from which a kind of bread is made. Round a swamp in the neighborhood grew low fan palms and acacias among luxuriant grass and reeds. Next day they marched under ebony and calabash trees, from the shells of which the natives make vessels of various shapes, for while they are growing, the fruits can be forced by outward pressure into almost any desired form. Pheasants and quails, water hens and pigeons flew up screaming when the black porters tramped along the path, winding in a single file through the grass as high as a man. Hippopotami lay snorting unconcernedly in a stream that was crossed. Then came the forerunners of the rainy season, splashing and pelting over the country, and pouring showers pattered on the grass. Both the horses of the caravan succumbed. 1 or 2 fellows who found Bagamoyo more comfortable ran away, and a dozen porters fell ill of fever. Stanley was still full of energy, and beat the reveille in the morning himself with an iron ladle on an empty tin. On they went through dense jungle. Now a gang of slaves toils along, their chains clinking at every weary step. Here again is a river, and there the road runs up a hill. Here the country is barren, but soon after crops wave again round villages. Maize fields in the valley are agitated like the swell of the sea, and gentle breezes rustle through rain-bedewed sugar cane. Bananas hang down like golden cucumbers, and in barren places tamarisks and mimosas perfume the air. Sometimes a halt is made in villages of well-built grass huts. Over swampy grasslands soaked by continuous rains, Stanley led his troop deeper and deeper into Africa. After having lasted 40 days, the rainy season came to an end on the last day of April. The men marched through a forest of fine palmyra palms, a tree which grows over almost all tropical Africa, in India and on the Sunda Islands, and which is extolled in an old Indian poem because its fruits, leaves, and wood can be applied to 801 various uses. Afterwards, the country became more hilly, and to the west one ridge and crest rose behind another. The porters and soldiers were glad to leave the damp coastland behind and get to drier country, but the ridges made traveling harder. They encamped in villages of beehive-shaped huts covered with bamboo and bast and surrounded by mud walls. Some tracts were so barren that only cactus, thistles, and thorny bushes could find support in the dry soil, and near a small lake were seen the tracks of wild animals, buffaloes, zebras, giraffes, wild boars, and antelopes, which came there to drink. Then the route ran through thickets of tamarisk and under a canopy of monkey breadfruit trees, till eventually at a village Stanley fell in with a large Arab caravan, with which he traveled through the dreaded warlike land of Ugogo. When they set out together, the whole party numbered 400 men, who marched in Indian file along the narrow paths. "How are you, white man?" called out a man at Ugogo in a thundering voice when Stanley arrived, and when he had set up his quarters in the chief's village, the natives flocked around to gaze at the first white man they had ever seen. They were friendly and offered milk, honey, beans, maize, nuts, and watermelons in exchange for cloth and glass beads, but also demanded a heavy toll from the caravan for the privilege of passing through their country. The caravan proceeded through the avenues of the jungle, from time immemorial frequented by elephants and rhinoceroses. In one district, the huts were of the same form as Kyrgyz tents, and in another, rocks rose up in the forest like ruins of a fairy palace. The porters were not always easy to manage, and on some occasions were refractory. But if they were given a young ox to feast on, they quickly calmed down and sat round the fire while strips of fresh meat frizzled over the embers. Now it was only one day's march to Tabora, the principal village in Unyamwezi, and the chief settlement of the Arabs in East Africa. The caravan set out with loud blasts of trumpets and horns, and on arrival discharged a salvo of guns, and Arabs in white dresses and turbans came out to welcome the explorer. Here Stanley found all his caravans, and the Arabs showed him every attention. They regaled him with wheaten loaves, chickens, and rice, and presented him with 5 fat oxen, 8 sheep, and 10 goats. Round about they had cultivated ground in large herds, and it was difficult to believe that the stately, well-grown men were base slave traders. Just at this time, the country of Unyamwezi was disturbed by a war which was raging with Mirambo, a great chief in the northwest, and consequently, when Stanley left Tabora, now with only 54 men, he had to make a detour to the south to avoid the seat of war. At every step he took, his excitement and uncertainty increased. Where was this wonderful Livingstone whom all the world talked about? Was he dead long ago, or was he still wandering about the forests, as he had done for nearly 30 years? A bale or two of cloth had frequently to be left with the chief as toll. In return, one chief sent provisions to last the whole caravan for 4 days, and came himself to Stanley's tent with a troop of black warriors. Here they were invited to sit down, and they remained silent for a while, closely examining the white man. Then they touched his clothes, said something to one another, and burst out into unrestrained laughter. Then they must see the rifles and medicine chest. Stanley took out a bottle of ammonia and told them that it was good for headaches and snake bites. His Black Majesty at once complained of a headache and wanted to try the bottle. Stanley held it under the chief's nose, and of course it was so strong that he fell backwards, pulling a face. His warriors roared with laughter, clapped their hands, snapped their fingers, pinched one another, and behaved like clowns. When the king had recovered, he said, as the tears ran from his eyes, that he was quite cured and needed no more of the strong remedy. A river ran among the hills, through magnificent country abounding in game, and lotus leaves floated on the smooth water. The sun sinks and the moon soars above the mimosa trees. The river shines like a silver mirror. Antelopes are on the watch for the dangers of the night. Within the enclosure of the camp, the black men sit gnawing at the bones of a newly shot zebra. But when it is time to set out again from the comfortable camp, the porters would rather remain where they are and enjoy themselves, and when the horn sounds, they go sullenly and slowly to their loads. After half an hour's march, they halt, throw down their loads, and begin to whisper in threatening groups. 2 insubordinate ruffians lie in wait with their rifles aimed at Stanley, who at once raises his gun and threatens to shoot them on the spot if they do not immediately drop their rifles. The mutiny ends without bloodshed, and the men promise again to go on steadily to Lake Tanganyika, according to their agreement. Now Stanley is in a forest tract where cattle of all kinds are pestered by the tsetse fly, and where the small honeybird flies busily about among the trees. It is like the common gray sparrow, but somewhat larger and has a yellow spot on each shoulder. It receives its name from its habit of flying in short flights just in front of the natives to guide them to the nests of wild bees in order to get its share of the honey. When a man follows it, he must not make a noise to frighten it, but only whistle gently that the bird may know that its intention is understood. As it comes nearer to the wild bee's nest, it takes shorter flights, and when it has come to the spot, it sits on a branch and waits. Stanley says that the honeybird is a great friend of the natives, and that they follow it at once when it calls them. Stanley now turned northwards to a river which flows into Lake Tanganyika. The caravan was carried over in small, frail boats, and the asses, which still survived, had to swim. When the foremost of them came to the middle of the river, he was seen to stop for a moment, apparently struggling, and then he went down, a whirlpool forming above his head. He had been seized by a crocodile. A caravan which came from Ujiji reported that there was a white man in the country. "Hurrah! It is Livingstone! It must be Livingstone!" thought Stanley. His eagerness and zeal were stimulated to the uttermost, and he offered his porters extra pay to induce them to make longer marches. Eventually, the last camp before Tanganyika was reached in safety, and here Stanley took out a new suit of clothes, had his helmet chalked, and made himself spruce, for the reports of a white man's presence at the lake became more definite. The 28th of October, 1871, was a beautiful day, and Stanley and his men marched for 6 hours southwestwards. The path ran through dense beds of bamboo. The glittering, silvery surface of Tanganyika was seen from a height, and blue, hazy mountains appeared afar off on the western shore. The whole caravan raised shouts of delight. At the last ridge, the village of Ujiji came into sight, with its huts and palms and large canoes on the beach. Stanley gazed at it with eager eyes. Where was the white man's hut? Was Livingstone still alive, or was he a mere dream figure which vanished when approached? The villagers come streaming out to meet the caravan. There is a deafening noise of greeting, inquiries, and shouts. In the midst of the crowd, a black man in a white shirt and a turban calls out, "Good morning, sir." "Who the mischief are you?" asked Stanley. "I am Susi, Dr. Livingstone's servant," replied the man. "What, is Dr. Livingstone here?" "Yes, sir." "In this village?" "Run at once and tell the doctor I am coming." When Livingstone heard the news, he came out from his veranda and went into the courtyard, where all the Arabs of Ujiji had collected. Stanley made his way through the crush, and saw a man before him, gray and pale, dressed in a bluish cap with a faded gold band around it, a red-sleeved waistcoat, and gray trousers. Stanley would have run up to embrace him, but he felt ashamed in the presence of the crowd, so he simply took off his hat and said, "Dr. Livingstone, I presume?" "Yes," said he with a kind smile, lifting his cap slightly. "I thank God, doctor, I have been permitted to see you." "I feel thankful that I am here to welcome you." They sat down on the veranda, and all the astonished natives stood round looking on. The missionary related his experiences in the heart of Africa, and then Stanley gave him the general news of the world, for of course he knew nothing of what had taken place for years past. Africa had been separated from Asia by the Suez Canal. The Pacific Railway through North America had been completed. Prussia had taken Schleswig-Holstein from Denmark, the German armies were besieging Paris, and Napoleon III was a prisoner. France was bleeding from wounds which would never be healed. What news for a man who had just come out of the forests of Maniuema! Evening drew on, and still they sat talking. The shades of night spread their curtain over the palms, and darkness fell over the mountains where Stanley had marched, still in uncertainty, on this remarkable day. A heavy surf beat on the shore of Lake Tanganyika. The night had traveled far over Africa before they at last went to rest. The two men were 4 months together. They hired 2 large canoes and rowed to the northern end of Tanganyika, and ascertained that the lake had no outlet there. Only 2 years later, Lieutenant Cameron succeeded in finding the outlet of Tanganyika, the Lukuga, which discharges into the Lualaba. And when he found that Nyangwe on the Lualaba lies 160 feet lower than the Nile, where it flows out of the Albert Nyanza, he had proof that the Lualaba could not belong to the Nile, and that Livingstone's idea that the farthest sources of the Nile must be looked for at Lake Bangweolo was only an idle dream. The Lualaba, therefore, must make its way to the Atlantic, and in fact this river is nothing but the Upper Congo. Lieutenant Cameron was also the first European to cross Central Africa from east to west. On the shores of the Great Lake, the two travelers beheld a series of beautiful landscapes. There lay villages and fishing stations in the shade of palms and mimosas, and round the villages grew maize and doura, manioc, yams, and sweet potatoes. In the glens round the lake grew tall trees from which the natives dig out their canoes. Baboons roared in the forest and dwelt in the hollow trunks. Elephants and rhinoceroses, giraffes and zebras, hippopotami and wild boars, buffaloes and antelopes occurred in large numbers, and the northern extremity of the lake swarmed with crocodiles. Sometimes the strangers were inhospitably received when they landed, and once, when they were off their guard, the natives plundered their canoes. Among other things, they took a case of cartridges and bullets, and the travelers thought it would be bad for the thieves if the case exploded at some campfire. It soon became time, however, for Stanley to return to Zanzibar and inform the world through his press that Livingstone was alive. They went to Tabora, for Livingstone expected fresh supplies, and in addition Stanley gave him 40 men's loads of cloth, glass beads, and brass wire, a canvas boat, a waterproof tent, 2 breech loaders and other weapons, ammunition, tools, and cooking utensils. All these things were invaluable to Livingstone, who was determined to remain in Africa at any cost until his task was accomplished. The day of parting came, March 14, 1872. Stanley was very depressed, believing that the parting was forever. Livingstone went with him a little way, and then bade him a hearty farewell, and while Stanley made haste toward the coast, the doctor turned back to Tabora and was again alone in the immense wilds of Africa. But he still had his faithful servants, Susi and Chuma, with him. The death of Livingstone. At Zanzibar, Stanley was to engage a troop of stout, reliable porters and send them to Tabora, where Livingstone was to await their arrival. He had entrusted his journals, letters, and maps to Stanley's care, and that was fortunate, for when Stanley first arrived in England, his narrative was doubted, and he was coldly received. Subsequently, a revulsion of feeling set in, and it was generally recognized that he had performed a brilliant feat. In due time, the new supply of porters turned up at Tabora, 57 men. They were excellent and trustworthy, and in a letter to Stanley, Livingstone says that he did not know how to thank him sufficiently for this new service. At the end of August, the indefatigable doctor set off on his last journey. He made for Tanganyika, and on New Year's Day, 1873, he was near Lake Bangweolo. It rained harder than ever, pouring down as if the floodgates of heaven were opened. The caravan struggled slowly on through the wet, sometimes marching for hours through sheets of water where only the eddies of the current distinguished the river from the adjoining swamps and flooded lands. The natives were unfriendly, refused to supply provisions, and led the strangers astray. Livingstone had never had such a difficult journey. His plan was to go round the south of Lake Bangweolo to the Luapula, which flows out of the lake and runs to the Lualaba. Then he meant to follow the water in its course to the north and ascertain its direction and destination. But whichever way the mysterious river made its way to the ocean, the journey was long and Livingstone's days were numbered. He had long been ill, and his condition was aggravated by the hardships of the journey. His body was worn out and undermined by constant fever and insufficient nourishment. Yet he did not abandon hope of success, and conscientiously wrote down his observations, and no Sunday passed without a service with his people. Month after month he dragged himself along, but his strength was no longer what it had been. On April 21st, he wrote with trembling hand only the words, "Tried to ride, but was forced to lie down, and they carried me back to Ville, exhausted." A comfortable litter was made, and Susi and Chuma were always with him. Livingstone asked the chief of the village for a guide for the next day, and the chief answered, "Stay as long as you wish, and when you want guides to Kalangan Jovus, you shall have them." The day after, he was carried for 2 hours through marshy, grassy flats. During the next 4 days, he was unable to write a line in his diary, but was carried by short stages from village to village along the southern shore of Lake Bangweolo. On April 27th, he wrote in his diary, "Knocked up quite, and remain, recover, sent to buy milch goats. We are on the banks of the Molilamo." With these words, his diary, which he had kept for 30 years, concluded. Milch goats were not to be had, but the chief of the place sent a present of food. 4 days later, the journey was resumed. The chief provided canoes for crossing the Molilamo, a stream which flows into the lake. The invalid was transferred from the litter to a canoe and ferried over the swollen stream. On the farther bank, Susi went on in advance to the village of Chitambo to get a hut ready. The other men followed slowly with the litter. Time after time, the sick man begged his men to put the litter down on the ground and let him rest. A drowsiness seemed to come over him, which alarmed his servants. At a bend in the path, he begged them to stop again, for he could go no farther. But after an hour, they went on to the village. Leaning on their bows, the natives flocked round the litter, on which lay a man whose fame and reputation had reached them in previous years. A hut was made ready, and a bed of grass and sticks was set up against the wall, while his boxes were deposited along the other walls, and a large chest served as a table. A fire was lighted outside the entrance, and the boy Majwara kept watch. Early on April 20th, the chief Chitambo came to pay a visit, but Livingstone was too weak to talk to him. The day passed, and at night the men sat round their fires and went to sleep when all was quiet. About 11 o'clock, Susi was told to go to his master. Loud shouts were heard in the distance, and Livingstone asked Susi if it was their men who were making the noise. As the men were quiet in their huts, Susi replied, "I can hear from the cries that the people are scaring away a buffalo from their dura fields." A few minutes later he asked, "Is this the Luapula?" "No," answered Susi. "We are in Chitambo's village." Then again, "How many days is it to the Luapula?" "I think it is 3 days, master," answered Susi. Shortly after he murmured, "Oh, dear, dear," and dozed off again. At midnight, Majwara came again to Susi's hut and called him to the sick man. Livingstone wished to take some medicine, and Susi helped him, and then he said, "All right, you can go now." At about 4 o'clock in the morning of May 1st, Majwara went to Susi again and said, "Come to Bwana. I am afraid. I don't know if he is alive." Susi waked Chuma and some of the other men, and they went to Livingstone's hut. Their master was kneeling beside the bed, leaning forward with his head buried in his hands. They had often seen him at prayer, and now drew back in reverential silence. But they felt ill at ease, for he did not move, and on going nearer they could not hear him breathe. One of them touched his cheek and found it was cold. The apostle of Africa was dead. In deep sorrow, his servants laid him on the bed and went out into the damp night air to consult together. The cocks of the village had just begun to crow, and a new day was dawning over Africa. Then they went in to open his boxes and pack up everything. All the men were present, so that all might be jointly responsible that nothing was lost. They carefully placed his diaries and letters, his Bible and instruments, in tin boxes, so that they might be safe from the wet and from white ants, which are very destructive. The men knew that they would have great difficulties to encounter. They knew that the natives had a horror of the dead, believing that spirits in the dark land of the departed thought of nothing but revenge and mischief. Therefore, they performed ceremonies to propitiate the departed spirits and dissuade them from plaguing the living with war, famine, or sickness. Susi and Chuma, who had been with their master for 7 years, felt their responsibility. They spoke with the men whom Stanley had sent from the coast and asked their opinion. They answered, "You are old men and traveling in hardships. You must act as our chiefs, and we will promise to obey whatever you order us to do." Susi and Chuma accordingly took the command and carried out an exploit which is unique in all the history of exploration. First of all, a hut was erected at some little distance from the village, and in this they placed the body to prepare it for the long journey. The heart and viscera were removed, placed in a tin box, and reverently buried in the ground, one of Livingstone's Christian servants reading the funeral service. The body was then filled with salt and exposed for 14 days to the sun in order to dry and thus be preserved from decay. The legs were bent back to make the package shorter, and the body was sewed up tightly in cotton. A cylinder of bark was cut from a tree, and in this the body was enclosed. Round the hole a piece of canvas was bound, and the package was tied to a pole for convenience of carrying. On a tree near, Livingstone's name was cut, and the date of his death, and Chitambo was asked to have the grass rooted up around the tree so that it should not at any time be destroyed by a bushfire. When all was ready, 2 men lifted the precious burden from the ground, the others took their loads on their backs, and a journey was commenced which was to last 9 months, a funeral procession the like of which the world had never seen before. The route ran sometimes through friendly, sometimes through hostile tribes. Once they had to fight in order to force their way through. News of the great missionary's death had preceded them. Like a grass fire on the prairie, it spread over Africa from coast to coast, creeping silently through the forests. In some districts, the people ran away from fear of the sad procession, while in others they came up to see it. Breadfruit trees stretched their boughs over the road like a canopy over a victor returning home, and palms, the emblem of peace and resurrection, stood as sentinels by the way, which was left clear by the wild animals of the forest. And mile after mile the party marched eastward under the green arches. In Tabora they met an English expedition sent out too late for the relief of Livingstone, and its members listened with emotion to the tale of the men. They wished to bury the corpse at Tabora, but Livingstone's servants would not hear of it. A few days later they met with serious opposition. A tribe refused to let them pass with the corpse. Then they made up a load resembling that containing the body, and gave out that they had decided to return to Tabora to bury their master there. Some of the men marched back with a false package, which they took to pieces at night and scattered among the brush. Then they returned to their comrades, who meanwhile had altered the real package so as to look like a bale of cloth. The natives were then satisfied and let them move on unmolested. In February 1874, they arrived at Bagamoyo, and the remains were carried in a cruiser to Zanzibar and afterwards conveyed to England. In London there was a question whether the body was really Livingstone's, but his broken and reunited arm, which was crushed by the lion at Mabotsa, set all doubts at rest. He was interred in Westminster Abbey in the middle of the nave. The Temple of Honor was filled to overflowing, and among those who bore the pall was Henry Stanley. The grave was covered with a black stone slab, in which was cut the following inscription: "Brought by faithful hands over land and sea, here rests David Livingstone, missionary, traveler, philanthropist. Born March 19, 1813, Blantyre, Landmarkshire. Died May 4, 1873, at Chitambo's village, Ilala. For 30 years his life was spent in unwearied effort to evangelize the native races, to explore the undiscovered secrets, and abolish the desolating slave trade of Central Africa." The memory of the wise heart, or the helper of men, as they call Livingstone, is still handed down from father to son among the natives of Africa, and they are glad that his heart remains in African soil under the tree in Chitambo's village. His dream of finding the sources of the Nile and of throwing light on the destination of the Lualaba was not fulfilled, but he discovered Ngami and Nyassa and other lakes, the Victoria Falls, and the upper course of the Zambezi, and mapped an enormous extent of unknown country. End of section 17. Section 18 of From Pole to Pole by Sven Hedin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 18, Africa, Part 3. Stanley's Great Journey. In the autumn of 1874, Stanley was back in Zanzibar to try his fortune once more in darkest Africa. He organized a caravan of 300 porters, provided himself with cloth, beads, brass wire, arms, boats which could be taken to pieces, tents, and everything else necessary for a journey of several years. He made first for the Victoria Nyanza and circumnavigated the whole lake. He visited Uganda and came again to Ujiji, where Livingstone's hut had long been razed to the ground, and sailed all around Lake Tanganyika. 2 years after he started, he was at Nyangwe on the Lualaba. Livingstone and Cameron had been there before, and we can imagine Stanley's feelings when he at last found himself at this, the most westerly point ever reached by a European from the coast of the Indian Ocean. Behind him lay the known country and the Great Lakes. Before him lay a land as large as Europe, completely unknown and appearing as a blank on maps. Travelers had come to its outskirts from all sides, but none knew what the interior was like. It was not even known whither the Lualaba ran. Livingstone had vainly questioned the natives and Arabs about it, and vainly Stanley also tried to obtain information. At Nyangwe, the Arab slave traders held their most western market. Thither corn, fruit, and vegetables were brought for sale. There were sold animals, fish, grass mats, brass wire, bows, arrows, and spears, and thither were brought ivory and slaves from the interior. But though the routes from all directions met at Nyangwe, the Arabs were as ignorant of the country as anyone. The Black Continent, darkest Africa, lay before Stanley. He was a bold man, to whom difficulties were nothing. He had a will of iron. All opposition, all obstacles placed in his way, must go down before him. He had determined not to return eastwards, whence he had come, but to march straight westwards to the Atlantic coast, or die in the attempt. Accordingly, early on the morning of November 5th, 1876, Stanley left Nyangwe in company with rich and powerful Arab chief Tipu Tib, and directed his way northwards toward the great forest. Tipu Tib's party consisted of 700 men, women, and children, while Stanley had 154 followers armed with rifles, revolvers, and axes. "Bismillah, in the name of God!" cried the Mohammedan leaders of the company as they took the first step on the dangerous road. The huge caravan, an interminable file of black men, entered the forest. There majestic trees stood like pillars in a colonnade. There palms struggled for room with wild vines and canes. There flourished ferns, speargrass, and reeds, and there bushes in tropical profusion formed impenetrable brushwood, while through the whole was entangled a network of climbing plants which ran up the trunks and hung down from the branches. Everything was damp and wet. Dew dropped from all the branches and leaves in a continuous trickle. The air was close and sultry and heavy with the odor of plants and mold. It was deadly still, and seldom was the slightest breeze perceptible. Storms might rage above the tree tops, but no wind reached the ground, sheltered in the dimness of the undergrowth. The men struggle along over the slippery ground. Balancing their loads on their heads with their hands, they stoop under boughs, push saplings aside with their elbows, thrust their feet firmly into the mud in order not to slip. Those who are clothed have their clothes torn, while the naked black men graze their skins. Very slowly the caravan forces its way through the forest, and a passage has frequently to be cut for those who carry the sections of the boats. All who, after Stanley, have traveled through the great primeval forest in the heart of Africa have likewise described its suffocating hothouse air, the peaceful silence, only broken by the cries of monkeys and parrots, its deep, depressing gloom. If the journey is of long duration, men get wearied, experiencing a feeling of confinement, and long for air, freedom, sun, and wind. It is like going through a tunnel, no country being visible on either side. The illumination is uniform, without shadows, without gleams, and the perpetual gloom, only interrupted by pitch-dark night, is exceedingly wearisome. Like polar explorers in the long winter night, the traveler longs for the sun and the return of light. The party traveled northward at some distance east of the Lualaba. Stanley climbed up a tree which grew somewhat apart on a hillock. Here he found himself above the treetops and saw the sunlit surface of the primeval forest of closely growing trees below him. A continuous sea of boughs and foliage fell like a swell down to the bank of the Lualaba. Up there was a breeze, and the leaves fluttered in the wind, but down below reigned darkness and silence and the exuberant life of the tropics. Even for such a man as Stanley, this primeval forest was a hard nut to crack. Sickness, weariness, and insubordination prevailed in his troop. The great Tippu-Tib considered it impossible to advance through such country, and wished to turn back with all his black rabble, but after much hesitation he was at last persuaded to accompany Stanley for 20 days longer. So on they went once more, and after innumerable difficulties came again to the bank of the Lualaba. The huge volumes of water glided along silently and majestically. Brown and thick with decaying vegetation, the Lualaba flowed between dense woods to the unknown region inhabited by Negro tribes never heard of by Europeans, and where no white man had ever set his foot. Here Stanley decided to leave the terrible forest and make use of the waterway of the Lualaba. There were the boats in sections, and a whole fleet of canoes could soon be made from the splendid trees growing at hand. The whole caravan was accordingly assembled, and Stanley explained his purpose. At first the men grumbled loudly, but Stanley declared that he would make the voyage even if no one went with him but Francis Pocock, the only survivor of the 3 white men who had started with him from Zanzibar. He turned to his boat's crew and called out, "You have followed me and sailed round the Great Lakes with me. Shall I and my white brother go alone? Speak, and show me those who dare to follow me." On this, a few stepped forward, and then a few more, and in the end 38 men declared themselves willing to take part in the voyage. At this juncture, many canoes full of natives were observed at the opposite side of the river, so Stanley and Tippu-Tib and some other Arabs entered the boat and rowed up to a small island in midstream. Here the black warriors were in swarms, and 30 canoes lay at the water's edge. At a safe distance, Stanley's interpreter called out that the white men only wished to see their country, that nothing belonging to them should be touched, and that they themselves should not be disturbed. They answered that if the white man would row out to the island in the morning with 10 servants, their own chief would meet him with 10 men, and would enter into blood brotherhood with him. After that, the strangers might cross the river and visit their villages. Suspecting treachery, however, Stanley sent 20 armed men by night to the island to hide themselves in the brushwood. Then, in the morning, Pocock and 10 men rowed out to the meeting place, near which Stanley waited in his boat. A swarm of canoes put out from the western bank, and when they came to the island, the rowers raised their wild war-whoop, "Ooh-hoo! Ooh-hoo-hoo!" and rushed ashore with bows bent and raised spears. Then Stanley's 20 men came out of their hiding place. The fight was short, and the savages dashed headlong into their boats and rowed away for their lives. The next morning, with 30 men on board his boat, Stanley began his journey down the river, while Tippu-Tib and Pocock marched with all the rest of the troop along the bank. The natives had retired, but their cry of "Ooh-hoo-hoo" was still heard in the distance. On an island between the main river and a tributary, Stanley's party landed to wait for the caravan and help it over the affluent. In the meantime, Stanley made a short excursion up the tributary, the water of which was inky black owing to the dark tree roots which wound around its bottom. On his return, he found the camp island surrounded by hostile canoes and heard random shots, but when his boat drew near, the savages were frightened and rowed away. At length, Tippu-Tib straggled up with his party, and the journey could be continued. The boat was rowed near the bank, and the two divisions were kept in touch with each other by means of drums. All the villages they came to were deserted, but the natives were evidently keeping a close watch on these wonderful strangers, for one day, when some of Stanley's men were out scouting on two captured canoes, they were attacked, and when they tried to escape, they came among eddies and rapids where their boats capsized, and 4 rifles were lost. The men climbed up and sat astride the upturned canoes until they were rescued by their comrades. Then the expedition went on again. The river was usually half a mile broad or more, and frequently divided by long rows of islands and homes. The large village of Vikondu consisted of cage-like reed huts built in 2 long rows. All the inhabitants had fled, but pitchers full of wine were suspended from the palms, melons and bananas emitted their fragrance, and there was plenty of manioc plantations, ground nuts, and sugar-cane. Near the place was found a large old canoe, cracked, leaky, and dilapidated, but it was patched up, put in the river, and used as a hospital. Smallpox and dysentery raged in the caravan, and 2 or 3 corpses were thrown daily into the river. Once, as the small flotilla was rowing quietly along not far from the bank, a man in the hospital canoe cried out. He had been hit in the chest by a poisoned barb, and this was followed by a whole shower of arrows. The boats were rowed out from the dangerous bank, and a camp was afterwards pitched on an old marketplace. The usual fence was set up around the tents, and sentinels were posted in the bush. Then were heard shots, cries, and noise. The watchman ran in, calling out, "Look out, they are coming!" And immediately arrows and javelins rattled against the stockade, and the savages rushed on, singing their dreadful war songs. But their arrows and javelins were of little use against powder and ball, and they soon had to retire. They were reinforced, however, and returned again and again to the attack. It did not desist till the fight had lasted 2 hours and twilight had come on. After other combats, Stanley and Tippu-Tib came to a country on the western bank, densely populated with hostile natives, where they had to fight again. The savages were repulsed and rowed out to a long island, where they moored their canoes by ropes fastened round posts. They would certainly renew the attack next day, but this time they were to be thoroughly checkmated. Rain pelted down on the river, the night was pitch dark, and there was a fresh breeze. Stanley rowed to the island, and his boat stole silently and cautiously under the high tree-covered bank. He cut the ropes of every canoe he got a hold of, and in a short time 30 canoes were sent adrift down the river, many of them being caught by boatmen posted farther downstream. Before dawn, the men were back at the camp with their looted boats. The savages, who lay crouching in their grass hovels on the island, must certainly have felt foolish in the morning when they found that they had lost their canoes and were left helpless. Then an interpreter rode out to them to put before them the conditions exacted by the white man. They had treacherously attacked his troop, killing 4 and wounding 13. Now they must furnish provisions, and then they would be paid for the captured canoes, and peace would be established. It was important that the expedition should have a few days' rest at this place, for Tippu-Tib had had enough, and refused to advance a step farther down the river with its warlike natives. Accordingly, he was to turn back with his black retinue, while Stanley was to continue the journey with a selected party, many of whom had their wives and children with them. The troop consisted of 150 souls. Provisions were collected for 20 days. The canoes were fastened together in pairs by poles that they might not capsize, and the flotilla consisted of 23 boats. It was one of the last days in December. A thick mist hung over the river, and the nearest palms were scarcely visible, but a breeze sprang up and thinned the haze. Then the trumpets and drums sounded the signal for starting, and Stanley gave the order to get into the boats. The parting song of the sons of the Unyamwezi was answered by Tipotib's returning troop, and the flotilla of canoes glided down the dark river towards unknown lands and destiny. Stanley believed that this mighty river, which he named after Livingstone, was none other than the Congo, the mouth of which had been known for more than 400 years. But he did not reject the possibility that it might also unite with the Nile or be connected with the Niger far away to the northwest. The journey which was now to solve this problem will be famous for all time for its boldness and daring, for the dangers overcome and adventures experienced, and is quite comparable with the boat journeys of the Spaniards who discovered the Amazons and Mississippi rivers in America. 14 villages lie buried in the dense bush, and Stanley's flotilla makes for the bank to encamp for the first time after parting from Tipotib. Here the natives are friendly, but there is trouble a little farther on, where the woods echo with the noise of war drums, and the savages are drawn up with shield and spear. The drum signals are repeated from village to village, from one bank to the other. Canoes are manned and put out from both banks, and Stanley's flotilla is surrounded. The interpreters call out, "Peace, peace," but the savages answer peremptorily, "Turn back or fight." Consultations and negotiations are held, while the river sweeps down the whole assemblage of friends and foes. More villages peep out from the trees where dwell enemies of the attacking savages, so the latter dip their oars in the water and row back without coming to blows. But soon there was a different scene. Javelins were thrown from other canoes, and the dreadful poisoned arrows were discharged, so the death-dealing European firearms had to be used in self-defense. On this occasion, Stanley's men succeeded in capturing a number of shields, of which indeed they had need. Again the war drum is heard, just as the flotilla is passing a small island. Stanley orders his boats to keep in the middle of the river, ready for action. Swarms of canoes shoot out from the banks like wild ducks, and the black warriors beat their spears against their shields. The interpreter gets up in the bow and shouts out, "Peace! Take care or we strike!" Then the savages hesitate and retire quickly under promontories and overhanging wooden banks. By the single word "peace," the interpreter could often check parties of warriors, but others answered the offer of peace with a scornful laugh, and their showers of arrows and assegais had to be met with a volley of rifle bullets. The new year, 1877, had already come, when a friendly tribe warned the travelers of dangerous falls and rapids, the roar of which they would shortly hear. The flotilla glided along the right bank, and all listened for the expected thunder. Suddenly savages appeared on the bank and hurled their assegais. Then the war drums were heard again, and a large number of long canoes approached. The warriors had painted one half of their bodies white and the other red, with broad black stripes, and looked hideous. Their howls and horn blasts betokened a serious attack. By this time Stanley's boats were out in the middle of the stream in order of battle, with shields placed along the gunwales to protect the non-combatants. A canoe 80 feet long rowed straight for Stanley's boat, but was received by a rattling volley. Then it was Stanley's turn to attack, for the great canoe could not turn in time. Warriors and oarsmen jumped overboard to save themselves by swimming to land, and as the other boats vanished, the expedition could go on towards the falls. Now was heard the roar of the water as it tumbled in wild commotion over the barriers in its bed. The natives thought that this was just the place to catch the strangers, and Stanley had to fight his way step by step, sometimes on land and sometimes on the river. In quiet water between the various falls, the men could row, but in other places paths had to be cut through the brushwood on the bank and the canoes hauled over land. Often they had to fight from tree to tree. Once the savages tried to surround Stanley's whole party in a large net, and lost 8 of their old men for their trouble. These captives were tattooed on the forehead and had their front teeth filed to a point. Like all other people in the country, they were cannibals and were eager for human flesh. One day at the end of January, Stanley's boats crossed the equator and the great river turned more and more towards the west, so that it evidently could not belong to the Nile. Here the party passed the 7th and last fall, where the brown water hurled itself in a mad fury over the barrier. Thus the series of cascades, afterwards known as the Stanley Falls, was discovered and passed. Below the falls the river expands, sometimes to as much as 2 miles in breadth. The opposite bank could hardly be seen, and the boats came into a labyrinth of channels between islands. The rowers sang to the swing of their oars, and a sharp lookout had always to be kept. Sometimes canoes followed them, and occasionally ventured to attack. Wild warriors were seen with loathsome features and red and gray parrots' feathers on their heads and bangles of ivory around their arms. In one village was found a temple with a round roof supported on 33 elephants' tusks. In the middle was set up an old idol, carved in wood and painted red, with black eyes, hair, and beard. Knives, spears, and battle axes were wrought with great skill, and were ornamented with bands of copper, iron, and bone. Among the refuse heaps were seen remains of horrible feasts, and human skulls were set up on posts round the huts. Interminable forests grew on the banks and islands, with a many-rooted mangrove tree, tall, snake-like canes with drooping tufts of leaves, the dragon's blood tree, the India rubber, and many others. Danger and treachery lurked behind every promontory, and the men had to look out for currents, falls, rapids, and whirlpools. Hippopotami and crocodiles were plentiful, but the savages were the worst danger. Stanley and his men were worn out with running the gauntlet month after month. At the village of Rubunga, where the natives were friendly, Stanley heard for the first time that the river actually was the Congo. Here the traveler was able to replenish his stock of provisions, and when the drums of Rubunga were sounded, it was not for battle, but to summon the inhabitants to market, and from the surrounding villages the people came to offer for sale fish, snails, oysters, dried dog flesh, goats, bananas, meal, and bread. As a rule, however, no trust could be placed in the natives. In their hideous tattooing, with strings of human teeth around their necks and their own teeth filed to a point like a wolf's, with a small belt of grass around their loins and spears and bows in their hands, they did not inspire confidence, and frequently the boats had barely put out from the bank, where the people seemed friendly, before the natives manned their canoes and pursued them. In this region they were armed with muskets procured from the coast. Once Stanley's small flotilla was surrounded by 63 canoes, and there was a hard fight with firearms on both sides. In the foremost canoe stood a young chief, handsome, calm, and dignified, directing the attack. He wore a head covering and a mantle of goatskin, and on his arms, legs, and neck he had large rings of brass wire. A bullet struck him in the thigh. He quietly wound a rag around the wound and signed to his oarsmen to make for the bank. Then the others lost courage and followed their leader's canoe. They struggled southwards from one combat to another. The passage of the great curve of the Congo had cost 32 fights. Now remained a difficult stretch, where the mighty river breaks in foaming falls and rapids through the escarpment which follows the line of the west coast of Africa. These falls Stanley named after Livingstone. He was well aware that the river could never be called by any other name than the Congo, but the falls would preserve the great missionary's name. Innumerable difficulties awaited him here. On one occasion, half a dozen men were drowned and several canoes were lost, and the party had to wait while others were cut out in the forest. One day, Pocock drifted towards a fall and was not aware of the danger until it was too late, and he was swept over the barrier. Thus perished the last of Stanley's white companions. At another fall, the coxswain and the carpenter went adrift in a newly excavated canoe. They had no oars, "Jump, man," called out the former, but the other answered, "I cannot swim." "Well then, goodbye, my brother," said the quartermaster, and swam ashore. The other went over the fall. The canoe disappeared in the seething whirlpool, came up again with a man clinging fast to it, was sucked under once more, and rose again, still with the carpenter. But when it reappeared for the third time in another whirlpool, the man was gone. At last all the boats were abandoned, and the men traveled by land. The party was entirely destitute. All were emaciated, miserable, and hungry. A black chief demanded toll for their passage through his country, and they had nothing to give. He would be satisfied with a bottle of rum, he said. Rum, indeed, when they had been 3 years in the depths of Africa. Stanley was reasoning with the chief when the coxswain came and asked what was the matter. "There's rum for him," he said, and gave the chief a buffet which knocked him over and put his whole retinue to flight. Now it was only a couple of days' journey to Boma, near the mouth of the Congo, where there were trade factories and Europeans. Stanley wrote a letter to them, and was soon supplied with all the necessaries, and after a short rest at Boma, the party made the voyage around the south of Africa to Zanzibar, where Stanley dismissed his men. He then traveled home, and was, of course, feted everywhere. For 1,000 years the Arabs had traveled into the interior of Africa, but they did not know the course of the Congo. European explorers had for centuries striven to penetrate the darkness. The natives themselves did not know whither the Lualaba ran. All at once, Stanley had filled up the blank and knit together the scattered meshes of the net. And now a railway runs beside the falls, and busy steamboats fly up and down the Congo. Well did Stanley deserve his native name of Bulamatade, or the breaker of stones, for no difficulty was too great for him to overcome. After a life of restless activity, including another great African journey to find Emin Pasha, the governor of the Equatorial Province after Gordon's death, Stanley was gathered to his fathers in 1904. He was buried in a village churchyard outside London, and a block of rough granite was placed above the grave. Here may be read beneath the cross, "Henry Morton Stanley, Bulamatade, 1841-1904," and lastly the word that sums up all his work of his life, Africa. Timbuktu and the Sahara. In the middle of northwestern Africa, where the continent shoots a gigantic tongue out into the Atlantic, lies one of the world's most famous towns, Timbuktu. Compared with Cairo or Algiers, Timbuktu is a small town. Its 3 poor mosques cannot vie with the grand temples which, under French, Turkish, or English dominion, raise their graceful minarets on the Mediterranean shores of Africa. Not a building attracts the eye of the stranger amidst a confusion of grayish yellow mud houses with flat roofs and without windows, and neglect and decay stare out from heaps of ruins. There is hardly a tottering caravanserai to invite the desert wanderer to rest. Some streets are abandoned, while in others the foot sinks over the ankle in blown sand from the Sahara. Timbuktu is not so famous as the sparkling jewels in the diadem of Asia, Jerusalem and Mecca, Benares and Lhasa. The very name of each of these is, as it were, a vital portion of a great religion, and indeed almost stands for the religion itself. Timbuktu has scarcely any religion, or more correctly, too many, and yet this town has borne a proud name during its 800 years of existence. The great, the learned, the mysterious city. No pilgrims flock thither to fall down in prayer before a Redeemer's grave or be blessed by a high priest. No pyramids, no marble temples make Timbuktu one of the world's wonders. No wealth, no luxuriant vegetation exist to make it an outer court to paradise. And yet Timbuktu is an object of desire. Millions long to go there, and when they have been, long to get away again. Caravan men who have wandered for months through the desert long for the tones of the flute and the cithern, and the light swayings of the troops of dancers. Palms and mimosa grow sparsely round Timbuktu, but after the dangers of the desert, The monotonous, dilapidated town with its dusty, dreary streets seems really like an entrance to paradise. Traveling merchants who have risked their wealth in the Sahara among savage robbers and have been fortunate to escape all dangers are glad at the sight of Timbuktu and think its gray walls more lovely than anything they can imagine. The remarkable features of Timbuktu are, then, its situation and its trade. We have only to take a look at the map to perceive that this town stands like a spider in its web. The web is composed of all the routes which start from the coast and converge on Timbuktu. They come from Tripoli and Tunis, from Algeria and Morocco, from Senegal and Sierra Leone, from the Pepper Coast, the Ivory Coast, the Slave Coast, the Gold Coast, and from the countries round the Gulf of Guinea, which have been annexed by France, England, and Germany. They come also from the heart of the Sahara, where savage and warlike nomad tribes still, to this day, maintain their freedom against foreign interference. In Timbuktu meet Arabs and Negroes, Mohammedans and heathens from deserts and fruitful lands of the Sahara and Sudan. Timbuktu stands on the threshold of the great wastes, and at one time on the third in rank of the rivers of Africa. At the town, the Niger is 2.5 miles broad, and from its mouth it discharges more water than the Nile, but much less than the Congo. Like the Congo, the Niger makes a curve to the north, bidding defiance to the Sahara. But the desert wins in the end, and the river turns off to the south. It is a struggle between life and death. The life-giving water washes the choking sand, and just where the strife is fiercest lies Timbuktu. From the north, goods come on dromedaries to be transported farther in canoes or long narrow boats with arched awnings of matting, or, where the river is not navigable, on oxen and asses or the backs of men. Dromedaries cannot endure the damp climate near the Niger, which, especially in winter, overflows its banks for a long distance. Therefore, they are led back through the Sahara. They thrive on the dry deserts. The constantly blowing northeast trade winds dries up the Sahara, and in certain regions years may pass without a drop of rain. The name Timbuktu has a singular sound. It stands for all the mystery and fascination connected with the Sahara. It leads the thoughts to the greatest expanse of desert in the world, to long and lonely roads, to bloody feuds and treacherous ambushes, to the ring of caravan bells and the clank of the stirrups of the Bedouins. There seems to be a ring in the name itself, and we seem to hear the splash of the turbid waters of the Niger in its vowels. We seem to hear the plaintive howl of the jackal, the moan of the desert wind, the squealing of dromedaries outside the northern gateway, and the boatmen splashing with oars and poles in the creeks of the river. Caravans from the northern coast bring cloth, arms, powder, paper, tools, hardware, sugar, tea, coffee, tobacco, and a quantity of other articles to Timbuktu. But when they begin their journey through the Sahara, only half the camels are laden. The other half are loaded with blocks of salt on the way, for salt is in great demand at Timbuktu. Caravans may be glad if they come safely through the country of the Tuaregs, and at best they can only obtain an unmolested passage by the payment of a heavy toll. On the return journey northwards, the dromedaries are laden with wares from the Sudan, rice, manioc, honey, nuts, monkey breadfruit, dried fish, ivory, ostrich feathers, India rubber, leather, and many other things. A small number of black slaves also accompany them. The largest caravans contain 500 or 1,000 dromedaries and 500 men at most. The goods they can transport may be worth 28,000 pounds or more. 5 great caravan roads cross the Sahara from north to south. Let us set out on a journey from Timbuktu, and let us go first eastwards to the singular Lake Chad, which is half filled with islands, is shallow and swampy, choked with reeds, rises and falls with the discharge of the great rivers which flow into it, and has a certain similarity to Lop Nor in Central Asia. Nearly 17 cubic miles of water are estimated to enter Lake Chad in a year, and when we know that the lake on the whole remains much about the same size, we can conceive how great the evaporation must be. We have our own dromedaries and our own Arab guide on which we can rely. We have, therefore, to go where we like, and we steer our course from Lake Chad toward the eastern Sudan, where we have already been in the company of General Gordon. But before we come to the Nile, we turn off northwards to cross the Libyan desert, the most inaccessible and desolate, and therefore the least known part of the Sahara. On our way northwards, we notice that animal and vegetation life becomes more scanty. Even in the Sudan, the grasslands are more thinly clothed and the steppes more desert-like the farther we travel, and at last blown sand predominates. We must follow a well-known road which has been used for thousands of years by Arabs and Egyptians. We are in the midst of the Sea of Sand. Here lie at certain places dunes of reddish-yellow drift sand as high as the tower of St. Paul's Cathedral. We see no path, for it has been swept away by the last storm, but the guide has his landmarks and does not lose his way. The sand becomes lower and the country more open. Then the guide points to a bare and barren ridge which rises out of the sand like a rock out of the sea, and says that he can find his way by this landmark, which remains in sight for several days and is then replaced by another elevation. We encamp at a deep well, drink and water our camels. Next day we are out in the sandy sea again. The sky has assumed an unusual hue. It is yellow and soon changes into bluish gray. The sun is a red disk. It is calm and sultry. The guide looks serious and says in a low tone, "Samum." The hot, devastating desert storm, which is the scourge of Arabia and Egypt, is approaching. The guide stops and turns around. He is uncertain, but he goes on again when he sees that we cannot get back to the well before the storm is upon us. It is useless to look for shelter, for the dunes are too flat to protect us from the wind. And now the storm sweeps down, and it becomes suffocatingly hot and close. The dromedaries seem uneasy, halt, and turn away from the wind. We dismount. The dromedaries lie down and bury their muzzles in the sand. We wrap up our heads in cloths and lie on our faces besides the animals to get some shelter between them and the ground. And so we may lie by the hour panting for breath, and we may be glad if we get off with our lives from a samoon when we are out in the desert. Even in the oases it causes a feeling of anxiety and trouble, for the burning heat is most harmful to palms and crops. The temperature may rise to 120 degrees in this dangerous storm, which justifies its name of poison wind. The storm passes off, the air becomes clear and is quiet and calm, and the sun has again its golden yellow brilliance. It is warm, but not suffocating as it was. The heated air vibrates above the sand. Beside our road appears a row of palms, and before them a silver streak of water. The guide, however, goes on in quite a different direction, and when we ask him why, he answers that what we see is a mirage, and that there is no oasis for many days' journey in the direction in which we see the palms. In the evening we come to a real oasis, and there we are glad to rest a couple of days. Here are 100 wells. Here the ground is cultivated in the shade of the palms. Here we can enjoy to the full the moist coolness above the swards of juicy grass. The oasis is like an island in the desert sea, and between the palm trunks is seen the yellow level horizon, the dry heated desert with its boundless sun-bathed wastes. If we now turn off towards the northwest, Fezzan is the next country which our route touches. It is a paradise of date palms. They occur in such profusion that even the dromedaries, horses, and dogs are fed with the fruits. The surface of the ground also has undergone great change and is not so sterile and choked with sand as in the Libyan desert. Here and farther to the west, the country becomes more hilly. Ridges and bosses of granite and sandstone, weathered and scorched by the sun, stand up here and there. Extensive plateaus covered with gravel are called hamada. They are ruins of former mountains which have burst asunder. In the Sahara, the differences of temperature between day and night are very great. The dark, bare hill slopes may be heated up to 140 degrees or more when the sun bathes them, while during the night the radiation out to space is so intense that the temperature sinks to the freezing point. Through these continual alternations, the rocks expand and contract repeatedly, fissures are formed, and fragments are detached and fall down. The hardest rocks resist longest, and therefore they stand up like strange walls and towers amidst the great desolation. If we go another step westwards, we come to the land of the Tuaregs. Here, too, we find hilly tracts and hamadas, sandy deserts and oases, and, in favorable spots, excellent pastures. We have already noticed in Timbuktu this small, sturdy desert people, easily recognized by the veil which hides the lower part of the face. All Tuaregs wear such a veil, and call those who do not fly-mouths. They are powerfully built, and of dark complexion, being of mixed Negro blood from all the slaves they have kidnapped in the Sudan. They are as dry and lean as the ground on which they live, and nature in their country obliges them to lead a nomad's life. Wide, simple, and dreary is the desert, and simple and free is the nomad's life. The hard struggle for existence has sharpened their senses. They are acute observers, clever, crafty, and artful. Distance is of no account to them, for they do not know what it is to be tired. They fly on their swift dromedaries over half the Sahara, and are a terror to their settled neighbors and to caravans. On their raids they cover immense distances in a short time. To ride from the heart of their country to the Sudan after booty is child's play to them. They have made existence in many oases quite unendurable. What use is it to till fields and rear palms when the Tuaregs always reap the harvest? The French have had many fights with the Tuaregs, and the railway, which was to pass through their country and connect Algiers with Timbuktu, is still only a cherished project. Yet this tribe, which has so bravely defended its freedom against the stranger, does not number more than 500,000 people. The Tuaregs are not born to be slaves, and we cannot but admire their thirst for freedom, their pride, and their courage. The desert here exhibits the difficult art of living. Even animals and plants, which are assigned to the desert, are provided with special faculties. Some of the animals, snakes, and lizards, for instance, can live without water. Dromedaries can go for many days without drinking. Ostriches cover great distances to reach water before it is too late. Plants are provided with huge roots that they may suck up as much moisture as possible, and many of them bear thorns and spikes instead of leaves, so that the evaporation may be insignificant. Many of them are called to life by a single fall of rain, develop in a few weeks, and die when the long drought sets in again. Then the seeds are left, waiting patiently for the next rain. Some desert plants seem quite dead, gray and dried up and buried in dust, but when the rain comes they send out green shoots again. Every riverbed is called in the Sahara a wadi. Very seldom does a trickle of water run down it after rain, but in these beds the vegetation is richer than elsewhere, for here moisture lingers longer than in other spots. Many caravans march along them, and gazelles and antelopes find pasture here. A European leaves Algeria to make his way into the Sahara with an incomprehensible feeling of fascination. In the French towns on the Mediterranean coast, he has lived just as in Europe. He has been able to cross by train the forest-clad heights of the Atlas Mountains, where clear brooks murmur among the trees. He leaves the railway behind and finds the hills barer the farther he travels south. At last the monotonous, slightly undulating desert stretches before him, and he feels the magical attraction of the Sahara drawing him deeper and deeper into its great silence and solitude. All the colors become subdued and grayish-yellow, like the lion's hide. Everything is yellow and gray, even the dromedaries which carry him, his tent and baggage, from well to well. He can hardly tell why he finds his country pleasanter than the forests and streams on the slope of the Atlas Mountains. perhaps owing to the immense distances, the mysterious horizon afar off, the blood-red sunsets, the grand silence which prevails everywhere so that he hardly dares speak aloud. It is the magic of the desert that has got hold of him. 30 years ago, a large French expedition, under the command of Colonel Flatters, marched along this route from Algeria southwards through the Sahara. It consisted of 100 men, including 7 French officers and some non-commissioned officers, and its equipment and provisions were carried by 300 dromedaries. The French government had sent out the expedition to examine the Tuaregs' country and to mark out a suitable route for a railway through the Sahara to connect the French possessions in the north and south. It was not the first time that the colonel had traveled in the Sahara, and he knew the Tuaregs well. Therefore, he was on his guard. Everything seemed most promising. The Frenchman mapped parts of the Sahara which no European had ever succeeded in reaching before. Even the great German traveler, who had crossed the Sahara in all directions, had not been there. The most dangerous tracts were left behind, and the Tuaregs had offered no resistance. Indeed, some of their chiefs had been friendly. In the last letters which reached France, Flatters expressed a hope that he would be able to complete his task without further trouble and to advance even to the Sudan. Then the blow fell. The expedition was suddenly attacked at a well and succumbed after a heroic defense against superior numbers. Most of the Frenchmen were cut down. Part of the caravan attempted to reach safety by hurrying northwards on forced marches, but was overtaken and annihilated. Many brave Frenchmen have met the same fate as Flatters in the struggle for dominion over the Sahara. If we traveled, as we have lately imagined, on swift-footed dromedaries in a huge circuit from Timbuktu through the Sudan, the Libyan desert, and the land of the Tuaregs, we should at last come to Morocco, the uttermost west, as this last independent sultanate in Africa is called. Morocco is the restless corner of Africa, as the Balkan Peninsula is of Europe, Manchuria of Asia, and Mexico of North America. In South America, all parts are unsettled. End of section 18. Section 19 of From Pole to Pole by Sven Hedin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 19, North America, Part 1. The Discovery of the New World. Now we must say farewell to Africa. We have in front of us the Straits of Gibraltar, little more than 6 miles broad, the blue belt that connects the Mediterranean with the Atlantic, the sharply defined boundary which separates the black continent from the white. We have but a step to take, and we are in Spain. Here also a dying echo from the splendid period of Arab rule reaches our ears. We are reminded that 12 centuries have passed away since the Prophet's chosen people conquered the Iberian Peninsula. The sons of Islam were a thorn in the sides of the Christians. Little by little they were forced back southwards. Only Cordova and Granada still remained in the possession of the Arabs, or Moors as they were called, and when Ferdinand the Catholic married Queen Isabella of Castile in the year 1469, only Granada was left in the hands of the Moors. Their last king lived in his splendid palace, the Alhambra in Granada. In 1491, the Spanish army besieged the Moorish city. Barely 40 years earlier, the Mohammedans had taken Constantinople. Now, other Mohammedans were to be turned out of Western Europe. New Year's Day, 1492 came, and Granada fell. The Moorish king had to bend humbly on his knee before the victor ere he went on his way, and the Castilian flag waved from the towers and pinnacles of the Alhambra. This remarkable incident was witnessed by a mariner from Genoa, 46 years old. His name was Christopher Columbus. At the time of the fall of Granada, there was no one among the learned men of Europe who had any suspicion of the existence of a continent in the Western Ocean, and the Portuguese sought only a sea route to India, the rich land of spices, gold, pearls, and coral. But there was a learned mathematician, Toscanelli of Florence, who perceived that, as the world was round, a mariner must necessarily reach Japan, China, and India by sailing westwards from Europe, and as early as 1474 he produced maps and other proofs of the correctness of his theory. It was Columbus, by his boldness and ability, who converted this theory into fact. Christopher Columbus was the eldest of 5 children of a weaver in Genoa. He and his brothers also engaged in the weaving industry, but as their father's affairs were anything but flourishing, the sons decided to seek a living in foreign countries. Christopher became a sailor and acquired all the qualifications necessary to handle a ship. He gained great experience and a thorough knowledge of his new profession. He once sailed on an English vessel to Thule or Iceland, the longest voyage which mariners of that time dared attempt. Then he tried his fortune in Portugal, earning a living by drawing sea charts and serving as skipper on Portuguese vessels sailing to the eastern shores of the Mediterranean and to Guinea. In the Portuguese school, he learned much which was to be of great importance in his future career. He made his home at Lisbon, where he married a lady of rank. It was at this time that he entered into correspondence with Toscanelli, who sent him a map of the route over the Atlantic to Japan, and gave him much information drawn from Marco Polo's descriptions. These letters made a deep impression on Columbus. He wrote back to Toscanelli that he thought of sailing westwards to Marco Polo's countries according to his instructions, and Toscanelli replied that he was glad to find that his ideas were so well understood, and that such a voyage would bring great gain to Columbus and an extraordinary reputation among all Christian peoples. Columbus tried in vain to obtain the support he needed for carrying out his plan. The King of Portugal and the learned men of the country listened to him, but treated him as a presumptuous dreamer. There were a few, however, who thought that he might be right, and on their advice the king sent a vessel over the ocean without telling Columbus. It soon returned without having seen land. When Columbus heard of this underhanded proceeding, he left Lisbon in disgust and traveled alone to Spain. His wife and children never saw him again, except his son Diego, who afterwards joined his father. For 2 years he traveled from town to town in that part of southern Spain which is called Andalusia, selling charts which he drew with his own hand. At last he was received at court, and was able to set forth his plan before an assembly of courtiers and ecclesiastics. But Castile was too much occupied with the war against the Moors in Granada and Malaga to venture on such a great enterprise, and Columbus had to wait for better times. 2 years more passed by, and Columbus was again summoned to the court, then in Cordova, on the banks of the Guadalquivir. His eloquence and enthusiasm had little effect, however, and after 2 more years of useless waiting, he resolved to turn his back on Spain and try his fortune in France. Sad and depressed, he followed the great highroad from Cordova. Being destitute, he went up to a monastery beside the road, knocked at the gate, and begged for a piece of bread for his little son Diego, whom he held by the hand. While he was talking to the porter, the prior came by, listened to his words, perceived by his accent that he came from Italy, and inquired into his story and his aims. The prior was a learned and benevolent man, and entered warmly into the plans of the Italian mariner, perceiving that such an opportunity of acquiring lands in eastern Asia should not be lost to Spain. He accordingly wrote to Queen Isabella, and at the end of 1491 Columbus spoke again before the learned men of the realm. Some of them treated him as an impostor, but others believed his words, and when, after the fall of Granada, the court had a free hand, it was decided to equip Columbus for his first voyage over the Atlantic. All the negotiations nearly fell through at the last moment, owing to the demands of Columbus. He wished to be appointed High Admiral of the Ocean and Viceroy over all the savage countries he discovered, and he demanded for himself and his descendants an 1/8 part of all the revenues of the new lands. but when he declared that he intended to devote his gains to the recovery of Jerusalem from the Turks, his wishes were granted, and funds were assigned for the equipment of 3 ships in the harbor of Palos. These vessels each had 3 masts, but they were far too small for such an adventurous enterprise. Only the admiral's ship, the Santa Maria, was completely decked over. The other 2, the Pinta and the Nina, had only decks fore and aft. The 2 brothers Pinzon, of noble extraction, at once volunteered for the voyage, but it was far from easy to enlist crews. Had it been a voyage along the coasts of Europe and Africa, there would have been no difficulty in finding men, but for a voyage straight out into the unknown ocean, with that the sailors would have nothing to do. At last it was necessary to open the prisons in order to procure 90 men, for only that number was needed for the whole 3 vessels. The lists of the crews are still extant, and show that most of the men were Castilians. 2 doctors were taken, as well as a baptized Jew who spoke Hebrew and Arabic, and might be useful as an interpreter when the expedition came over the ocean to India. Curiously enough, Columbus had no chaplain on board, but before he set sail, his friend the prior administered the sacrament to all his men, who, in the opinion of most, were doomed to a watery death. Armed with a royal despatch to the great Khan of Mongolia, Columbus stepped on board the Santa Maria, the moorings were cast off, and on August 3, 1492, the 3 ships steered under full sail out into the open sea. They kept on a southwesterly course, and in 6 days reached the Canary Islands, where the little fleet stayed a month to repair some damages and patch up the Pinta's broken rudder. On September 8th, a definite start was made, and when the lovely Canary Islands and the Peak of Teneriffe sank below the horizon, the sailors wept, believing that wind and sails would carry them from the world forever, and that nothing but water and waves awaited them in the west. From the first day, Columbus kept a very exact diary, which shows how thoroughly he embraced Toscanelli's theory and how implicitly he relied on his fellow countrymen's calculations. To his crews, however, he represented the distance as short, so that their fears should not be increased by the thought of the great interval that separated them from the Old World. They became more anxious as the days came and went, and still nothing but boundless deserts of water spread in every direction. After a week's sail, their keels plowed through whole fields of floating seaweed, and Columbus pacified his men by the suggestion that this was the first indication of their approach to land. The Santa Maria was a broad and clumsy vessel, really intended to carry cargo. She was, therefore, a slow sailer, and the other 2 ships usually took the lead. They were of more graceful build and had large square sails, but were of barely half the tonnage of the flagship. But all 3 kept together and were often so close that shouts could be heard from one ship to the other. One day Pinzon, captain of the Pinta, called out to Columbus that he had seen birds flying westwards and expected to sight land before night. They therefore sailed cautiously lest they should run aground, but all their apprehension ceased when a sounding line 200 fathoms long, lowered through the floating sea wrack, failed to reach the bottom. Their progress was stopped by several days of calm, and it was September 22nd before the seaweed came to an end and the vessels rolled again out to the open bluish-green water. Through the hissing surge, the Santa Maria and her 2 consorts cut their way due west. A more favorable breeze could not be wished. It was the trade wind which filled their sails. The sailors were afraid of the constant east wind, and when at length it veered around for a time, Columbus wrote in his journal, "This headwind was very welcome, for my men were mightily afraid that the winds never blew in these seas, which would take them back to Spain." Toscanelli's map was sent backwards and forwards between Columbus and Pinzon, and they wondered where they really were and how far it was to the islands of eastern Asia. On September 25th, Pinzon ascended the poop of the Pinta and called out to Columbus, "I see land." Then he fell on his knees with all his crew, and with voices trembling with excitement and gratitude, the Castilian mariners sang "Glory to God in the highest." This was the first time a Christian hymn had sounded over the waves of the Atlantic. The sailors of the Santa Maria and Nina climbed up into the rigging and also saw the land and raised the same song of praise as their comrades. But next day the longed-for land had vanished. It was only a mist which lay over the sea to leeward, a mirage in the boundless desert of water. At the beginning of October, Columbus began to suspect that he had already passed the islands laid down on Toscanelli's map, and he was glad that he had not been detained by them, but could sail straight on to the mainland of India. By India was meant at that time the whole of eastern Asia. On October 7th, the men on all three vessels were sure they saw land. Every sail was set. Each vessel thought it was an honor to reach it first. The Nina took the lead. At sunrise, the flag of Castile was hoisted to the topmost, and a shot thundered from its poop. During the day, the land vanished again. But now flocks of birds were seen, all making southwestwards, and Columbus gave orders to follow in the same direction. He wrote in his diary, "The sea, thank God, lay like the river at Seville. The temperature was as mild as in April at Seville, and the air was so balmy that it was delightful to breathe it." But they sailed day after day and through the nights, and still there was nothing to be seen but water. The men had several times given vent to their discontent, and now began to grumble again. Columbus soothed them and reminded them of the reward that awaited them when they had attained their goal. "Besides, their complaints were useless, for I have sailed out to reach India, and intend to prolong my voyage until, with God's help, I have found it." On October 11th, a log was seen floating in the sea with marks on it apparently cut by human hands, and shortly after, a branch with clusters of berries. Then the sailors became content, and the admiral promised a reward to the man who first sighted land. All kept their eyes open and watched eagerly. In the evening, Columbus thought he saw a flash of light as though a man were carrying a torch along a low shore, and later in the night, one of the Pinta's men swore that land was visible in front. Then all sails were taken in, and they waited for the dawn. When the sun rose on October 12th, 1492, its rays illuminated, before the eyes of the Spaniards, a flat, grass-covered island which Columbus called San Salvador, or the Saint Savior, after him who had rescued them from the perils of the sea. This island evidently lay north of Japan. At any rate, it would appear so from Toscanelli's map. Little did Columbus and his men suspect that a whole unknown continent and the world's greatest ocean, the Pacific, still separated them from Japan. The small island was one of the Bahama group, and is now known as Watling Island. If the voyages of the Northmen 500 years earlier be left out of account, this island was the first point of the New World reached by Europeans. The great day was begun with the Te Deum. The officers congratulated the admiral, the sailors threw themselves at his feet and begged forgiveness for their insubordination. A boat was lowered, into which stepped Columbus with the flag of Castile in his hand, followed by the Pinzon brothers with the banner of the cross, and a few others. Without knowing it, Columbus stepped onto the soil of America. Solemnly he took possession of San Salvador on behalf of the crown of Castile. A cross was erected on an elevation on the shore in token that the island was in Christian hands. The natives must have been astonished when they saw the 3 wonderful ships arrive off their coast and the white men come ashore. At first they held aloof, but with beads and other gifts the Spaniards soon gained their confidence. They had only wooden javelins for weapons, did not know iron, had long lanky hair, not woolly like the Negroes, were naked, and painted their bodies red and white. They knew gold, and that was well, for it was gold, and gold above everything, that Columbus needed to free the Holy Sepulchre from the Turks. These savages had gold rings in their noses, and when the Spaniards inquired by signs where the gold came from, they pointed toward the southwest. Columbus, of course, called them Indians. 7 of them were taken on board. They were to go to Spain and learn to talk so that they might act as interpreters on subsequent voyages. Then the voyage of discovery was resumed. The ships had to be sailed with great caution, for dangerous reefs lay around the islands. According to signs made by the savages, 2 large islands lay to the south. One must be Japan, and when Columbus landed on the coast of Cuba and heard of the prince named Kami, he thought that this man must be the Great Khan and that he was really on the mainland of Eastern Asia. Accordingly, he sent his Jew and 2 of his savages ashore to look for the Great Khan. They were 4 days away and searched as well as they could among the tent-like huts of the natives, but never saw a glimpse of any Mongolian Great Khan in Cuba. Exceedingly beautiful was this strange coast, reminding them of Sicily. Sweet song of birds was heard, and there was an odor of fruits, and green foliage and palms waved like plumes in the breeze. The Spaniards were astonished to see the natives walking about smoking rolled-up leaves, which they called tobacco, and had no notion what a source of wealth these leaves in the form of cigars would become in the future. Pinzon on the Pinta must have been bewitched by all the wonders he saw, for he ran off with his vessel to seek the land of gold on his own account. Columbus himself sailed across to the large island of Haiti, which, as usual, he took possession of in the name of Castile. The natives received him everywhere with amazement and submission, believing that he was an emissary from the abode of the gods. On the northern coast of the island, a great misfortune occurred on Christmas Eve. An inexperienced steersman was at the Santa Maria's rudder and let the vessel run on a sandbank, where it became a wreck. The crew had to take refuge on the Nina. The natives helped to save all that was on board, and not even a pin was stolen. But the Nina could not hold them all, and how were they to get back to Spain? Columbus found a way out of the difficulty. He decided to found a colony on the coast. 40 men were to be left behind to search for gold, and by the time Columbus returned from Spain, they would no doubt have a ton full of the precious metal, and that would be enough for the conquest of Jerusalem. The sailors were only too glad to remain, for they found the natives accommodating and the climate good. It was, in all respects, much pleasanter than to endure hardship on the Nina, and perhaps founder with a wretched little ship. Accordingly, a blockhouse was built of wreckage from the Santa Maria, was surrounded by a wall and moat and provisioned, and after presenting the chief of the Indians with a shirt and a pair of gloves, Columbus weighed anchor and steered for home. He had not sailed far before he fell in with the Pinta and took the independent Pinzon into his favor again. Then they sailed eastwards across the Atlantic. On February 12th, a storm arose. All the sails were furled, and the 2 ships lost sight of one another for good. The Nina pitched horribly and threatened to sink. All made ready for death. Columbus, fearing that his discoveries would perish with him, wrote a narrative on parchment, covered it with wax, and placed it in a cask, which was entrusted to the angry waves. The sailors thought that it was an offering with which Columbus sought to allay the storm. A few days later, the Nina arrived safely at the southernmost island of the Azores, and thence continued her voyage to the mouth of the Tagus and Lisbon. On March 15th, the inhabitants of Palos saw the most famous of all the ships of the world come into the harbor. The people streamed down with the wildest jubilation, and all the church bells were rung. The same evening the Pinta also sailed in, but was very differently received, for it was already known that Pinzon wished to usurp the honor of the discovery, being convinced that Columbus's vessel had been lost in the storm. No one took any notice of him, and he died a few days later, probably of chagrin and sorrow. In Seville, Columbus received a summons from the king and queen, who were staying in Barcelona. His journey through Spain was one great triumphal progress. He was feted as a conqueror in every town. He was conducted in a brilliant procession through the streets, 6 copper-brown Indians marching at the head with colored feathers in their headdresses. This was Christopher Columbus, who had given new lands to Spain, who had discovered a convenient sea route to India just at the time when the Portuguese were looking for a route thither around the coast of Africa. In Barcelona, all his titles and privileges were solemnly confirmed. Now he was actually the Admiral of the Ocean and the Viceroy of India. Now he had attained the height of worldly honor. Then began the time of adversity. On his second voyage, when he set out with 17 ships, he discovered the northern Antilles as far as Puerto Rico and came in contact with cannibals. At Haiti, he found the 40 men whom he had left behind on his first voyage had been killed by the natives. He took it for granted that Cuba was the mainland of Asia, and that thence the journey to Spain might be made dry-shod by following Marco Polo's footsteps. Discontent was rife among his men. The natives rose up against the intruders, rivals sprang up around him like mushrooms, and in the home country he was abused by high and low. He returned to Spain to put everything right, but this time he was no longer received with rejoicing, and found that he had now a formidable rival in Portugal. In the year 1497, Vasco da Gama discovered the real sea route to the real India by sailing around the south of Africa, an event which, in the eyes of that generation, quite eclipsed the discoveries of Columbus. In India, inexhaustible riches were to be found, whereas the poor islands of Columbus had simply cost money, ships, and men. But the strong will of Columbus overcame all obstacles, and for a third time he sailed for his fictitious India. Now he held a more southerly course and discovered the island Trinidad, and found that the water between it and the coast of Venezuela was fresh. There must then be a large river near. This river was the Orinoco. Disturbances broke out again in Haiti, and Columbus's opponents sent home complaints against him. A royal commission was sent out to hold an inquiry, and in the end arrested the admiral and sent him in chains to Spain. The captain of the vessel wished to remove his fetters and leave him free as long as he was on board, but Columbus would not consent, for he wished to retain them as a reminder of the reward he had got for his services. But when he was led in chains through the streets of Cadiz, the scene of his former triumph, the displeasure of the people was aroused, and at the court Columbus met with a friendly reception. He even succeeded in fitting out a fourth expedition and crossed the Atlantic in 19 days. The new governor forbade him to land, and Columbus expressed his indignation that he, the discoverer, should not be allowed to set foot on his own islands. He then steered westwards and came to the coast of Honduras, and thence followed the coast of Nicaragua southwards. He fully and firmly believed that this was Malacca, and that farther south would be found a passage to India proper. He sailed back towards Cuba, but was driven by bad weather to Jamaica, where in great extremity he had to run his ship ashore. One of his trusty men rowed for 4 days in a canoe over the open sea to Haiti to beg for help. Meanwhile, the shipwrecked men were in hard case. The natives threatened them and refused them all help. Columbus knew that an eclipse of the moon would shortly occur, and told the natives that if they would not help them, the god of the Spaniards would forever deprive them of the light of the moon. And when the shadow of the earth began to move over the moon's disk, the natives were terrified, fell at the feet of Columbus, and promised him everything. He pretended to consider the matter, but at last allowed himself to be persuaded, and promised that they should keep their moon. And then the shadow moved off quietly into space, leaving the moon as bright as a silver shield. At last he received assistance, and in 1504 was back in Spain. No one now paid any attention to him. His property was confiscated, his titles were not restored to him, and even the outstanding pay of his followers was kept back. Ill with gout and vexation, he stayed at first in Seville. His former friends did not know him. Lonely and crushed down by grief and disappointment, he died at 1506 at Valladolid. No one took any notice of his decease, and not a chronicle of the time contains a word about his death. Even in the grave he seemed to find no rest. He was first interred quietly in Valladolid, and then his remains were transferred to a monastery church in Seville. Half a lifetime later, his body was carried to San Domingo in Haiti, where it rested for 250 years until it was deposited in the Cathedral of Havana in Cuba. And finally, when Cuba was lost to the United States, the remains of the great discoverer were again brought back to Spain. Columbus was a tall, powerfully built man with an aquiline nose, a pink and freckled complexion, light blue eyes and red hair, which early became white in consequence of much thought and great sorrows. During 4 centuries of admiration and detraction, his life and character have been dissected and torn to bits. Some have seen in him a saint, a prophet. Others have called him a crafty adventurer who stole Toscanelli's plan in order to gain power, honor, and wealth for himself. But when, about 20 years ago, the 4th century since his discovery was completed, full amends were made to his memory, and his achievements were celebrated throughout the world. He opened new fields for unborn generations, he extended the bounds of the earth, and guided the world's history into new channels. 4 years before the death of Columbus, Amerigo Vespucci of Florence, who made 4 voyages across the ocean, suggested that the new lands had nothing to do with Asia, but were a new world in distinction to the old. And a German schoolmaster, who wrote a geographical textbook, suggested in the introduction that as the 4th continent had been discovered by Amerigo Vespucci, Americus Vespudius, there was no reason why it should not be called Amerigo or America after its discoverer. The proposal was accepted, and only too late was it realized that Columbia would have been the proper name. One discovery followed another, and the coasts of America gradually assumed on the charts and maps the form with which we are now familiar. Let us for a moment dwell on another of the most striking voyages in the history of the world. In the year 1519, the Portuguese Magellan sailed along the east coast of South America and discovered the strait which still bears his name. And what is more, he found at last, through this strait, the western passage to India. He sailed over an immense ocean, where the weather was good and no storms threatened his ships, and accordingly he called it the Pacific Ocean. Other dangers, however, awaited him. The mariners sailed for 4 months over unbroken seas, suffering from hunger and disease. At last 3 of the vessels reached the Philippines. There Magellan landed with a small party, and was overpowered and slain by the natives. Only one of the ships, the Victoria, came home, but this was the first vessel which sailed around the world. During the succeeding centuries, white men stuck their claws ever firmer into America. The Indians were forced back into the backwoods, and in North America they have been almost exterminated. Under French and later under English rule, those parts of North America have developed an unexpected power and wealth which were despised by the Spaniards, who in their boundless greed of gain thought of nothing but gold. End of section 19. Section 20 of From Pole to Pole by Sven Hedin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 20. North America, Part 2. New York. In a house in a Swedish countryside sit an old man and a woman talking seriously. "It is a great pity," says the old woman, "that Gunnar is beginning to think of America again." "Yes, he will never rest," replies the old man, "till we have given our consent and let him go. Today he says that an immigration touter has promised him gold and green forests if he will take a ticket for one of the Bremen Line steamers. I reminded him that the farm is unencumbered, but he answered that it would not provide for both his brothers and himself. "It was a very different thing for you, father," he said, "but there are 3 of us to divide the produce." He thinks it is a hopeless task to grub in our poor stony hills, when boundless plains in the western states of North America are only waiting to be plowed, and in any factory he can be earning wages so large as to yield a small income for several years. Yes, indeed, I know. It is his cousins who have put this fancy in his head with their glowing letters. But I suppose we cannot prevent him going if his heart is set on it. What can we do? He is a free man and must go his own way. Well, perhaps it is best. When he is homesick, he will come back again. I am afraid it will be long enough before that happens. At starting, all seems so fine. I shall soon come home with a small pile. In reality, all his memories will grow faint within a year, and the distance to the red cottage will seem to grow longer as time flies. I mourn for him as dead already. He will never come back. A few days after this, our emigrant Gunnar breaks all ties and tears up all the roots which, since his birth, have held him bound to the soil of Sweden. He travels by the shortest route to Bremen and steps on board an emigrant steamer for New York. During the long hours of the voyage, the people sit on deck and talk of the great country to which they are all bound. Before the last lighthouse on the coast of Europe is lost to sight, Gunnar seems to have all America at his finger ends. The same names are always ringing in his ears. New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, and San Francisco have become quite familiar, and he has only to insert between them a number of smaller towns, a few rivers, mountains, and lakes, to draw in a few railway lines, to remember the great country of Canada to the north and mountainous Mexico in the south, to place at 3 of the corners of the continent the peninsulas of Alaska, California, and Florida, and at the 4th the large island of Newfoundland, and then his map of North America is complete. The voyage over the Atlantic draws to an end. One day a growing restlessness and excitement is perceptible, and the travelers cast inquiring glances ahead. It is said that the American coast will be visible in an hour, and so it is. An irregular line appears to starboard. That is Long Island. 2 hours more, and the boat glides into the mouth of the Hudson River and comes alongside at Ellis Island in the harbor of New York. A row of other vessels lie moored at the quays. These also have brought immigrants to America, and will soon return to fetch more. They must go backwards and forwards, year out and year in, to carry 3,000 persons daily to the United States. Gunnar has packed his things in good time, and takes up a favorable position from which he can observe his fellow travelers. He has never heard such a noise, and never seen such a bustle. The people throng the gateways, call to one another, haul out their discolored portmanteaus and their rope bundles. There are seen Swedes and Germans, Polish and Russian Jews, Galicians and Croats mingled together, some well-dressed and with overcoats, others in tattered clothes and with a coarse handkerchief in place of a collar. Yonder, overlooking New York harbor, stands the colossal Statue of Liberty, a female figure holding a torch in her right hand. When darkness lies over the earth, she throws a dazzling beam of electric light out over the water, the quays, houses, and ships. But Gunnar experiences no feeling of freedom as he sets his foot on American soil. He and all his fellow travelers are provided with numbered tickets and marshaled into long compartments in a huge hall. Then they are called out, one after another, to be questioned, and a doctor comes and examines them. Those who suffer from lung disease or other complaint, or, being old and feeble, have no prospect of gaining a livelihood, receive a peremptory order of exclusion on gray paper, and must return by the next vessel to their fatherland. The others who pass the examination proceed in small steamers to the great city, where, among the 4 millions of New York, they vanish like chaff before the wind. From whatever land they may come, they always find fellow countrymen in New York, for this city is a conglomeration of all the peoples of the world. 70 different languages are spoken in it. 1/3 of its inhabitants have been born in foreign countries. In Brooklyn, the quarter on Long Island, there have been whole streets where only Swedes live. In the Little Italy quarter live more Italians than there are in Naples. In the Chinese town, there are 5,000 Chinese, and even Jews from Russia and Poland have their own quarter. Gunnar soon finds that New York is more complicated than he supposed when he was rolling out on the Atlantic. Meanwhile, he decides to take it easy at first and to learn his way about before plunging into the struggle for existence. In Brooklyn, he soon meets with a fellow countryman and gets a roof over his head. A pleasant, well-to-do railway employee from Stockholm takes pleasure in showing him about and impressing him with his knowledge of America. "This town must be old," says Gunnar, "or it could not have grown so large." "Old? Certainly not. Compared to Stockholm, it is a mere child. It is barely 300 years old, and at the time of Gustavus Adolphus it did not contain 1,000 inhabitants. But now it is second only to London." "That is wonderful. How can you account for New York becoming so large? Stockholm and Bremen are pygmies beside it. I have never seen the like in my life. There are forests of masts and steamboat funnels in all directions, and at the quays vessels are loaded and unloaded with a most startling speed." "Yes, but you must remember that the population of the United States increases at an extraordinary rate. During the last century, it doubled every 20 years. And remember also that nearly half the foreign trade of the Union passes through New York. Here are exported grain, meat, tobacco, cotton, petroleum, manufactured goods, and many other things. It is, therefore, not remarkable that New York needs 36 miles of quays with warehouses, and that more than 70 steamboat lines sail to and from the port. And besides, it is a great industrial town. Think of its position and its fine harbor. Eastward lies the Atlantic with routes to Europe. Westward run innumerable railway lines, 5 of which stretch right through to the Pacific coast." "Tell me something about the railways," exclaims Gunnar, who wants to go out west at the first favorable opportunity. "Yes, I can give you information about them, for I have been working on several lines. As far back as 1840, the United States had 2,800 miles of railway, and 20 years later, 30,000 miles. Now it has nearly 240,000 miles of rails, a strip which would reach to the moon or 10 times around the equator. The United States have more railways than all Europe, though the population is only a fifth that of Europe, but the area is about the same." "How do you explain this rapid development of railway enterprise?" "Well, the fact is that at first the aim was to fill up the gaps between the waterways. Rivers were relied on as long as possible, and the first railways were built in districts where there were no large rivers. Then, in the course of time, various lines converged together, new railways were constructed, and now the 49 states are covered with a connected network of lines. Moreover, the country roads are so bad that they must be supplemented by railways." "A large number of bridges must be necessary across all the large rivers?" "Yes, certainly. The Americans are adepts in bridge building, and the railway bridges over the Mississippi and Missouri and other rivers are masterpieces of the boldest art. Where lines cross deeply eroded valleys, bridges of timber were formerly built, like skyscraping parapets with rails laid along the top. But such bridges are now fast disappearing, and iron bridges are built, and the trains run at full speed over elegant erections which from a distance look just like a spider's web. Just look to your left. There you have one of the world's strongest bridges, the suspension bridge between New York and Brooklyn. It is of colossal dimensions, and yet it looks so fine and delicate as it hangs between its 2 mighty piers. You see that vessels with the tallest masts can pass clear below, for it is poised 135 feet above high water. The length is nearly 1.25 miles. It is wonderful that men have been able to stretch this huge span of iron above the water. Wait a little, and you will see a kind of aerial railway." Then the Stockholm man takes his new friend to a station to travel on the elevated railways through New York. Gunnar's astonishment is beyond bounds as he rushes along on a framework supported by innumerable iron pillars over streets and squares, and sees the seething crowd moving in carriages and on foot below his feet. Here is the Central Park. Is it not delightful with its leafy trees and cool pools? In summer it is burning hot in the town, and it is refreshing to rest an hour or two in the shade of the trees. The winters are equally cold, and raw, biting winds blow from the east coast. Here is Fifth Avenue, the finest street of New York. In the rows of palaces you see here live millionaires, railway kings, steel kings, petroleum kings, corn kings, and a whole crop of kings. But I would rather we went to look at the rows of houses facing the Hudson River. New York, then, lies on the Hudson River? That is so, but more properly speaking, New York stands on an island of Manhattan in the mouth of the river. We are standing, then, on Manhattan, and it is interesting to recall the fact that this island was sold 300 years ago by Indians to Dutchmen for the sum of £4. It is rather more valuable now. Just look at the hideous skyscrapers with their 20 and 30 stories. I was just wondering why houses are built so enormously high. That is owing to the tremendous value of the ground. When there is not space enough to build out laterally, the buildings are piled up heavenwards where there is plenty of room. They are certainly not handsome. Look at this row of houses, some of moderate height, others as tall as chimneys. Are they not like a row of keys moved by invisible gigantic fingers? I should not like to live in such a building, I am sure. On the top floor I should be giddy with the height, and on the first I should expect the whole mass to tumble down on me. We are better off in Brooklyn, where the houses are of moderate height. Tomorrow I will show you something not less remarkable than the wealthy quarter of the city. I will take you to the Chinese town. There Chinese swarm in the dirty lanes. There the whole place reeks of onions and tobacco and spirits from the public houses. There are vile gambling hells and opium dens, and there paper lanterns on fishing rods hang outside the tea houses. Then we can take a look at Little Italy, a purely Italian town in the midst of the New York of the Americans. There you will see only Italian books in the bookshops. There Italian newspapers are read. There wax candles burn round images of the Madonna in churches, and black-haired, brown-eyed children from sunny Italy play in the gutters. And we must not forget Little Russia, the Jews' quarter. The Jews are a remarkable people. You never see them drunk. You never hear of any crime or felony committed by them. They live poorly, cheaply, and sparingly, and seem cheerful in their booths beside the street. All this is very well, but I do not understand where all the immigrants go. I am told that as many as 3,000 persons land daily on Ellis Island. At this rate, New York receives yearly an addition of 1 million souls. Yes, but how many do you think remain in New York? Most of them go up country and out westwards. Some improve their position and then repair to other fields of work. But many also stay here and increase the slum population. The immigrants who are destitute on landing take work in factories at any wage they can get. The wages they receive seem very high compared to those in their own country, but they are low for America. Accordingly, the immigrant Europeans thrust out the Americans, and therefore there are 2 millions out of work in the United States. And so there are failures, human wrecks who are a burden to others. If you like, we will try this evening to get to a midnight mission and see the poor wretches waiting in crowds for the doors to open. They have a worn, listless expression, but when the doors are open, they wake up and rush in, fill all the benches in the large hall, and go to sleep in all imaginable positions. What do they do there? A missionary preaches to them, but they are hungry and weary and sleep soundly on their benches. Among them you will find tramps and vagabonds, professional beggars and thieves, idlers, and men out of work. In the daytime they beg and steal, and now at night they take their sleep in the mission. When the preacher finishes, they file out and go to the bread stalls to get food. Such is their life day after day, and they sink ever deeper into misery. They are the slag that remains after the precious metal has run off, of course. It is curious to think of a people that is increased by a never-failing stream of immigrants. What will be the end of it? No one can answer that question. Everything is possible with Americans. They are a mixture of English, Scandinavian, German, Dutch, Italian, and Russian blood, to name only the principal constituents of this complex blend, this huge incorporation. Out of all these elements, one day an American race will emerge when Ellis Island has closed its gates to immigrants from Europe. Tell me another thing now. Why is not New York, the most important city, also the capital of the country? It was thought that the city which bears the name of the great Washington had a more convenient and more central position with regard to the states of the original Federation. The population of Washington is only about 330,000, and there are 15 larger cities in the United States, but it is the center of government. There the President lives in White House, there Congress assembles in the Capitol, there stands the Washington Monument, surrounded by large national buildings, and there 3 universities are established. Chicago and the Great Lakes. After our friend Gunnar has seen as much as he wants of New York, he obtains a good post in a large factory, but he stays there only 2 months, for with other Swedes he receives an offer from Philadelphia which he does not hesitate to accept. His idea is to work his way gradually westward. If he can only get as far as Chicago, he thinks it will not be difficult to go on to San Francisco. Now he works in a yard where more than 1,000 locomotives are made annually. This yard seems to him quite a town in itself. Here the iron is made white hot in immense furnaces, there it is hammered and rolled, and with irresistible power human hands convert the hard steel into steam boilers, wheels, axles, and parts of machines which are put together to form engines. The workshop is traversed in all directions by rails, and the completed steam horses are sent out all over the railway systems of the United States. Gunnar learns from his mates that Philadelphia is one of the largest cities of the world, with nearly 1.5 million inhabitants, and that in America only New York and Chicago are larger. After a while, however, Gunnar has had enough of Philadelphia and takes a ticket for Pittsburgh, the steel and iron capital, where immigrants never need be in want of a post. He travels without a change of carriages between the 2 towns, traversing the whole of Pennsylvania. Innumerable branch lines diverge in all directions, for towns and villages are everywhere. Here a railway runs to a mine, there another to a district rich in maize and tobacco, and here again a third to a timber yard. At the station stand long trains laden with grain, planks, petroleum, cotton, reaping machines, coal, in fact all the wares that the earth can produce by its fertility, and men by the labor of their hands. The country becomes hilly, and the train winds about through the northernmost part of the Allegheny Mountains. Gunnar lets his eyes rove with strained attention over the dark woods, the waving fields, and the smoke rising from villages and farmhouses, when an American comes and sits down on the seat just in front of him. "I see you are a newcomer in America," says the stranger. "It may then interest you to know that the crest of the Allegheny Mountains, composed of granite, gneiss, and slates, is the watershed between the Atlantic and the Mississippi. You must not suppose that these mountains are everywhere as low as here. Far down in the southwest and North Carolina there are summits more than 6,000 feet high. Maize and fruit are grown in the valleys, and there are fine forests of pines and foliage trees. And there are places where you lose yourself in dense clumps of rhododendrons and climbing plants. And there are wild recesses where men never go, but where bears and wolves have their haunts among broken branches and twigs, fallen trunks, and moss-grown granite boulders, and where nothing has changed since the time when Indian tribes went on the warpath. But where are you bound for?" "I am going to Pittsburgh to look for work, for I was a smith at home." "Oh, Pittsburgh. I was foreman in some steel works there for 2 years, and I have never seen anything more wonderful. You know that this town has sprung up out of the earth as if by magic. When petroleum springs were discovered, it increased at double the rate, and now it is one of the world's largest industrial towns, and, as regards iron and steel, the first in America. Here materials are manufactured to the value of more than £19 million annually. Almost inexhaustible deposits of coal are found in the neighborhood. More than 20 railway lines converge to Pittsburgh, which also has the advantage of 3 navigable rivers and a network of canals. And round about the town are suburbs full of machine factories, steelworks, and glassworks. The neighborhood has 1 million of inhabitants, a third of them foreigners, mostly Slavs, Italians, and Hungarians. You have a kind of feeling of oppression when you see from a height this forest of reeking factory chimneys, and when you think of the unfortunate men that slave under this cloud of coal smoke. There is a hammering and a beating everywhere, and a rumble of trains rolling over the rails. Overheated furnaces bubble and boil, and sparks fly out under steam hammers. At night you might think you were in the bottom of a volcano, where the lava boils under ashes, ready to roll out and destroy everything. A weird reddish-yellow light flames forth from thousands of fires, lighting up the underside of the thick smoke cloud. I am sorry for you if you are going to Pittsburgh. You had much better travel straight on to Chicago. Not that Chicago is a paradise, but there are better openings there, and you will be nearer the great West with its inexhaustible resources. Thanks for your advice. I am the more ready to follow it because I always intended to get to Chicago sometime. From Pittsburgh, continues the American, a line runs direct to the large town of St. Louis on the Mississippi. St. Louis is a junction of great importance, for not only do a whole series of great railway lines meet there, but also innumerable steamboats ply from there up the Mississippi and Missouri, and to all the large towns on their tributaries. St. Louis is the center of all the winding waterways which intersect all parts of the United States, and there you can travel on comfortable, flat-bottomed steamers along the main river to New Orleans, a great harbor for the export of cotton. You can well conceive what a blessing and source of wealth this river is to our country. It is of immense extent, for it is the longest river in the world, if we take its length from its sources of the Missouri and the Rocky Mountains, and in the area of its basin it is second only to the Amazons. Its plain is exceedingly fruitful, and far around its banks grain shoots up out of the soil to feed many millions of human beings, and its waterways, ramifying like the nerves of a leaf, facilitate communication and the transport of goods between the different states. You should just see how the great river rises in spring. You might think you were sailing on a large lake, and, as a matter of fact, it floods an area as large as Lake Superior. If the Mississippi is a blessing to men, on the other hand, in spring, it extracts a heavy tax from them. The vast volumes of brown, muddy water often cut off sharp bends from the riverbed and take shortcuts through narrow promontories. By such tricks, the length of the river is not infrequently shortened by 10 or 12 miles here and there. But you can imagine the trouble this causes. A town standing on such a bend may one day find itself 6 miles from the bank. In another, the inhabitants are in danger of being at any time drowned like cats. A railway bridge may suddenly be suspended over dry land, while the river has swept away rails and embankment a little farther off. Our engineers have great difficulty in protecting constructions from the capricious river in spring. Not a year passes without the Mississippi causing terrible destruction and inflicting great loss on those who dwell near its banks, especially in cattle. You have only to see this water to comprehend what immense quantities of earth, sand, and mud are yearly carried down by it, and all this silt is deposited in the flat delta below New Orleans. Therefore, the delta extends from year to year farther out into the Gulf of Mexico. This is an easy way of increasing our territory, but we would willingly sacrifice the gain if we could get rid of the terrible floods in spring. The train with our 2 travelers on board has now crossed the boundary of Pennsylvania and is making its way westwards through the states of Ohio and Indiana. Boundless plains extend to the north and south, planted with maize, wheat, oats, and tobacco. Maize fields, however, are the most frequent, and the harvest is just beginning. Gigantic reaping machines, drawn by troops of horses, mow down the grain and bind it into sheaves, while other machines throw it into wagons. The reapers have only to drive the horses. All the rest is done by the machines. Certainly men's hands could never be able to deal with all this grain. Whole armies could be hidden under the ears of maize. Now the train skirts the shore of Lake Michigan, which stretches its blue surface northwards, and a little later halts at Chicago. Gunnar has been directed to an agency for Swedish workmen, and the first thing he does is to call there. In a day or two he obtains work in the timber business and goes up to Canada in a large cargo steamer which carries timber from the forests of Canada to Chicago. Here the timber supplies seem to him inexhaustible when he sees the dark coniferous woods on the shores and hills, and when he notices that hundreds of steamboats are carrying the same freight. The workman beside him, an Englishman, boasts of the immense territory which occupies almost all the northern half of North America. Canada is the most precious jewel in the crown of Great Britain, next to the mother country and India. Why is Canada so valuable? I always thought that its population was very small. It has not many people, you are right there. Canada has only 7 million inhabitants. Oh, not more? That is just about as many as Greater London. Yes, and yet Canada is as large as all Europe and as the United States of America. It stretches so far east and west that it occupies a fourth part of the circuit of the earth, and if you travel from Montreal to Vancouver, you have a journey of 2,906 miles. But you can well understand that such an extensive country, even though it is thinly peopled, especially in its cold northern parts, must yield much that is valuable to its owners. Yes, certainly, so it is in Siberia, where the population is also scanty. Just so. In Canada, fields, mountains, forests, and water yield an immense revenue. Think only of all the agricultural produce which is shipped from here, not to speak of gold, fish, and furs. The wheat produced in Canada is alone worth over 22 million pounds sterling a year. There are also huge areas which are worthless. We get little advantage from the northern coasts, where the Eskimos live. You are quite at home on these lakes? Oh yes, when a man has sailed to and fro over them for 10 years, he knows all about the roadsteads and channels, and about when the ice forms and breaks up, and when there is the prospect of a storm. But the storms cannot be very dangerous. Ah, you do not believe in them. All the same, they may be just as dangerous as in the Atlantic, and when a real hurricane comes, the skipper will do well to seek shelter, or at best he will lose his cargo. You will soon have opportunities of seeing, hearing, and feeling how the surge beats just as on the coast of the ocean. But then all these lakes have an aggregate area more than half as large as the Baltic, and if we take the depth into account, we shall find that the volume of water is the same as in the Baltic. Lake Superior is the largest lake in the world. Beyond the point yonder lies Lake Huron. You must acknowledge that this scenery is beautiful. Have you ever seen anything to equal this sheet of dark blue water, the dark green woods, and the grand, peaceful shores? It is a pity that we do not go to Lake Erie, for at its eastern extremity is one of the wonders of the world and the most famous spectacle in North America. You mean the Falls of Niagara, which I have heard described so many times? Yes. Think of a steamboat on Lake Erie sucked along by a stream that flows to Ontario. This lake lies 300 feet lower than Erie, and about halfway between the two lakes, the water passes over a sharp bar and plunges with a thundering roar into the depth below. The barrier itself, which is 1,000 yards broad, is formed of a huge stratum of sandstone, and the rocks under it are loose slates. Erosion proceeds more rapidly in the slates than in the hard limestone, which, therefore, overhangs like the projecting leaf of a table, and the collected volumes of water hurl themselves over it. But when the limestone is so far undermined that it is no longer able to bear the weight of the water, fragments break off from time to time from the edge and fall into the abyss with a deafening noise. Thus, in time, the fall wears away the barrier, and Niagara is moving back in the direction of Lake Erie. Moving, do you say? The movement can surely not be rapid. Oh no, Niagara needs about 17,000 years to move half a mile nearer to Lake Erie. That's all right. For now I can be sure it will be there when I visit it at some future opportunity. Yes, and you would find it even if a crowd of railway lines did not run to it. You hear the roar of the thunder water 40 miles away, and when you come closer you see dense clouds of foam and spray rising from the ravine 150 feet below the threshold of the fall. Yes, Niagara is the most wonderful thing I have seen. In all the world, it is surpassed only by the Victoria Falls of the Zambesi, discovered by Livingstone. One feels small and overawed when one ventures onto the bridges above and below the fall and sees its 280,000 cubic feet of water gliding one moment smooth as oil over the barrier and the next dashing into foam and spray below with a thundering noise. It would not be pleasant to be sucked over the edge. And yet a reckless fellow once made the journey. For safety he crept into a large, stout barrel, well padded inside with cushions. Packed in this way, he let the barrel drift with the stream, tip over the edge of the barrier, and fall perpendicularly into the pool below. As long as he floated in the quiet drift, and even when he fell with a column of water, he ran no danger. It was when he plumped down on the water below and spun around in the whirlpools, bumped against rocks rising up from the bottom, and was carried at a furious pace down under the watery vault. But the traveler got through and was picked up in quiet water. I suppose that there are bridges over the Niagara River as over all the others in the country? Certainly. Among them is an arched bridge of steel below the falls, which has a single span of 270 yards and is the most rigid bridge in the world. Tell me, where does all this water go to below Niagara? Well, it flows out into Lake Ontario, opposite Toronto, the largest town in Canada. Then it runs out of the lake's northeastern corner, forming winding channels among a number of islands, which are called the Thousand Islands. Then the river, which is called the St. Lawrence, is sometimes narrow and rapid, and sometimes expands into lake-like reaches. At the large town of Montreal begins a quiet course, and below Quebec, the St. Lawrence opens out like a huntsman's horn. The river is frozen over every year, and in some places the ice is so thick that rails can be laid on it and heavy goods trains run over it. In spring, when the ice begins to break up, the neighborhood of the river is dangerous, and sometimes mountains of ice thrust themselves over the lower parts of Montreal. It can be cold in Montreal, down to -30 degrees. It is still worse in northern Canada, and the summer is short in this country. You have just mentioned Toronto, Montreal, and Quebec. Which is the capital? Oh, none of these is the capital of the colony. That honor belongs to the small town of Ottawa. And now I will tell you something extraordinary. The Dominion of Canada is situated between two goldfields. In the extreme east is Newfoundland, in the extreme west, Klondike. I shall never forget the gold fever which seized adventurers in nearly all countries when it was known that the precious metal occurred in large quantities in the gravel and sand beds on the banks of the Yukon River. I was one of them myself. Men rushed wildly off to get there in time and stake out small claims in the auriferous soil. What a wild life! How we suffered! We had to pay $1 for a biscuit and $1 for a box of sardines. We were glad when a hunter shot elk and reindeer and sold the meat for an exorbitant price in gold dust. We lived huddled up in wretched tents and were perished with cold. Furious snowstorms swept during the winter over the dreary country, and the temperature fell to -67 degrees. And what a toil to get hold of the miserable gold! The ground is always frozen up there. To work in it, you must first thaw the soil with fire. By degrees, the situation improved, and a small town grew up on the gold field, and in a few years the gold won attained to the value of 5 millions sterling. And the other gold mine, then? Newfoundland. A cold polar current brings yearly quantities of seal, cod, salmon, herring, and lobster down to the banks of Newfoundland, where more than 50,000 fishermen are engaged in catching them. As the fish brings in yearly a revenue of several millions, this easternmost island of North America may well be called a gold mine too. Through the Great West. After a few profitable voyages on Lake Michigan and Huron, Gunnar has saved so much that he can carry out his plan of traveling to the extreme west. He intends to let his dollars fly in railway fares, and after he has seen enough of the great cities of America, to settle down in the most attractive district. There he will stay and work until he has saved up enough to buy a farm of his own in his native country. He sets off from Chicago and leaves St. Louis behind him and is carried by a train on the Pacific Railway through Missouri and Kansas westwards. In the latter state, he flies over boundless prairies. Eventually, a German naturalist enters Gunnar's carriage when the train stops at a large station. He is dusty and out of breath and is glad to rest when he has seen his boxes and chests stowed away in the luggage van. Like all Germans, he is alert and observant, agreeable and talkative, and the train has not crossed the boundary between Kansas and Colorado before he has learned all about Gunnar's experiences and plans. Soon the German on his part explains the business which has brought him out to the far west. I have received a grant from the University of Heidelberg to collect plants and animals in the western states, and I travel as cheaply as I can so that the money may last longer. I love this great America. Have you noticed how colossal everything is in this country, whether the good God or wicked man be the master builder? If you cross a mountain range like the Rocky Mountains or its South American continuation, the Andes, it is the longest in the world. If you roll over a river, as the Mississippi, Missouri, you hear that this also is the longest that exists. If you travel by steamboat over the Canadian lakes, you are told that no sheets of fresh water in the world surpass them. And think of all these innumerable large towns that have sprung up within a century or two. And these railways, these astonishing bridges, these inexhaustible natural resources, and this world-embracing commerce. How alert and industrious is this people, how quickly everything develops, how much more bustle and feverish haste there is than in the old world. It is charming to see the Rocky Mountains become more and more distinct, and the different chains and ridges stand out more sharply as we approach. Yes, indeed, you will notice by the speed of the train that we are already mounting upwards. You see the prairie pass into the foot of the hills. We shall soon come into the zone of dwarf oaks and mahogany trees. Higher up are slopes covered with fine pine woods, and willows and alders grow along the banks of the streams. You speak of trees. Is it true, as a skipper on Lake Michigan told me, there are trees here in the West which are over 300 feet high? Quite true. Your informant meant, of course, the two species of the coniferous family which are called mammoth trees because they are the giants of the vegetable kingdom, as the mammoths were of the animal kingdom. They grow on the western flanks of the Sierra Nevada in California. When one sees these heaven-aspiring trees, one is tempted to believe that their only aim in life is to rise so high that they may look over the crest of the Coast Range and have a free view of the Pacific Ocean. One of these giants, which fell long ago, had a height of 435 feet and a girth of 110 feet at the base. It was called the Father of the Forest. The trunk is hollow. There is also another fallen mammoth called the Riding School, because a man on horseback can ride some way into the inside. These trees are supposed to be several thousand years old. The place in the Sierra Nevada where the last giants stand on their ancient roots is protected and is the property of the whole people. If the law did not protect the trees, they would go the same way as the bisons and Indians. Is there not also a reserved area in the Rocky Mountains? Yes, the Yellowstone National Park in the state of Wyoming. It is a wonderful place, and whole books have been written about it. There are as many as 4,000 hot springs and 100 geysers in the lower part of the valley between the crests of the Rocky Mountain. The giant geyser shoots up a height of 250 feet, and Old Faithful spouts up once an hour. The park contains many other natural wonders, and there are preserved herds of wild animals such as elks, antelopes, and stags. Even beavers have found a refuge in its stream. "Are there dangerous beasts of prey in these mountains?" asked Gunnar, while the train puffs and rolls heavily up a dark valley. "Yes, the grizzly bear is the largest of them. He is not so particularly dangerous, and at any rate is better than his reputation. If he is only left in peace, he will not come near a man, and if he is attacked, he almost always takes to flight. But if he is wounded at close quarters, he may take a terrible revenge, and he is the strongest of all the animals in his native haunts. It was formerly considered a great honor to wear a necklace of a grizzly bear's teeth and claws." It is a fine sight to see a grizzly bear roaming through the woods and thickets, where he considers himself absolute master of all the animals of the region. He is sometimes brownish, sometimes gray, and a gray bear is supposed to be more dangerous than a brown. He lives like all other bears, hibernates, eats berries, fruits, nuts, and roots, but he also kills animals and is said to be very expert in fishing. I will tell you a little hunting story. A white hunter was once eager for an opportunity of killing a grizzly bear, and a young Indian undertook to lead him to a spot where he would not have to wait long. The two marksmen hid behind a small knoll, after having laid out a newly killed deer as bait. The Indian, who knew the habits of bears, was not mistaken. Soon a huge bear came waddling out of the wood with such a ridiculous gait that the white hunter could hardly control his laughter, though the Indian remained silent and serious. The old fellow stopped frequently, lifted his nose in the air, and looked about to convince himself that no danger lurked around. Once he began to scratch in the ground, and then smelled his forepaws and lay down on his back and rolled. He probably wanted to rub his coat in some strongly smelling plant. Then he went on again. After a time he sat and clawed his fur, looked at his paws, and licked his pads. Then he scratched himself behind the ears with his hind paws, and when his toilet was finished he trotted straight toward the place where the deer lay. When he saw the animal, he was surprised, reared up on his hind legs to his full height, cocked his ears, wrinkled his forehead, and seemed perplexed. When he was sure that the stag was dead, he went up to it and smelt it. Then he went round and nosed about on the other side to see if the animal were dead on that side also. His meditations were interrupted here, for the white hunter fired and the bear fell, but raised himself again on his hind legs. The hunter followed his example, but the Indian, who saw that the bear was in an angry and revengeful mood, advised him to hide himself again quickly. Too late. The furious bear had seen his enemy and rushed in a rolling gallop towards his hiding place. The hunter found it best to run, and in a minute was with the Indian perched on the bough of an oak. Here they loaded their guns again, while the bear, limping on 3 legs, made for the tree. Hit by 2 bullets, he fell down, tore up the earth and grass with his claws, and at last became still. "It is a shame," said Gunnar, "to kill these kings of the Rocky Mountains for amusement or to gain a name as a hunter. Probably they are fated to pass away like the bisons and Indians." "Oh no, not yet. They will long survive in inaccessible regions of the mountains and in the uninhabited parts of Canada. But certainly it is a shame to destroy them unnecessarily, particularly when we hear of such a deed of chivalry as the following. A traveler took a young grizzly bear with him to Europe, and on board he was a general favorite. He drank and ate and played with the sailors, and, curiously enough, conceived a great friendship for a small antelope which traveled with him. When the vessel came into port and the antelope was being led along a street, a large bulldog fell on the defenseless animal. The bear, which was led behind the antelope by a chain, perceived his friend's danger, tore himself away from his keeper, and with a single jerk threw himself on the bulldog and mauled him so badly that he ran away howling with pain. "You may well declare," says Gunnar, "that everything in America is on a large scale, but all the same lions and tigers are not found here." "No, but there are jaguars and pumas instead. Both are more common in the South than in North America, where the jaguar only comes as far north as the southwestern states and Mexico. They are found in the outskirts of forests and in the tall grass of the pampas, where the wild horsemen track them down, catch them in lassos, and drag them after their horses till they are strangled. The jaguar also frequents thickets on the river banks and marshes. He keeps to the ground, whereas the bold and agile puma even pursues monkeys in the trees. With shrill screams and cries of warning, the monkeys fly from tree to tree, but the puma is after them, crawls out along a swaying branch, and jumps over to another on the next tree. Both are bloodthirsty robbers, but the jaguar is the longer, stronger, and more savage. He can never be properly tamed, and he never loses his innate treacherousness. But the puma becomes as tame as a dog. The puma never attacks a man, but you must be on your guard against a jaguar. Both are enemies of flocks and herds, but while the puma never worries tame animals larger than sheep, the jaguar will often attack horses, mules, and young cattle. The jaguar hunts only at daybreak and twilight, or when the moon shines brightly. The puma only in the evening and at night. The puma is a dark reddish yellow, the jaguar orange with black spots and rings on his fur, a marking which reminds one of the color of certain poisonous snakes. The puma's cubs are charming little creatures, like kittens, but larger. Their eyes do not open until they are 10 days old. Then they begin to crawl about very awkwardly, tumbling down at every other step, and climb up on their mother's back. They soon become sure on their feet, and, like kittens, play with their mother's tail. The jaguar is a keen and patient hunter. He crawls along on his belly like a cat, and from the recesses of the thickets watches his victim without moving an eye. He creeps nearer with wonderful agility and noiselessness, and when he is sure of success, he makes his spring, tears open the throat of the antelope, sheep, or water hog, and drags his booty into the thicket. Small animals he swallows, hair and all. Of a horse he eats as much as he can, and then goes off to sleep in some concealed spot. When he awakes, he goes back to his meal. On one road in South America, 20 Indians were killed by jaguars within a lifetime. If a man has presence of mind enough to shout and make a noise and go toward the brute, the latter withdraws. Otherwise, he is lost, for even if he escapes with his life, the wounds inflicted by the jaguar's blunt claws and teeth are terrible and dangerous. There are Indians in South America who are said to hunt the jaguar in the following manner. They wrap a sheepskin round the left arm and in the right hand hold a sharp, two-edged knife. Then they beat up the jaguar and set dogs at him. He gets up on his hind legs like a bear and attacks one of the Indians. The man puts out his left arm for him to bite, and at the same time runs his knife into the beast's heart. A traveler relates a very good jaguar tale. Some sailors from Europe had landed on the bank of a river in South America. Suddenly they saw a jaguar swimming over from the farther bank. They hurriedly seized their guns, manned their boat, and rowed out to meet the animal. A shot was fired and the jaguar was wounded, but instead of making off, he came straight for the boat. The sailors belabored him with the oars, but he paid no attention and managed to drag himself onto the boat, when the crew all jumped out and swam to the bank. The jaguar remained and drifted comfortably down the river. A little farther down came a boat of other sailors, and this time it was the jaguar who jumped out and disappeared among the thickets on the bank. It was a great feat to make his escape after tackling 2 boat's crews. The train continues on its noisy course through the mountains. Dark, wild glens open on either side. The monotonous rumble of the wheels on the rails has a soothing effect, and the German, following the example of many other travelers, goes to sleep in his corner. But when the tireless locomotive draws its row of heavy carriages out onto a giddy bridge and the waves of sound sing in brighter tones than in the enclosed valleys, the compartment wakes to life again. People look out of the windows and gaze at the yawning depth beneath them. The train seems to be rolling out into space on the way to heaven. The German lights a cigar and begins another lecture to his fellow traveler. Here we are passing over one of the source streams of the Colorado River. You seem disinclined to admit that everything is grand in America, but I maintain that nothing in the world can compare with the great canyon of the Colorado. You may believe me or not. You may talk of fire-vomiting mountains and coral reefs, of the peak of Mount Everest and the great abysses of the ocean, of our light blue Alps in Europe, and of the dark forests of Africa. Nay, you may take me where you will in the world, but I shall still maintain that there is no stupendous, overpowering beauty comparable to the canyons of the Colorado River. Listen, this river which discharges its water into the Gulf of California is fed by numerous streams in the rainy, elevated regions of the Rocky Mountains. But where the United River leaves Utah and passes into Arizona, it traverses a dry plateau country with little rain, where its waters have cut their way down through mountain limestone to a depth of 6,000 feet. The strata are horizontal, and the whole series has been cleared away by the continued erosive power of water, aided by gravel and boulders. This work has been going on from the commencement of the period in the world's history known as the Pliocene Age, and it is reckoned that the interval which must have elapsed since then must have amounted to millions of years. And yet this space of time, from the Pliocene Age to our own, must, geologically speaking, be extremely insignificant compared to the length of the great geological periods. The 6,000 years, which we call the historical period, is but the beat of a second on the clock of eternity, and what the historian calls primeval times is the latest and most recent period in the last of all the geologist's ages. For while the historian deals with revolutions of the sun of only 365 days, the geologist is only satisfied with thousands and millions of years. The Colorado River has presented him with one of the standards by which he is able to calculate the lapse of time. You will acknowledge that it is no small feat for running water to cut its way down through solid rock to a depth of 6,500 feet. And now these canyons are more than 180 miles long and 4 to 11 miles broad. By its work here, the river has sculptured in the face of the earth a landscape which awes and astonishes the spectator. It is like nothing he has ever seen before. When he stood at the foot of the Alps, he gazed up at the snow-clad wastes of the mighty mountain masses. When he stands at the edge of the canyons of the Colorado, he looks down and sees a yawning chasm, and on the other side of the giddy ravine, the walls rise perpendicular or sloping. He seems to stand before the artistically directed facade of a gigantic house or palace in an immense town. He sees in the walls of the valley niches and excavations like a Roman theater, with benches rising in tiers. At their sides stand gables and projections of rock like turrets and buttresses. Under huge cornices rise columns standing out or attached at the back, all planned on the same gigantic scale. The precipitous cliffs are dark, and the whole country is colored in pink, yellow, red, and warm brown tones. The sun pours its gold over the majestic desolation. No grassy sward, no vegetation carpets the horizontal or vertical surfaces with green. Here and there a pine leans its crown over the chasm, and when the cones fall, they go right down to the bottom. In the early morning, when the air is still pure and clear after the coolness of the night, and when the sun is low, the canyon lies in deep gloom, and behind the brightly lighted tops of the columns the shadows lie as black as soot. Then the bold sculpturing stands out in all its glory. On a quiet night, when the moon holds its crescent above the earth, an oppressive silence prevails over this region. The roar of the river is not heard, for the distance is too great. A feeling of romance takes hold of the visitor. He fancies himself in a fairy world. Only a step over the edge, and he would soar on invisible wings to a bright wonderland. At Salt Lake City, the German leaves the train to begin his investigations round the Great Salt Lake in the Mormon capital. Gunnar travels on through the mountain districts of Nevada and California, and when the train at last pulls up at San Francisco, he has reached the goal of his hopes. Here is one of the finest cities in the world, situated on a peninsula in a deep and spacious inlet surrounded by mountains. Almost all traces of the terrible earthquake which a few years ago destroyed the city have disappeared, and splendid new buildings of iron and stone have sprung up from the rubbish heaps. For as a commercial emporium, San Francisco has the same importance with relation to the great routes across the Pacific as New York has on the Atlantic side. End of section 20. Section 21 of From Pole to Pole by Sven Hedin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 22, South America. The Inca Empire. A terrestrial globe naturally presents a better image of the Earth than any map, for it shows plainly the continents and the configuration of the oceans, and exhibits clearly their position and relative size. If you examine such a globe, you will notice that the North Pole lies in the midst of a sea surrounded by great masses of land, whereas the South Pole is an extensive land surrounded by a wide sea. Perhaps you wonder why all the continents send out peninsulas southwards? Just look at the Scandinavian peninsula and look at Spain, Italy, and Greece. Do not Kamchatka and Korea, Arabia, and the Indian Peninsula all point south? South America, Africa, and Australia are drawn out into wedges, narrowing southwards. They are like stalactites in a grotto. But however much you may puzzle over the globe, and however much you may question learned men, you will never know why the Earth's surface has assumed exactly the form it has, and no other. On another occasion, you may remark that Europe, Asia, Africa, and Australia lie in an almost continuous curve in the eastern hemisphere, while America has the western hemisphere all to itself. There it lies as a huge dividing wall between two oceans. You wonder why the New World has such a peculiar form stretching from pole to pole. Perhaps you think that the Creator must have changed his mind at the last moment and decided to make two distinct continents of America. You seem to see the marks of his omnipotent hands. With the left he held North America, and in the right South America. Where Hudson Bay runs into the land lay his forefinger, and the Gulf of Mexico is the impression of his thumb. South America he gripped with the whole hand, and there is only a slight mark of the thumb just on the boundary between Peru and Chile. It almost looks as if he grasped the continent so tightly that its western border was crumpled into great wrinkles and folds, which we men call the Rocky Mountains and the Andes. If we did not know that it is ocean winds that feed the rivers with rain, we should be tempted to believe that the Mississippi, Amazon, Rio de Plata, and other rivers were moisture still running out of the mountains under the pressure of the Creator's hands. And so he has divided America into two. In one place the connection broke, but the fragments still remain, and we call them the West Indies or Antilles. In other places the material was too tough. Mexico thins out southward as though it were going to end in the sea, and Central America is stretched like a wrung-out cloth. Between Guatemala and Honduras it is almost torn through, and the large lake of Nicaragua is another weak point. But where Costa Rica passes into the Isthmus of Panama, the connection between the two halves of the New World has been almost broken and hangs only by a hair. The peninsula, however, resisted the pull and has held, though reduced to a breadth of 40 miles. Then, of course, man must come and help the Creator to finish the work which he himself found very good. It was long before men ventured on so gigantic an undertaking, but as they had succeeded in separating Africa from Asia, it was no doubt feasible to blast a canal through the hills of the Isthmus of Panama 300 feet high. It has cost many years and many millions, but the great cutting will soon be ready, which will sever South America from the northern half of the New World. It is surely a splendid undertaking to make it possible for a vessel to sail from Liverpool direct to San Francisco without rounding the whole of South America, and at a single blow to shorten the distance by near 6,000 miles. The bridge still stands unbroken, however, and we come dry-shod over to South America, just where the Andes begin their mighty march all along the west coast. Their ranges rise, here in double and there in many folds, like ramparts against the Pacific Ocean, and between the ranges lie plains at a height of 12,000 feet. Here also lifts themselves on high the loftiest summits of the New World, Aconcagua in Argentina, the highest of all, an extinct volcano covered with eternal snow and glistening glaciers. Sorata in Bolivia, the extinct volcano Chimborazo in Ecuador, like a marble dome, and lastly, one of the Earth's most noted mountains, Cotopaxi, the highest of all still active volcanoes. Stand for a moment in the valley above the tree limit, where only scattered plants can find hold in the hard ground. You see a cone as regular as the peak of Fujiyama. The crater is 2,500 feet in diameter, and from its edge, 19,600 feet high, the snow cap falls down the mountainsides like the rays of a gigantic starfish. When the Spanish conquerors, nearly 400 years ago, took possession of these formerly free countries, Cotopaxi had one of its fearful eruptions, and even in more recent times, European travelers have seen the mantle of snow melt away as from a lighted furnace, while a brownish-red reflection from the glowing crater lighted up the devastation caused in the villages and valleys at the foot of the mountain by the flood of melted snow and streams of lava. Even under the burning sun of the equator, then, these giants stand with mantles of eternal snow and glittering blue fields of ice in the bitterly cold atmosphere. Up there you would think that you were near the pole. There are no trees on the high crests, which seem to rise up from the depths of the Pacific Ocean. But the climate is good, and agriculture yields sustenance to men. On the eastern flanks, which are watered by abundant rains, the vegetation is exceedingly luxuriant, and here the traveler enters the primeval forests of the tropics. Here is the home of the cinchona tree. Here orchids bloom among the tall trunks, and here whole woods are entangled in a network of lianas. Immense areas of Brazil and Bolivia are covered with impenetrable primeval forests, which even still present an obstacle to the advance of the explorer. Thus we find in the Andes all zones from hot to cold, from tropical forests to barren heights, from the equator to high southern latitudes. Among these mountains dwelled in former times a remarkable and law-abiding people, who, under judicious and cautious kings, attained a high standard of power and development. To the leading tribe, several adjacent peoples allied themselves, and in time the mightiest and most highly cultured kingdom of South America flourished among them. According to tradition, the ruling royal family took its rise where the ice fields of some of the loftiest summits of the Andes are reflected in the mirror of Lake Titicaca. The king was called Inca, and when we speak of the Inca kingdom, we mean old Peru, whose people were crushed and annihilated by the Spaniards. The Inca Empire extended from Colombia and Ecuador in the north, far down to present Chile. The Inca's power was unlimited, and after death he was honored with divine rights. He was surrounded with wealth and grandeur. A red headband with white and black feathers was the sign of his royal dignity. By his side stood the high priest, who had to inquire into and proclaim the will of the gods. In Cusco, the holy city of the Indians, northwest of the Titicaca Lake, the Inca people had erected a splendid temple to the sun and moon. The halls of the Sun Temple were overlaid with plates of the ruddiest gold, and the friezes and doors were of the same precious metal. In the principal hall was worshipped an image of the sun with a human face in the center, surrounded by rays of precious stones. In another hall, the image of the moon goddess glittered in silver. The sun and moon were, then, the objects of deepest reverence. But the Inca people also prayed to the rainbow and to the god of thunder, and believed that certain inferior deities protected their herds, dwellings, fields, and canals. They wore on the neck amulets which shielded them from danger and sudden death, and were eventually buried with them. The dead were sewed up in hides or matting and interred under the dwelling house, or, in the case of important men, in special funereal towers. On the coast, the body was placed among boulders, in sandbanks, or in large vessels of earthenware. With the dead man were laid his weapons and implements, with women their utensils and handiwork, with children their playthings. To the dead, flowers and fruit were offered, and llamas were sacrificed. Dead Incas were deposited in the Temple of the Sun, and their wives in the Hall of the Moon. The Festival of the Sun was held at the winter solstice, and on this occasion the Inca himself officiated as high priest in his capacity as the Son of the Sun. Then was lighted a fire on the altar of the Sun, which was kept in all the year by the Virgins of the Sun. These had a convent near the temple, the royal palace, and the house of nobles. It was also their duty to make costly robes for the priests and princes, to brew maize beer for the festivals of the gods, and after victories or a change of Incas, to offer themselves to the gods. The earlier history of the Inca people is lost in tradition in the midst of legends. We know more of their administration and social condition, for the Spanish conquerors saw all with their own eyes. The constitution was communistic. All the lands, fields, and pastures was divided into 3 parts, of which 2 belonged to the Inca and the priesthood, and the 3rd to the people. The cultivation of the land was supervised by a commissioner of the government, who had to see that the produce was equitably distributed, and that the ground was properly manured with guano from the islands on the west coast. Clothes and domestic animals were also distributed by the state to the people. All labor was executed in common for the good of the state. Roads and bridges were made, mines worked, weapons forged, and all the men capable of bearing arms had to join the ranks when the kingdom was threatened by hostile tribes. The harvest was stored in government warehouses in the various provinces. An extremely accurate account was kept of all goods belonging to the state, such as provisions, clothes, and weapons. A register was kept of births and deaths. No one might change his place of abode without permission, and no one might engage in any other occupation than that of his father. Military order was maintained everywhere, and therefore the Inca people were able to subdue their neighbors. Everything was noted down, and yet this remarkable people had no written characters, but used cords instead, with knots and loops of various colors having different meanings. If the Inca wished to send an order to a distant province, he dispatched a running messenger with a bundle of knotted strings. The recipient had only to look at the strings to find out the business on hand. To facilitate the movement of troops, the Incas constructed 2 excellent roads which met at Cusco, one in the mountainous country, the other along the coast. Europeans have justly admired these grand constructions. The military roads were paved with stone and had walls and avenues of trees. At certain intervals were inns where the swift-footed couriers could pass the night. The principal highway ran from Cusco to Quito. When the Inca himself was on a journey, he sat on a golden throne carried on a litter by the great nobles of his empire. European explorers still discover grand relics of the Inca period. The people did not know the arch, and did not use bricks and mortar, yet their temples and fortresses, their gates, towers, and walls are real gems of architecture. The joins between the blocks are often scarcely visible, and some portals are hewn out of a single block with artistic and original chiseled figures of images of the sun god on the facades. Their skill in pottery was of equal excellence, and as workers in metal there was none to match them in the South American continent. They made clubs and axes of bronze, and vessels and ornaments of gold and silver. In their graves, modern explorers have found many striking proofs of their proficiency in the art of weaving. They used the wool of llamas, alpacas, vicuñas, and guanacos. These species of animal, allied to the camel, still render great services to the Indians. The llama is distributed over the greater part of the Andes, and the male only is used as a transport animal. The llama is shy, stupid, and quiet, and his head is somewhat like a sheep's. The alpaca does not carry loads, but is kept as a domestic animal for the sake of its meat and wool. The vicuña and guanaco also do not work in the service of man. The latter is found chiefly on the steppes of Patagonia, where he meets the fate of the South American ostrich and falls to the arrows of the Indians. The Inca people wove clothes of the wool of these animals as well as of cotton. The chief garment of the men was a short shirt without sleeves, of the women a longer shirt with a belt around the waist. The men wear short hair with a black bandage around the head, and outside the bandage they wound a noose or lasso. The women wore their hair long. Sandals covered the feet, and in the earlobes were inserted round pegs. The people reared and grazed cattle, as we have seen, and were hunters and fishermen. They grew potatoes and many other root crops, bananas, tobacco, and cotton, and sowed extensive fields of maize. They had all the characteristics of the American race: a short skull, sharply cut features, and a powerfully built body. For centuries, the Inca people had lived in undisturbed repose in their beautiful valleys and on their sunlit tablelands between the mountain ranges, or cordilleras as they are called, which compose the Andes. If their peace was occasionally disturbed by neighboring tribes, messages and knotted signs flew through the country, and the roads were full of armed men. But the Inca kings dreamed of no serious danger. For several hundred years their power had passed from father to son, and no neighbor was strong enough to wrest the scepter from the Inca king's hand. Not a whisper of such names as Chimborazo and Cotopaxi had reached Europe. A great Inca had recently died and bequeathed his power to his two sons, Huascar and Atahualpa. Just as always in the Old World, such a partition produced friction and disputes, and at length a civil war broke out. After 400 years, we read with sorrow the account of the suicidal strife which harried old Peru, divided the Inca people into two hostile factions, and thus made them easy prey to the conquerors. Scarcely had the clash of arms died out after the brave and chivalrous Cortes had burned his ships on the coast of Mexico, subdued the kingdom of Montezuma, and placed it under the crown of Castile, before another Spanish conqueror, the rough, cruel, and treacherous Pizzaro, cast his eyes southwards, covetous of new gold countries. With a handful of adventurers he made his way down to Peru, but soon perceived that he could not succeed without the help from the home country. The Emperor Charles V listened to his tale of gold and green forests, and in the year 1531 Pizzaro set out again, this time with a company of 180 well-armed cavaliers. By degrees he gathered fresh reinforcements, landed on the coast of Peru, and marched into the Inca kingdom. Pizzaro was clever and courageous, but, unlike Cortes, he was a base man and a scoundrel. He had no education or proper feeling, and could not even write his name, but he was cunning and knew how to take advantage of favorable circumstances. By means of scouts and ambassadors, he soon made himself fully acquainted with the situation. He lulled the fears of Atahualpa by offers of peace, with the result that the Inca king requested his assistance to crush his brother Huascar. If the brothers held together, they could have driven the Spanish pestilence out of the country. Now the fate of both was sealed. It was agreed that Atahualpa should come in person to Pizarro's camp, and he arrived in pomp and state, escorted by an army of 30,000 men. He naturally wished to impress his ally with his power. He sat raised on a litter of gold and was surrounded by all his generals. Then Pizarro's military chaplain stepped forth, a Catholic priest. In one hand he held a crucifix, in the other a breviary. Raising his crucifix, he exhorted the Inca king in the name of Jesus to accept Christianity and to acknowledge the king of Castile as his master. Atahualpa retained his composure, and simply answered that no one could deprive him of the rights inherited from his fathers. He would not forswear his father's faith, and did not understand what the priest said. "It is written here in this book," cried the priest, and handed the breviary to the king. Atahualpa held the book to his ear, listened, and said, as he threw the breviary on the ground, "Your book does not speak." Without warning, a massacre was commenced. The cannons and muskets of the Spaniards plowed red furrows in the ranks of the Peruvians. Protected by their helmets and harnesses of steel, and with halberts and lances lowered, the cavaliers swept irresistibly through the ranks of half-naked natives and spread terror and confusion around them. All that could be reached with sword, spear, or bullet were mercilessly slaughtered. 4,000 dead bodies lay scattered over the ground, among thousands wounded and bleeding. The rest of the army was completely scattered and took to flight. The Inca king himself had been early taken captive to be kept as a hostage. Enormous plunder fell into the hands of the victors. The report of a land of gold in the south had not been an empty tale. Here was gold in heaps. The loot was generously divided between the officers and men, and with a crucifix raised to heaven, the priest read mass, while the other villains thanked God for their victory. The captive Inca king begged and prayed to be set at liberty, but Pizzaro promised to release him only after he had bound himself to fill a moderate-sized room with gold from the floor up to as high as he could reach with his hand. Then messages and knotted cords were carried throughout all the country, which remained faithful to Atahualpa, and vessels, bowls, ornaments, and ingots of gold poured in from temples and palaces. In a short time the room was filled, and the ransom paid, but the Inca king was still kept a prisoner. He reminded Pizzaro of his promised word. The unscrupulous adventurer laughed in his black beard. Instead of keeping his promise, he accused Atahualpa of conspiracy, condemned him to death, and the innocent and pious Indian king was strangled in prison. By this abominable deed, the whole Spanish conquest was covered with shame and disgrace. One of Pizarro's comrades in arms, Almagro, now arrived with reinforcements, and with an army of 500 men, Pizarro marched on through the highlands to the capital Cusco, which he captured. Then he fell out with Almagro, and the latter determined to seek out other gold countries in the south on his own account. With a small party, he marched up into the mountains of Bolivia, and then followed the coast southwards to the neighborhood of Aconcagua. He certainly found no gold, but he achieved a great exploit, for he led his troops through the dreaded Atacama Desert. Meanwhile, Pizarro ruled in the conquered kingdom. Close to the coast, he founded Lima, which was afterwards, for a long period, the residence of the Spanish viceroy, and is now, with nearly 150,000 inhabitants, still the capital of Peru. It has a large number of monasteries and churches, and a stately cathedral. The port town, Callao, was almost totally destroyed 166 years ago by a tidal wave, which drowned the inhabitants and swept away the houses. But it gradually regained its prosperity and now has 50,000 inhabitants. At length, however, Pizzaro roused a formidable insurrection by his cruelty, and while he was besieged in Lima, his 3 brothers were shut up in Cusco. Just then Almagro returned from the Atacama Desert, defeated the Peruvians, seized Cusco, and made the 3 Pizzaro brothers prisoners. But the 4th brother, the conqueror, succeeded in effecting their liberation and in capturing Almagro, who was at once sent to the gallows. A few years later, however, Almagro's friends wreaked vengeance on Pizzaro. A score of conspirators rushed into the governor's palace and made their way with drawn swords into the room where Pizzaro was surrounded by some friends and servants. Most of these jumped through the window, the rest were cut down. Pizzaro defended himself bravely, but after killing 4 of his assailants, he fell to the ground, and with a loud voice asked to be allowed to make his confession. While he was making the sign of the cross on the ground, a sword was thrust into his throat. The murdered Inca king is an emblem of bleeding South America. All was done, it was pretended, in order to spread enlightenment and Christianity, but in reality the children of the country were lured to destruction, deluded to fill Spanish coffers with gold, and then, in requital, were persecuted to death. Civilization had no part in the matter. It was only a question of robbery and greed of gain, and when these desires were satisfied, the descendants of the Incas might be swept off the earth. The Amazon's River. In Peru, the largest river of the world takes its source and streams northward among the verdant cordilleras of the Andes. Wheat waves on its banks, and here and there stands a funereal tower or a ruin from Inca times. Small rafts take the place of bridges, and at high water the river rushes foaming furiously through the valley. And then it suddenly turns eastward and cuts its way with unbridled fury through the eastern ridges of the Andes. The water forces itself through ravines barely 50 yards wide and dashes with a deafening roar over falls and rapids. Sometimes the river rests from its labors, expanding to a width of 2 or 3 furlongs. Crystal affluents hurry down from snowfields of the Andes to join it. It takes its tribute of water from mountains and forest, and is indeed a majestic stream when it leaves the last hills behind. The source of the Amazons was discovered in 1535 by Marañón, a Spanish soldier. Vicente Pinzón had discovered its mouth in the year 1500, but Marañón, on the one hand, had no notion where the river emerged into the sea, and Pinzón, on the other, knew not where the headwaters purled through the valley. It was reserved for another Spaniard to solve the problem. Let us follow Orellana on his adventurous journey. Gonzalo Pizzaro had served under his brother, the conqueror, in northern Peru. There he heard of rich gold countries in the east, and decided to seek them. With an army of 350 Spanish cavalry and infantry, as well as 4,000 Indians, he set out from Quito and marched over the Andes past the foot of Cotopaxi to the lowlands of the Napo River. It was a reckless enterprise. The Indians were frozen to death in crowds on the great heights. Instead of gold, nothing was found but wearisome savannas and swamps and dismal forests soaked with 2 months' rain. Instead of useful domestic animals, no creature was seen but the thick-skinned tapir, which, with a long beak-like nose, crops plants and leaves, and frequents swampy tracts in the heart of the primeval forest. The few natives were hostile. When the troop reached the Napo River on New Year's Day, 1540, Pizzaro decided to send the bold seaman Orellana on in front down the river to look for people and provisions, for famine with all its tortures threatened them. A camp was set up and a wharf constructed. A small brigantine for sails and oars was hastily put together, and Orellana stepped on board with a crew of 50 men, and the boat was borne down the strong current. Dark and silent woods stood on both sides. No villages, no human beings were seen. Tall trees stood on the bank like triumphal arches, and from their boughs hung lianas serving as rope ladders and swings for sportive monkeys with prehensile tails. Day after day the vessel glided farther into this human land, never before seen by white men. The Spaniards looked in vain for natives, and their eyes tried in vain to pierce the green murkiness between the tree trunks. The men showed increasing uneasiness, but Orellana sat quietly at the helm, gave his orders to the rowers, and had the sail hoisted to catch the breeze that swept over the water. No camping places on points of the bank, no huts roofed over with palm trees or grass, no smoke indicated the vicinity of Indians. In a thicket by a brook lay a boa constrictor, a snake allied to the python of the Old World, in easy, elegant coils, digesting a small rodent somewhat like a hare and called an agouti. At the margin of the bank some water hogs wallowed in the sodden earth full of roots, and under a vault of thorny bushes lay their worst enemy, the jaguar, in ambush, his eyes glowing like fire. At length the country became more open. Frightened Indians appeared on the bank, and their huts peeped through the forest avenues. Orellana moored his boat and landed with his men. The savages were quiet and received the Spaniards trustingly, so the latter stayed for a time and collected all the provisions they could obtain. The Indians spoke of a great water in the south, which could be reached in 10 days. The 50 Spaniards were now in excellent spirits and set to work eagerly to construct another, smaller sailing vessel. When this was done, Orellana filled both his boats with provisions, manned the larger with 30 and the smaller with 20 men, and continued his wonderful journey, which was to furnish the explanation of the great river system of tropical America. Around him stretched the greatest tropical lowland of the world. Before him ran the most voluminous river of the earth. He saw nothing but forest and water, a bewitched country. He had no equipment beyond that which was afforded by the Napo's banks, and his men grumbled daily at the long, dangerous voyage. After 10 days, the 2 boats came to the great water, where Napo yields its tribute to the Amazon's river. The latter was then rising fast, and when it is at its height in June and July, the water lies 40 feet above its low water level. Farther down, the difference tends to disappear, for the northern tributaries come from the equator, where it rains at all seasons, while at the southern rise at different times according to the widely separated regions where their sources lie. To travel from the foot of the Cordilleras to the mouth of high water of the main river takes 2 months. The Spaniards felt as if they were carried over a boundless lake. Where the banks are low, the forests are flooded for miles, and the trees stand up out of the water. Then the animals fly to safer districts, and only water birds and forest birds remain, with such 4-footed animals as spend all their lives in trees. The 50 men noticed that certain stretches on the banks were never reached by the high water, and it was only at these places that the Indians built their huts, just as the India rubber gatherers do at the present day. When the high water retired, large patches of the loose, sodden banks were undermined and fell into the river, weighted down by the huge trees they supported. Islands of timber, roots, earth, and lianas were carried away by the current. Some stranded on shallows in the middle of the river, others grounded at projections on the bank, and other rubbish was piled up against them till the whole mass broke away and danced down the river toward the sea. Here the men had to be careful, for at any moment the boats might capsize against a grounded tree trunk. Deep pools also were found, and the current ran at the rate of 2½ feet a second, and they often had the help of the wind. They soon learned to know by the changed appearance of the forest where they could land. Where the royal crowns of foliage trees reared their waving canopy above the palms, they could be sure of finding dry ground. But if the palms, with verdant luxuriance, raised their plumes above low brushwood, they might be sure the bank was flooded by the river. If the voyage on the capricious river was dangerous, the Spaniards were still more disturbed by Indians who came paddling up in their canoes and showered poisoned arrows on the boats. To get through in safety, the explorers had to avoid the banks as much as possible. At the end of May, they drifted past the mouth of the Rio Negro, which discharges a large volume of water, for it collects streams from Venezuela and Guinea, and from the wet llanos or open plains north of the Amazon River. Where the great tributary is divided by islands, it attains a breadth of as much as 30 miles. Here Orellana stayed several weeks with friendly Indians, who lived in pretty huts under the boughs of bananas. The vessels were repaired and provisions taken on board, maize, chickens, turtles, and fish. There were swarms of edible turtles, and the Indians caught them and collected their eggs, and the fish were abundant and various. No wonder when 2,000 species of fish live in the basin of the Amazons. Shortly afterwards, they glided past the mouth of the Madeira, a 1.5 miles broad, which discharges a volume of water little inferior to that of the main river. For the Madeira has its sources far to the south, and descends partly from the Cordilleras of Peru and Bolivia, partly from the plateau of Brazil. Woods and no end of water month after month. The heat is the same all year round, not very excessive, seldom 104 degrees, but still oppressive and enervating because of the humidity of the air. Yet the voyage was not monotonous. Leaning against the masts and gunwale, or leisurely moving the oars, the soldiers could observe the dolphins leaping in the river, the sudden darts of the alligators as they hunted for fish through the water, or the clumsy movements of the manatee, one of the Sirenia, as it cropped grass at the edge of its bank, to the danger of the eel-like lungfish, which sometimes goes up on dry land. Sometimes they saw the Indians in light canoes pursue manatees and alligators with harpoons for the sake of their flesh, and perhaps they felt a shiver at the sight of the huge water snakes of the Amazon's river. On they went through the immense forest, which extends from the foot of the Andes and the source of the Madeira to the mouths of the Orinoco, through this dense, rank carpet which covers all the lowlands of Brazil with its teeming and superabundant life, which is so bountifully watered by tropical rains and flooded rivers. All the rain that falls on the llanos and the selvas, as the wooded plains are called, makes its way through innumerable affluents to the Amazons and enters the sea through its trumpet-shaped mouth. The river, with its forests, is like a cornucopia of vast, wild, irrepressible nature, where life breathes and pulsates, where it bubbles and ripples, seethes and ferments in the soft, productive soil, where animals swarm and beetles and butterflies are more numerous than anywhere else on our earth, and are clad in the most gorgeous hues of the tropic. There, old trees on the bank are undermined and washed away, while others decay in the sultry recesses of the forest. There, the earth is constantly fertilized by the manure of animals and their corpses and by dead vegetation, and there new generations are continually rising up from the graves in nature's inexhaustible kingdom. The Spaniards had no time to make excursions into the country from their camps. It is difficult to make one's way through this intricate, ragged network of climbing plants between trunks, boughs, bushes, and undergrowth. In the interior, far away from the waterways, and especially between some of the southern tributaries, lie forests unknown and untrodden since heathen times. Perhaps there are Indian tribes among them who have not yet heard that America has been discovered, and who may congratulate themselves that the forests are too much for the white men. There palms predominate in a peaceful Eden, and at their feet flourish ferns with stems as hard as wood. In bamboo clumps the jaguars play with their cubs, and on the outskirts of the swamps the peccary, a sort of small pig, jumps on his long, supple legs. A dark green gloom prevails under the tall bay trees, and their stems stand under their crowns like the columns of a church nave. There thrive mimosas and various species of fig, and climbing palms are not ashamed of their inquisitiveness. See this tree, 200 feet high, with its round, hard fruits as large as a child's head. When they are ripe, they fall, and the shell opens out to let out the triangular seeds, which we call Brazil nuts. Look at the India rubber tree, with its light-colored stem, its light green foliage, and its white sap, which, when congealed, rolls around motor wheels through streets and roads. Here again is a tree that everyone knows about. It grows to a height of 50 feet and bears large, smooth, leathery leaves, but its blossoms issue from the stem and not among the foliage. Its cucumber-shaped orange fruits ripen at almost all seasons in the perpetual summer of the Amazons. In the fruit, the seeds lie in rows. The tree grows wild in the forests, but was cultivated by the Indians before the arrival of the white men, and they prepared from it a drink which they called chocolatl. It was bitter, but the addition of sugar and vanilla made it palatable. This tree is called the cocoa tree. Still better known and more popular is another drink, coffee. The coffee tree is not found in the primeval forests, but in plantations, and even there it is a guest, for its native country is Kaffa in Abyssinia, and coffee comes from Arabia to Europe through Constantinople. Now Brazil produces 3/4 of all the world's coffee, and in all thousands of millions of pounds of coffee are consumed yearly. The vanilla plant also is one of the wonderful inmates of the forests. In order that the wild plants, which are indigenous in the mountain forests of Mexico and Peru, may produce fruit, the pollen must be carried by insects. Many years ago the plant was transported to the island of Reunion in the Indian Ocean, where it throve capitally but bore no fruit. The helpful insects of its native country were absent. Then artificial fertilization with pollen was successfully attempted, and now Reunion supplies most of the vanilla in the world's markets. Think again of all the animals which live in the forests and its outskirts toward the savannas. There is the singular opossum, and there is the sluggish, scaly armadillo, which loves the detestable termites, those white ants which, with their sharp mandibles, gnaw to pieces paper, clothes, wood, the whole house, in fact. Then there is the climbing sloth, with its round monkey head and large curved claws. All day long it remains sleepily hanging under a bough, and only wakes up when night falls. It lives only on trees and eats leaves. In far back ages there were sloths as large as rhinoceroses and elephants. We have, too, the raccoon in grayish-yellow coat, also a nocturnal animal, which sleeps during the day in a hollow tree. He lives on small mammals and birds, eggs and fruits, but before he swallows his food, he cleans it well, generally in water. There is a perpetual gloom under the crowns of the foliage trees and palms. It is the home of shadows. Only lianas, these parasites of the vegetable kingdom, raise their stems above the dusky vault to open their calices in the sun. Round them flutter innumerable butterflies in gaudy colors. On the border between sunlight and shade scream droll parrots, and busy pigeons steer their way among the trees on rustling wings. There hummingbirds dart like arrows through the air. They are small, dainty birds with breast, neck, and head shining like metal with the brightest, most vivid coloring. They build their nests carefully with vegetable fibers and moss, and their beaks are long and fine as a reed. There is a hummingbird which does not grow longer than 1.5 inches and weighs little more than 15 grains. We must now go back and see how Orellana got on with his 2 brigantines. Below the mouth of the Madeira, he landed once on the northern bank in a region inhabited only by tall Amazons, from whence the river received its name. But the tale of Amazons was really a sailor's romance, just as the Spaniards dreamed of El Dorado or the land of gold. On they went, and the river never ended. During the voyage they saw in lakes by the bank, well sheltered and exposed to the sun, the grandest of all flowers, the Victoria regia of the water lily family, floating on the water. Its leaves measure 6 feet in diameter, and the blossoms are more than 1 foot across. The flowers open only on 2 evenings, the first white and then purple. Between the mouths of the mighty tributaries Tapajos and Xingu, the Spaniards saw the great grassy plains stretching up to the river. They only just escaped cannibals on the northern bank. Warned by friendly Indians, they were on their guard against the piraroca, the mysterious boar 15 feet high, which is connected with the flow of the tide and rushes up the river twice a month from the sea, devastating everything. Finally, they came to the northern mouth of the Amazons River, having traversed 2,500 out of the 3,600 miles of its length. Here Orellana decked his vessels over and sailed out to sea, making for the West Indies along the coasts of Guinea and Venezuela. Even after the coast was lost to sight, he still sailed in yellow, muddy, fresh water, and he was far to the north before he came to the blue-green seawater. For 300 miles from the mouth, the fresh river water overlies the salt. At Christmas he dropped his anchor on the coast of San Domingo, and his grand exploit was achieved. End of section 21.